Chapter 1713. Lin Fei was not surprised that he had killed a heavenly god. The only surprise was that the top-level spatial technique was more powerful than he had imagined. Lin Fei was laughing to himself. He wondered what the spatial technique he left behind outside the mountain of corpses would bring to the red-robed chaos. Must be very interesting. He might even be able to imagine the expression on the red-robed chaos face. This was a great deal. Lin Fei did not plan to stay in the Lu clan any longer after obtaining a godhood. He found a random reason and left the City of Chaos. Lin Fei had more pressing matters to attend to at the moment. He had to create a heavenly god. The huge senfu of the Lu clan was almost destroyed. It was now a pile of rubble. The four great ancestors of the Lu clan were not paying attention to the rubble. Instead, they were digesting the shocking news that they had just received. Big brother this. Lu Yiren was still in a daze. Lu Yijing was the same. As a half-step heavenly god, he was only half a step away from that step, but it was as far as the sky. It would not be easy for the Lu clan to produce a heavenly god without any fortuitous encounters. The fact that Lin Fei had killed a heavenly god at such a young age shocked them greatly. Their cultivation had been wasted on a dog. The Empyrean deity of beauty died in our hands. No matter how the Bliss Palace sees it, we, the Lu clan, have thoroughly offended them. They won't listen to our explanation. The only way out for us now is to work with Lin Fei. The four great ancestors looked at Lu Ziyue as well. Master, you're so lucky. Just when you want a godhood, someone delivers one to you. The little demon was beaming with joy. Lin Fei's trip to the City of Chaos was actually to cooperate with the Bliss Palace. He wanted to get a godhood. He did not expect that. Lin Fei was very concerned about the importance of a godhood. When he obtained the technique from the red-robed chaos, he wanted nothing more than to increase the cultivation level of his 18 primordial clones. In the eyes of others, a godhood might be troublesome, but in Lin Fei's eyes, it was nothing. At most, it would just be a waste of time. The godhood came faster than expected. It's all your fault for being in such a hurry to reincarnate, Empyrean goddess of beauty. She was so eager to give me a divine spark. But then again, I've killed a heavenly deity of the Bliss Palace. The Bliss Palace will definitely be enraged and a great battle is unavoidable. I'll have to upgrade my 18 clones right now. This time, how many heavenly gods will send themselves to our doorstep? Without stopping, Lin Fei returned to the great metropolis heaven. Fortunately, he didn't come. Lin Fei still had time. After returning, Lin Fei summoned his battle fort and entered it. Because there were a few questions that he had to clarify first. What's going on with this God King fragment? Lin Fei asked the little devil as soon as he entered the secret room. This matter had been on his mind for a long time, and he had to get to the bottom of it no matter what. Master, now that you can kill heavenly god powerhouses, the system will naturally give you some benefits. The godly monarch fragment is one of the benefits. Lin Fei listened attentively. The little devil continued, the godly monarch fragment is a good thing. Only heavenly gods will have it. Killing a heavenly god powerhouse will give you a chance to obtain a godly monarch fragment. As long as you gather 100 godly monarch fragments, Master, you can reassemble the fragments and summon a godly monarch powerhouse. Isn't that exciting? Lin Fei's eyes instantly lit up. It's a good thing, but it drops randomly. Will it be hard to collect the fragments? I can't keep killing heavenly god powerhouses, right? Lin Fei's current combat strength was equivalent to a heavenly god powerhouse with several stars. Especially when using spatial techniques and time techniques, he had the support of powerful god energy. His combat strength was exceptionally strong. Godly monarch powerhouses were definitely stronger than heavenly gods. If he summoned a godly monarch powerhouse, in this world wouldn't he be able to do whatever he wanted? That will depend on how many heavenly gods you kill. The little devil whetted Lin Fei's appetite. I believe that day will come very soon. Master, do your best. By the way, I want to know if the godly monarch powerhouse that I summon will leave. For example, if it stays for a while, how much stronger is it than a heavenly god? The godly monarch that you summon is a permanent existence. However, you will need to consume divinity points every day. As long as the godly monarch isn't killed and you have enough divinity points, the godly monarch will always exist. As for the strength of the godly monarch, it's one level higher than a heavenly god. There are also 9 stars godly monarch powerhouses. Whether you can summon a godly monarch of that level will depend on your luck, Master. Lin Fei blinked. Godly monarch? Just the name alone was enough to tell how powerful it was. Lin Fei was relieved after learning about the function of the godly monarch fragment. He stopped worrying about it and took out the heavenly beauty goddess's godhead. It was a complete godhead. It was still perfect even after being attacked by spatial techniques. Lin Fei, if you dare kill me, the Bliss Palace will not let you get away with it. The big shots of the upper realm will also kill you. The heavenly beauty goddess's furious roar came from the godhead as soon as it was taken out. *CK, you're not dead. The heavenly beauty goddess's face was revealed on the surface of the godhead. She glared at Lin Fei furiously. How would an ant like you know about the wonders of the godhead? You may have destroyed my physical body, but you can't destroy the godhead. As long as the godhead exists, I can still be resurrected. The heavenly beauty goddess grinned viciously. She felt extremely frustrated as she thought to herself, "You D*M&B* starred. I'm going to destroy your great metropolis heaven once I get out of here." Oh, so the godhead has such an effect. Lin Fei came to a sudden realization. The heavenly beauty goddess wanted Lin Fei to know just how powerful a heavenly god was. Even if his physical body was destroyed, he would not be able to kill her. If it weren't for the fact that he was unable to react in time, the godhead would not have fallen into his hands. "You'd better get ready and let me go right now. Otherwise you'll have to face the wrath of the Bliss Palace. No matter how special your cultivation method is, you won't stand a chance against the big shots." The heavenly beauty goddess wanted Lin Fei to feel fear. Lin Fei was rather curious. A heavenly god is indeed a heavenly god. You're so confident in your threats. I'm very curious. What's the purpose of a guy who came down from the upper realm like you? Can you tell me, a man who's about to die? The heavenly beauty goddess smirked. So you're afraid now. You might be able to kill me, but you're nothing but an ant in the eyes of the big shots. Even the people of this realm are ants, and they're all under the control of the big shots. Now you know how insignificant you are. As long as you're willing to become my follower and hand over the method you used to kill me, I can guarantee that you'll live. Even your family won't have to die. Think about it. The heavenly beauty goddess was confident that no one would be able to turn down such tempting conditions. In the eyes of the heavenly beauty goddess, Lin Fei was a powerful fighter. After all, a half-step heavenly god was able to unleash the combat prowess of a heavenly god, or even a one-star heavenly god. It was very common in the upper realm and extremely rare in the lower realm. Chapter 17:14. The heavenly beauty goddess had awakened all of her memories. No one knew how powerful this technique was more than he did. An invisible attack was the most terrifying. The heavenly beauty goddess did not even know how to block it. This technique was too terrifying. The heavenly beauty goddess threatened Lin Fei with her backer. As long as Lin Fei yielded and let her go, she would have a chance to obtain his powerful technique. As long as she cultivated this technique, she would be able to rapidly improve her strength. She might even be able to become a divine king in the future. She had to obtain this technique. While the heavenly goddess of red beauty's killing intent toward Lin Fei was very strong, she still had to suppress Lin Fei at the moment. It would be best if she could cause him to have a mental breakdown. Once Lin Fei became wary of the Bliss Palace, she would regain her freedom and obtain the cultivation method that she had always dreamed of. There was no way she would allow such a powerful cultivation method to fall into the hands of a nobody like her, not someone of noble blood. Unfortunately, the heavenly beauty goddess did not know that Lin Fei was not afraid of threats. Looks like the heavenly beauty goddess was also a powerful figure in the past. Unfortunately, I'm not interested in what you have to say. As for what's in your mind, I can't be bothered. Lin Fei was not an idiot. There was no way he would believe the heavenly beauty goddess. Powerful figure? Otherwise, you wouldn't have sent your pawns down to the lower realms. The heavenly beauty goddess threatened. Aren't you afraid that the great metropolis heaven will be destroyed? Aren't you afraid of being attacked by the 8 sects? As long as you're alive, the 10 young princes will be very interested. They'll come here in person soon. As long as you submit to me, I can take care of this matter and ensure that you won't be threatened in the future. Lin Fei shook his head. I robbed the 10 young princes and prevented them from becoming heavenly gods. Even powerful figures can't do anything to me. Why should I care about mere heavenly gods? 10,000 years in a glance. Lin Fei performed a series of hand seals, and a mysterious power enveloped the godhead. The heavenly beauty goddess' face twisted with rage. What are you doing? Stop right now. Lin Fei did not care. He chuckled. Didn't you say that I won't die? I'm just testing it out. Why are you worried? No, my energy. This was a top-notch time manipulation technique that Lin Fei had learned. A large amount of divine power in Lin Fei's body was consumed. The heavenly beauty goddess's appearance rapidly aged, and in less than 3 breaths' time, she had become a white-haired old woman. Then, her aura completely disappeared, and there was no longer any aura within the heavenly beauty goddess's body. Like I said, it's not like you won't die even if you hide in a godhead. Lin Fei pursed his lips in astonishment. Thank God I managed to extort the spatial and temporal techniques from Chaos Red. Otherwise, it would be very troublesome to kill the heavenly beauty goddess within the godhead. Lin Fei wasn't interested in learning about the heavenly beauty goddess's thoughts. What the big shots were planning down there had nothing to do with him. At most, he would just kill a few more celestial gods to provide him with God King fragments. Lin Fei immediately sat down cross-legged. A doppelganger stood beside Lin Fei and cupped his hands towards Lin Fei. Greetings to the main body. Lin Fei also cupped his hands and couldn't help but smile. Let the upgrade begin. At the moment when the heavenly beauty goddess perished, a furious roar came from a celestial realm mountain in a faraway territory. Who is it? The voice, which was imbued with boundless killing intent, shot into the starry sky beyond the Godhead realm, shattering many uninhabited stars. The entire Godhead realm was in a state of panic. All eyes fell upon the divine realm that was shrouded. One of the patriarchs there was enraged. The Bliss Palace was one of the 8 major sections. Another celestial god had recently emerged, causing the Bliss Palace's influence to expand once again. Many immortals joined the Bliss Palace. Even though they were only outer disciples with a celestial god backing them, they were able to do whatever they wanted. The Bliss Palace's strength expanded very quickly. Beauty has been killed. There was a small space deep within the Bliss Palace. There were 8 mighty ones sitting together at the moment, and they were all projections. All of them had different expressions on their faces, but the one thing they had in common was that they were all enraged. None of those important figures could sit still after learning that the heavenly beauty goddess had perished. Those who were able to sit there were all the decision-makers of the Bliss Palace, the truly important figures. Old Palace Lord, has beauty really perished? The one who asked the question was an old man in gray robes. There was a fire mark on his forehead, and terrifying waves of air surged around him, rippling out in waves. That person was none other than the heavenly beauty goddess's teacher, heavenly god Crimson Flame. Indeed, everyone present was a heavenly god, and there were 8 of them. The heavenly beauty goddess was only known to the public. If word were to spread, everyone would have been shocked to see how powerful the Bliss Palace was. Heavenly God Crimson Flame refused to believe that his own disciple had perished. Heavenly God Crimson Flame was more excited than anyone else to have taken in a reincarnated disciple. It was also something that he enjoyed talking about the most. Because of his disciple, his authority in the core group had increased. Heavenly God Crimson Flame, who had a fiery temper to begin with, was unable to control his rage once he heard that his disciple had perished. That was basically cutting off any hope of ascending. She has indeed perished. The 3-eyed heavenly god in the middle took out a broken piece of jade. Everyone wore expressions of disbelief. They all had something like that, and it was known as the spiritual pearl. It contained a wisp of a mighty one's spiritual soul. As long as the spiritual soul was not destroyed, the person would not die. Now that the spiritual soul was shattered, it meant that the person had met with misfortune. That's impossible. Beauty's powers have reached the level of a 1-star heavenly god, and she has a low-tier divine weapon. She even learned the single origin of heaven and earth hand, which allows her to control the power of heaven and earth. Could it have been someone from the 8 major sects? Heavenly God Crimson Flame's expression was grim. If they were the ones who broke the rules, we would have killed their heavenly god as well. That's right. If they dared to break the rules, we would have dared to make a move and teach them a lesson. We, the Bliss Palace, are not pushovers. As one of the 8 major sects, the Bliss Palace was already a top-notch force in the domain. It was only natural that they had their own rules. At their level, they would rarely make a move on the younger generation. It was a matter between disciples, and it was normal for them to kill one another. However, if the older generation were to make a move, it would be breaking the rules. That rule had always been in place. No matter how much of a ruckus there was between the 8 major sects, the older generation would never make a move. As soon as Beauty Goddess died, they suspected that it was the older generation who did it. The 10 young masters, which were the current 10 heavenly gods, were about the same in terms of powers. It would have been difficult for them to kill one another. Furthermore, they had yet to develop to such a degree. It was just a small skirmish at most. Chapter 17:15. It's done. Great Metropolis World Battle Fortress. A terrifying heavenly god aura spread out. Lin Fei leaped up, a satisfied look on his tired face. The red-clothed chaos really didn't lie to me. Using the godheads can really increase the fighting power of my clones, allowing them to ascend to the heavenly god realm. The clone's aura beside him turned into a true heavenly god aura. Lin Fei used his divine sense to check and found nothing wrong. The only downside was that the heavenly god clones needed energy. Without energy, their fighting power would plummet. If all 18 clones ascend to the heavenly god realm, I will need to prepare a large amount of god stones. Otherwise, I won't be able to raise so many clones. Lin Fei couldn't help but smile bitterly. Luckily, he didn't have to worry now. After ascending to the heavenly god realm, my equipment will be able to unleash 100% of its power. One clone ascended to the heavenly god realm. Lin Fei was quite satisfied. What he lacked now was the godheads. This can't be rushed. Coming out of the battle fortress, Lin Fei realized that not much time had passed outside. Thinking about it, in order to refine the godheads, Lin Fei used the time technique and consumed a large amount of god power. It seemed like it was worth it. Young master, the Lu family is here. They want to see you. I told them that you are in seclusion and arranged for them to stay in the courtyard. After Lin Fei came out, Dragon King came to report the situation. Ever since they returned, the dragon race settled down in Great Metropolis World. Dragon King also stayed in Invincible Palace. Because of his ability, Lin Fei arranged for Dragon King to be the head butler of Invincible Palace. After all, Dragon King was experienced and arranged things well. The most important thing was still the half-step heavenly god. Dragon King didn't let down his responsibilities. He arranged things well. No one in Invincible Palace dared to say anything bad about it. Bring them to the main hall. Lin Fei wasn't surprised that the Lu family would come personally. Oh, and over at Primal Chaos City, the commander sent 2 old acquaintances. They said that it's about the low-grade god weapon. I've arranged for them to stay. After I meet with the Lu family, arrange for them to come here. Lin Fei said. He had just taken a few steps when he turned back and said, Dragon King, I'll leave the matters in the palace to you. I'll go back with you in person in a few days. Dragon King said gratefully. Thank you, young master. This was not Lu Ziyue's first time in the great metropolis heaven. But this time his mood was obviously different. This bad guy still knows how to come out. Lu Ziyue muttered to herself in the palace. Her feelings for Lin Fei were very complicated. Right now, Lin Fei had grown to a very high level. The 4 patriarchs of the clan had no choice but to lower their heads. This time the Lu family sent 2 patriarchs, Lu Yijing and Lu Bufan. The other 2 stayed behind to guard the Lu family. They did not have to worry about revenge from the Bliss Palace while they were in the City of Chaos. It was not a good idea after all. After some hesitation, they decided to contact Lin Fei to see how they could increase the Lu family's power. It was a pity that they came at the wrong time. They learned that Lin Fei had gone to train in isolation, so they had no choice but to stay and wait for Lin Fei to come out. The 2 patriarchs of the Lu family looked worried. How did the Lu family end up in such a situation? But they could not say anything, so they could only grit their teeth and swallow it. Lin Fei's terror made them very afraid. They could not afford to offend the Bliss Palace, and neither could they afford to offend Lin Fei. I'm sorry to have kept you waiting. Lin Fei walked in with big strides. We haven't been here for long either. Lu Yijing and Lu Bufan said. They did not dare to say anything. They did not dare to put on airs when facing a guy who could kill gods. When Lin Fei walked past Lu Ziyue, he said in a low voice, My great beauty, it's not good to talk behind someone's back. Stingy man. Lu Ziyue bit her lip. Can I even say it? Lu Bufan and Lu Yijing looked at each other. They were secretly glad that they brought Lu Ziyue along. They were not fools. They knew very well that there was something fishy going on. Lin Fei clearly had a good impression of Ziyue, and Ziyue was about the same. If they could get together, it would be of great benefit to the Lu family. Lin Fei had never seen Lu Ziyue with such an expression. It was very enchanting. It was said that a strong woman would be very enchanting when she posed. Now it seemed that they were right. Young Master Lin, the Lu family has decided after some research. We are willing to cooperate with you on a deeper level, Lu Yijing said. This was the decision that the 4 patriarchs had come to. We can cooperate. I know that the Lu family can't offer that many things. I have a good suggestion. If the Tianyun Tower sells rulers' armaments and the like for me, I can give the Lu family 10% of the profits. Lin Fei said straightforwardly, giving them a choice. 10% is too little. Lu Ziyue immediately said. Lin Fei chuckled. 10% is not a small amount. The Tianyun Tower is just using your connections and I am providing rulers' treasures. This kind of good thing is not something that anyone can get. However, I can give you 20% of the profits. Lu Ziyue didn't know what to say for a moment. Lu Ziyue was very clear about the meaning behind Lin Fei giving her Lu family 10% of the profits. The Liu family was indeed benefiting. With rulers' armaments, the Liu family could rapidly expand their influence in the weaves. This kind of good thing was not easy to find. Any merchant association would be like a shark that smelled blood. Ziyue, thank you, young Master Lin. Lu Yijing hurriedly gave Ziyue a look. He was afraid that Ziyue would say something wrong, and the 20% would become 10% again. Thank you, young Master Lin. Lu Ziyue could only helplessly say. This guy was too cunning. He made her speechless. This kind of person was the worst. No need to thank me. We're all partners. Lin Fei said casually. I will arrange for safety. I hope to hold the first auction in the great metropolis sky. Your task is to publicize it. I want everyone in the weaves to know about it. Lu Yijing and Lu Bufan became excited. This was a big matter. The first auction was held in the great metropolis sky. Actually, it didn't matter much. They would just send out some people. Lin Fei would probably be responsible for safety. Overall, the Liu family wouldn't be affected. I wonder how many weapons young Master Lin is planning to bring out for the first auction. We can also publicize it. Since it's the first auction, we have to make it big. I want everyone in the weaves to know that I'm planning to bring out 100 perfect high-grade rulers' armaments, 50 supreme-grade rulers' armaments, 50 supreme-grade battle robes, and 10 low-grade divine artifacts. The two people from the Liu family sucked in a breath of cold air. How generous. Chapter 17:16. Big deal? This was only the beginning. The 8 sects had connections with the higher-ups, and so did the 10 princes. Lin Fei even learned from the goddess of beauty that someone was playing a big game of chess. There was a lot of turbulence in the territory now. Putting aside the 8 great sects, Lin Fei understood that things were heading in an unknown direction just by the fact that the primal chaos had broken free. What Lin Fei needed was to improve his strength. Lin Fei had his reasons for releasing such a huge gimmick. After negotiating with the Liu family patriarch left. Lu Ziyue stayed behind. In Lu Yijing's words, she was in charge of the location of the great metropolis world. Are you plotting something? Lu Ziyue asked after the Liu family patriarch left. Lin Fei shrugged. Plot? What plot? I'm just a money maker. You think I don't know you? Lu Ziyue didn't believe Lin Fei at all. Maybe a lot of people will be at a disadvantage this time. Lu Ziyue left just like that. Only her back could be seen. Lin Fei rubbed his chin. A strong woman really has a keen sense of discovery. She can even see this. Lin Fei did have a plan. Dragon King, you can bring them in. Not long after, 2 familiar people arrived. Why are you 2 here? Lin Fei was quite surprised. The commander of the City of Chaos was really thoughtful to arrange for them to come here. We are indebted to the Grand Commander for thinking so highly of us and arranging for us to become the liaison. We still have to thank fellow Taoist Di Tian for this. Xiong Lai had a complacent look on his face. It was the Xiong Lai brothers. These 2 brothers were lucky. They were rewarded by Lin Fei, got a ruler's weapon, and were valued by the commander. Their status in the city lord's mansion had improved a lot. Actually, I like to talk to familiar people. The Xiong Lai brothers didn't dare to look down on Lin Fei anymore. They were much more careful with their words. This was someone who killed the goddess of beauty. He could kill them easily. The 2 of them didn't dare to put on airs and immediately turned to business. Lin Fei didn't mind. This was the first time they traded in Primal Chaos City, and they didn't use top-quality saint stones to trade, but something else. This is Grand Mist Energy. The Great Commander said that you will understand its significance once you see it. Vicious took out a white bottle. Thank you. No one knew better than Lin Fei how valuable Grand Mist Energy was. We can use this to trade as well. That was because primordial chaos could also be transformed into divinity points. It was much better than the supreme grade Saint Stone Vein. It was Lin Fei's first transaction, so he was very casual. Wasn't it just a low-grade divine artifact? He had plenty of them. However, it was different in Xiong Lai's eyes. When they saw a group of inferior-grade god artifacts, the divine might they gave off scared them. They had never seen so many inferior-grade god artifacts in their lives. The aura of each inferior-grade god artifact was enough to make them feel fear. It was an extremely terrifying low-grade divine artifact. After the transaction was completed, the 2 of them used the celestial talisman to leave. Great Commander, after the first transaction, I don't know if you can resist the second transaction. At that time, what you want won't be up to you. Lin Fei revealed a proud smile. After the Liu family ancestor left, he immediately arranged for a group of people to come over. Lu Ziyue chose a location in Great Metropolis World to build a Tianyun Tower. With the resources provided by Lin Fei, It didn't take long for a magnificent building to appear in Great Metropolis World. Lin Fei came a few times and then disappeared without a trace. The Lu family ancestor also fulfilled his promise and used the influence of the Lu family's Tianyun Tower to start spreading the news. Although the Tianyun Tower's influence wasn't as great as a top merchant association, it still had some influence in the endless territories. When the news spread, everyone was shocked. Auctioning inferior-grade god artifacts? What a joke. This thing had always been in the hands of a top merchant association. What right did a second-rate merchant association like the Tianyun Tower have to auction it? Moreover, it wasn't as simple as just one or two. The Tianyun Tower instantly became lively. Regardless of whether people believed it or not, the news spread very quickly in the endless territories. Everyone knew that there was a merchant association called the Tianyun Tower that wanted to auction high-grade ruler weapons, top-grade ruler weapons, battle armor, inferior-grade god artifacts, and that they were going to sell perfect-grade god artifacts. The news spread like wildfire. The Tianyun Tower was immediately pushed into the limelight. It was impossible for people to not know about it, especially something like inferior-grade god artifacts. It was better to believe that they existed than not. Who knew if they really did exist? If they missed this opportunity, there wouldn't be another one. Many factions started to inquire about the authenticity of the Tianyun Tower's news. Even the top merchant association didn't care. A second-rate merchant association like the Tianyun Tower could only come up with such a boring excuse to deceive people. Even they didn't dare to open such a big mouth. The former was easy. Inferior-grade god artifacts weren't cabbages on the street. They could get as many as they wanted. Even their top merchant association auctioned them one by one. The quality was quite average. The Tianyun Tower dared to sell perfect-grade god artifacts. Wasn't this a slap in the face to their top merchant association? The Tianyun Tower's news only spread the treasures being auctioned and the rest of the days. They didn't mention where the auction would be held. This caused many people to curse, and they also remembered it in their hearts. The old ancestor of the Lu family was excited and troubled at the same time. In a secret room of the Lu family, the four old ancestors sat together. Outrageous. The World Merchant Association is robbing us by force. Lu Bufan read the contents of the Jade Scroll and couldn't help but be furious. The World Merchant Association is really too much. They actually dared to buy all our ruler weapons at such a low price. Isn't this clearly bullying our Lu family? Lu Yiren said angrily. After the news of the auction spread, the reputation of the Lu family skyrocketed. Almost everyone knew about them. The reason was simple. It was because of this luxurious auction. Not long after the news spread, they ran into trouble. The World Merchant Association, one of the top merchant associations, actually sent people to the Lu family to buy their ruler weapons. The price they offered was cabbages and they didn't want to refuse. This angered the four old ancestors of the Lu family quite a bit. The World Merchant Association was indeed bullying them. Lu Yijing's expression wasn't good either. The World Merchant Association was threatening their Lu family. Even though the Tianyun Tower was influential, they were still too weak to go against the World Merchant Association. Because the World Merchant Association was too powerful. Chapter 17:17. Why are they outside? How are we supposed to reply? We can't just agree to them. Furthermore, we don't have anything on hand. Lu Bufan punched the air in anger. Lu family's Tianyun building was one of the big merchant associations. Being forced by Tianyun merchants, he couldn't take it lying down. Let's just tell them directly. Lu Yijing's furrowed brows relaxed. Someone will deal with this. There's no need for us to rush. You think Di Tian will make a move? Primal Chaos City, Lu family. Lu family's living room. At this moment, there was a person sitting with a huge blade and a golden horse. Behind him stood 6 dominators with sharp auras. Lord Deacon, do you think Lu family will agree? They have been in there for so long. There should be a result by now. A middle-aged man standing at the side said. Lu family will definitely agree. In front of Tianyun Merchant Association, Lu family is nothing. Although we can't reach Primal Chaos City, the branches and other territories can't withstand our attacks. We can destroy Tianyun building in an instant. Lu Yijing is a smart person. He will definitely make a choice. The person called Deacon said confidently. Lord Deacon is right. Lu family is indeed not our Tianyun Merchant Association's match. Lu Yijing is here. Lu Yijing walked in alone. Deacon Qiu, sorry for making you wait. Deacon Qiu said indifferently, these are small matters. I wonder what President Lu has thought about it. As long as you sell the things on hand to us, we will have a long-term cooperation in the future. Tianyun building will also benefit greatly. Benefit? Only you can say that. Lu Yijing cursed Tianyun Merchant Association's shamelessness in his heart. How could they say such words? Did they really think he was a 3-year-old child? Now wasn't the time to shed all pretense of cordiality. Lu Yijing could only bear with it for now. I'm afraid I will have to disappoint Deacon Qiu, Lu Yijing said. Deacon Qiu was expressionless. His tone sunk. President Lu, did you not come to a conclusion? It's not like you don't know the influence of Tianyun Merchant Association. Lu Yijing smiled. Deacon Qiu, you don't know about this matter. Don't think that our Lu family is auctioning a low-grade god artifact. In reality, we don't have any low-grade god artifact. Lu family is just helping others run errands. If the things are really ours, Lu family will hand them over. Deacon Qiu didn't expect this to happen. There was someone else behind this. Who are you working for? This information was too important, and Deacon Qiu believed that Lu Yijing definitely wouldn't dare to lie to him. With the World Merchant Association's strength, they would be able to find out sooner or later. Lu Yijing gritted his teeth. Great Metropolis Celestial World Invincible Palace, D. Tian. D. Tian? Where did he come from? Deacon Qiu was at a loss. My lord, isn't D. Tian just that guy who caused trouble on the Divine Mountain? He's just a small fry who has achieved success. Deacon Qiu felt that this name sounded familiar. So it was this guy. Isn't he dead? Tianxia Chamber of Commerce had a huge influence. The secrets of the upper echelons were not a secret to the Chamber of Commerce. Naturally, they knew some things about the Sacred Mountain. Moreover, Tianxia Chamber of Commerce also had people participating. He isn't dead. After he came back, he came to our Lu family. Our Lu family is a big Chamber of Commerce, and we weren't willing to agree at first. However, under the threat of the other party, our Tianyun Pavilion agreed to advertise. 1 month later, D. Tian will hold his first auction in the Great Sky World. Deacon Qiu's mission was very simple. It would be best if he could get the item back. Even if he couldn't, he had to find out what happened. This situation had to be suppressed. Is what you said true? I can guarantee it with my head. Big brother, what do we need to do now? After Deacon Qiu left, the 3 old ancestors appeared in the living room. Bufan informed Ziyue that Tianxia Chamber of Commerce has set their eyes on us. Maybe the other 2 chambers of commerce will also set their eyes on us. Then ask her if we can start the next step. I'll do it right away. Deacon Qiu left Primal Chaos Ancient Nation with his men. On an uninhabited star, he tore open an immortal talisman and opened a space-time door. He brought his men in. When he reappeared, he was already in a territory Senfu. Deacon Qiu arrived at the main hall of the Senfu. Young master, I'm back. Deacon Qiu said respectfully. He didn't have any of the arrogance he had in the Lu family. How's the investigation? There are some clues. Deacon Qiu reported the matter in detail and added some of his own conclusions. D. Tian? Interesting. No wonder the people from the 8 sects went to Great Heaven Realm. So D. Tian didn't die. The people present were very young. Their eyes were sharp and unruly. Deacon Qiu didn't dare to look at the young master's eyes. Young master, what should we do next? Deacon Qiu said in a low voice. Should we inform the people in the Chamber of Commerce and arrange for experts to attack Great Heaven Realm? No rush. I have my own plans. However, you need to arrange people to watch the other 2 chambers of commerce. I want to know their every move. The Tianyun Pavilion's auction of the low-grade divine artifact was still fermenting. As long as one was in the territory, they all knew about this. The Tianyun Pavilion came aggressively and had more influence than the 3 chambers of commerce. While everyone was doubting and guessing, the Tianyun Pavilion released another shocking piece of news. It was like throwing a heavy bomb on the calm water. The Tianyun Pavilion wasn't the real organizer. They were just running errands. The real auction was in Great Heaven Realm. A few simple words caused a commotion. In the beginning, no one knew where Great Heaven Realm was. They had never heard of this name. However, in the eyes of the upper echelons, they knew this place. Wasn't it that little guy's place? Could it be that this was also caused by that little guy? Following that, more and more news spread. It also involved D. Tian. It was rumored that the low-grade divine artifact came from D. Tian, and there were quite a few of them. Then it was revealed that D. Tian had a battle fort. Once again, it was shocking. In the auction a month later, everyone was ready to make a move. Regardless of whether they were intentional or not, at this moment, they all knew about the Great Heaven Realm, as well as the somewhat mysterious D. Tian. After all, the matters on the Divine Mountain were sealed, and only the upper echelons knew about them. The lower echelons didn't know about this at all. Regardless of whether it was true or not, Many people ran to join in the fun. For a time, a large number of people swarmed to Great Heaven Realm. Most of the people they met were on their way to Great Heaven Realm. Everyone was paying attention. Chapter 17-18. A month later, Great Metropolis World low-grade god artifact was auctioned. This news caused the entire region to explode. Whether it was true or not, they had to go take a look first. As long as one wasn't an idiot, they could tell that this wasn't a small matter but a huge matter. There were also a bunch of people who went to take advantage of the situation. A random Great Metropolis World appeared out of nowhere and even dared to auction a low-grade god artifact. This was equivalent to provoking the 3 top merchant associations, and they definitely wouldn't let the auction succeed. This would have a huge impact on their status. Conflict was inevitable. These people were all there to reap benefits. A small unknown place, a person they weren't familiar with, in the end they would still suffer. Many Celestials headed to Great Metropolis World. These bandits were overjoyed. They would go out to rob every 2 to 3 days, and each time they would reap huge rewards. This had never happened in the past. These places were secluded and normally no one would pass by. The good days of the bandits didn't last for a few days. They met a steel plate and were cleaned up in just a few moves. Some died, some were injured, and there were no more of them. Stop. Under another empty starry sky, a bunch of bandits blocked a group of people. There were dozens of immortals blocking the people in front. They were arrogant and despotic. Hand over all your belongings or we will kill you all. The leader was a 5-star ruler. He held a long blade and a bloody aura surged into the sky. Who knew how many people he had killed to have such a bloody aura? A bunch of small bandits actually dared to come out to rob. You are just asking to die. Oh. A terrifying aura surged into the sky. With a wave of his finger, more than 50 people were immobilized. With a wave of his finger, all of them exploded. Not a single one of them survived. Damn it, why are there so many bandits popping out recently? Black Saint frowned. Although they couldn't even take a single blow, it still made him unhappy. After leaving the sect, Black Saint had been on his way to Great Metropolis World for some time. The two of them had a long journey and even a heavenly god needed time. If he had a battle fort he would be much faster. Unfortunately it was limited. Empyrean god Blacksage flicked his finger, causing everything in front of him to dissipate. Even the things that had fallen down were disdainfully ignored. Lin Fei, I'm coming soon. I wonder if your strength has improved. Don't be easily defeated by me. Black Sage sneered. He had traveled tens of thousands of kilometers just to kill Lin Fei. Empyrean god Blacksage didn't feel that this was a loss of face. This hateful fellow must be eliminated. And news from the sect? Did something happen? Heavenly god Black Sacred suddenly frowned and took out a jade talisman. A voice sounded out from within. Black Sacred, where are you? On the way. Empyrean god Blacksage said, we're almost at the Great Metropolis Heaven. That's good. There's a piece of news that I need to tell you. You can go and deal with it. Your opponent, Di Tian, also known as Lin Fei, is preparing to hold an auction in the near future. It will involve the auction of a low-rank god artifact. It's best if you can investigate it and find out the origin of the low-rank god artifact. Auctioning a low-rank god artifact? Could it be a rumor? Empyrean god Blacksage didn't quite believe it. Even he only had 2 low-rank god artifacts, and both of them were bestowed to him by the higher-ups. What did Lin Fei do to deserve a low-rank god artifact? Was he just messing with everyone? I will investigate this. Empyrean god Blacksage didn't take it to heart. He was an Empyrean god and Lin Fei could still turn things around. By the way, the people from the 8 major sects and the 7 overlords are all there. Even the 3 top merchant groups will be involved. You have to be careful. One more thing, our spies in the Bliss Palace reported that the heavenly beauty goddess, who ascended a little later than you, was killed, and her godhead was taken. Empyrean god Blacksage's eyes gleamed. Dead. That guy is dead. I have to defeat him myself. Who killed the heavenly beauty goddess? The heavenly beauty goddess died in the city of chaos. As for who killed her, we don't know yet. It might be the great commander of the city lord's mansion. The jade talisman hesitated for a moment before a voice sounded. You have to be careful. Don't fail miserably. If there's nothing else, I'm hanging up. Empyrean god Blacksage put away the jade talisman. Thinking back to what was said, he understood why there were so many bandits recently. Daoist Blacksage, how have you been? Just as Empyrean god Blacksage was thinking, a figure appeared not far away. The figure cupped his hands and greeted him. Daoist Lishan, it's you. The two of them chatted for a while. Soon they went their separate ways. This also made the two of them realize that the people from the other sects were about to arrive at the great metropolis world. If they were to interfere, things would get troublesome. Similarly, on the way to the great metropolis world, 3 huge warships sped past them, charging forward without any scruples. Anyone who was a step too slow was basically smashed into pieces. Those who survived were covered in cold sweat, and could only watch as the warships left. Who are those people? Don't they have eyes? Someone was unhappy. Soon someone said something. They are from the Wind and Cloud Merchant Group. Fight them if you have the guts. With just one sentence, everyone dared not speak anymore. They looked at each other and then ran away. How much longer until we reach the great metropolis world? In the middle of the warship, the middle-aged man sitting at the head of the table was expressionless, and he gave off an indescribably terrifying pressure. This person was the vice president of the Wind and Cloud Merchant Group, Tianyang. We will arrive in 10 days. Someone replied carefully. Too slow. Give the order, I want the fastest speed, the faster the better. Understood. The person retreated. Tianyang wasn't satisfied with this time, but he knew that this was the fastest the warship could go. If there was a mobile battle fortress, it could be shortened. It's good that Tian isn't dead. No matter what, we have to get the battle fortress. Also, we can't let go of the low-grade god artifact he has. If he knows what's good for him, we can keep him alive. Tianyang's status was very high, and he had the right to say this. The Wind and Cloud Merchant Group was one of the 3 largest merchant groups, and as the vice president he had immense power. This time, Tianyang's mission was very important. He had to take down Tian before everyone else. For this, he brought a group of elites to take down Tian as soon as possible. President, the people from the World Merchant Group and the Hell Heaven Merchant Group are on their way. They are only a day or 2 behind us and will catch up soon. Another person reported. Should we get rid of the tail? Chapter 17-19. The previously unknown great metropolis world became famous. Less than 10 days before the grand auction, people from all walks of life arrived. Whether they were famous or not or powerful, they all came to join in the fun. Fortunately, great metropolis world had merged with a small world and a mid-level world, causing its territory to expand imperceptibly. When the outsiders came in, they immediately felt the dense immortal chi and were instantly shocked. At first, they thought that great metropolis world was remote and there was nothing to attract people. Once they arrived, they realized that this place was not ordinary. Many people immediately found grotto heavens and blessed lands to cultivate. If they missed this village, there would not be another one. The others all gathered in the area where the Tianyun Tower was. The huge area belonged to the Tianyun Tower. At this moment, outside the Tianyun Tower, there were many Senfa buildings surrounding the Tianyun Tower. These Senfa buildings were all from Invincible Palace. The Senfa buildings were big and small. As outsiders came in, the Senfa buildings were all turned into places to stay. The price was not cheap. One night needed 100,000 saint stones. People without saint stones? Sorry, they could only stay outside. Some people had ideas about the Tianyun Tower, but just as they were about to act on the idea, they were wiped out by the dragon race. The guards of the dragon clan shocked everyone. Each and every one of the dragons armed to the teeth gave everyone a good scare. Since when did the dragon race come to Great Metropolis World and become the guards of the Tianyun Tower? The dragon race kept coming and going, all armed together. The dragon race had become nouveau riche? Originally, their strength was about the same, but compared to the dragon race armed to the teeth, there was a huge difference in strength. In 3 days they killed more than 1,000 troublemakers, and they were all killed in a short period of time. For a moment, the surroundings of the Tianyun Tower calmed down, and everyone became well-behaved. Even 7- and 8-star sovereigns became well-behaved, let alone those who were not strong enough. The Tianyun Tower rarely had peaceful days. This is the great metropolis world. Heavenly God Black Sage, who had rushed all the way, finally arrived at the great metropolis world. Looking at this remote world, he laughed coldly and plunged into the great metropolis world. Ever since he met Heavenly God Li Shan, Heavenly God Black Sage sprinted all the way, his handsome face showing a trace of fatigue, afraid of falling behind. It seemed that Heavenly God Li Shan was right behind him. Upon entering the great metropolis celestial world, a dense immortal energy wafted about. Heavenly God Black Sage was slightly startled. How much money had been invested to create such a dense immortal energy? Lin Fei, get out here. Rumble. Empyrean God Blacksage's voice boomed like thunder, echoing throughout the entire great metropolis heaven. Everyone's faces changed. The aura of a heavenly god was too powerful. In the Invincible Palace, Lin Fei was lying down lazily. This was one of the few leisurely days he had since his return. They're finally here. They're slower than I thought. Lin Fei opened his eyes and in a flash, he disappeared from the invincible palace. My defeated opponent, you still have the nerve to come after losing to me last time. Don't you know how embarrassing it is? Empyrean God Blacksage didn't hold this tiny world in any regard. If Lin Fei didn't come out, Empyrean God Blacksage was prepared to destroy the entire great metropolis heaven. Given his power, he could easily accomplish this. By then he wouldn't have to worry about Lin Fei not appearing. His mocking voice reverberated throughout the entire great metropolis heaven. Empyrean God Blacksage's exhausted face flashed with anger. This shameless fellow actually dared to say it in front of everyone. Being robbed and defeated on the God Mountain was something that Empyrean God Blacksage would never forget. Now that it was said out loud, how could Empyrean God Blacksage take it? Empyrean God Blacksage's anger wasn't small. After being provoked by Lin Fei, he couldn't control his anger. Bastard, I'm going to kill you. A terrifying fist blasted towards the source of the voice. The entire world trembled. After all, the strength of a heavenly god was too strong. A world wouldn't be able to withstand such energy waves. Not good, the strength of a heavenly god is too strong. Great metropolis heaven can't withstand such power. I can't fight here or the entire world will be destroyed. This fist blasted over, causing the entire world to tremble. Lin Fei sensed that something was wrong. He realized that he had neglected a problem. His world wasn't a territory but a remote world. What maintained the stability of the world was the nucleus of the planet. He took out the heavenly deity battle blade and casually slashed. Come and kill me if you have the ability. Lin Fei used his saber to shatter the attack and rushed out. If you have the guts, don't leave. Empyrean God Blacksage chased after him, thinking that Lin Fei was afraid of him and was preparing to flee. Outside the world, under a starry sky, Lin Fei stood there with his head held high. After this matter is over, I'm going to set up a grand formation that can stop heavenly gods from destroying this world. Lin Fei silently mused. Lin Fei truly hadn't paid attention to this before. If it wasn't for that punch earlier, Lin Fei really wouldn't have noticed the changes in the world. Why aren't you running anymore, Lin Fei? Weren't you very arrogant the last time? Empyrean God Blacksage chased after him. He used his divine sense to scan the surroundings. After discovering that there were no ambushes nearby, he became even less concerned. This was especially so when he used his divine sense to scan and discovered that Lin Fei hadn't entered the heavenly god realm yet. As long as Lin Fei didn't enter the heavenly god realm, Empyrean God Blacksage had nothing to worry about. Lin Fei stood with his hands clasped behind his back. Why should I leave? Do you really think that you're awesome just because you entered the heavenly god realm? From the way I see it, it's still the same as before. On the other hand, what good stuff did you bring this time? This is the money you earned by risking your life. Empyrean God Blacksage had truly never seen someone as arrogant as Lin Fei. He didn't get angry but laughed instead. You speak so boldly and confidently. Just don't kneel down and beg for mercy later. Black Mystic Hand. Empyrean God Blacksage raised his hand and sent out a pure black palm imprint. He casually took out a low-grade god artifact, a jade-green longsword. The longsword slashed out and a sword light pierced toward Lin Fei's forehead. Aren't you very powerful? Let's see how you block this. After becoming a heavenly god, Empyrean God Blacksage's strength had increased more than tenfold. For example, this sword strike of his had drawn upon the energy of heaven and earth. Its might was terrifying and could kill a half-step heavenly god expert with a single sword strike. Empyrean God Blacksage wanted to heavily injure Lin Fei with a single sword strike. In his eyes, Lin Fei was extremely valuable. He would first heavily injure Lin Fei, then capture him and interrogate him for a low-grade god artifact. In addition, he would devour Lin Fei's 18 clones and use them to push his strength to the next level. Perhaps, he might even be able to push his strength to the 2-star heavenly god realm. This sort of temptation was something that Empyrean God Blacksage couldn't resist. Empyrean God Blacksage had already treated Lin Fei as his prey. Boom. Just as the sword was about to pierce through Lin Fei's forehead, from the darkness, an attack shot toward Empyrean God Blacksage's back, forcing him to give up on his attack. He turned around and sent out a palm strike. Who is it? Scram out here. Taoist Blacksage, your reaction speed is excellent. Beneath the starry sky, a young master waving a fan walked out and swaggered out. Chapter 1721. P.S. I woke up early in the morning and realized that I made a mistake. I'm really sorry, everyone. I didn't mean to repeat it. The VIP chapter has been changed. Everyone can read it again. There shouldn't be any need to pay. If you think it's too troublesome, you can read it in the works-related section. It's also free. The 5 heavenly gods fought. Their divine auras sealed off a large area of the starry sky, making it seem like a forbidden area. The immortals of the great celestial realm were terrified from the depths of their souls. Spectate? Forget it. Once they went out, they would be pressed down by the divine aura. And this was in the best-case scenario. The worst-case scenario was that they would be killed by the aftershocks. The 9-star sovereign was not weak. He did not go out, but he released his divine sense and vomited blood. His divine sense was damaged and it would take a long time for him to recover. Golden Feather and the others were fighting 3 against 2. They were locked in a fierce battle. They knew how important Lin Fei was. He was equivalent to a rare treasure. When they heard that he was not dead, they wanted to capture Lin Fei and take his clone to increase their own strength. Heavenly God Black Saint and Heavenly God Li Shan decisively gave up on their differences and chose to work together. If they did not work together, they would lose their chance. They might even have to return in a sorry state. In the end, Golden Feather and the others would benefit. If they captured Lin Fei, the gap in strength between them would increase, and it would be harder to catch up in the future. The 2 of them did not hold back. They released their ultimate moves right from the start. Terrifying auras came one after another, and the power of heaven and earth was incessantly stirred. This was peak combat strength. Are you guys that interesting? Have you asked for my permission? Do you really think I'm a product in your hands? You can have whoever you want. A sudden voice interrupted their battle. Both sides retreated. You actually came out. Empyrean God Golden Feather's eyes turned cold. How is that possible? Aren't you bound and trapped inside the cage? The 10th young master and heavenly god Li Sheng were also shocked. Just now they had taken out 2 treasures and were confident that they could trap Lin Fei. Now, what was going on? Just as they were fighting to the death, Lin Fei, who had been trapped like a turtle in a jar, actually came out. He looked completely fine, as if he was mocking them for overestimating themselves. Heavenly God Black Saint laughed mockingly. Hee, it's great now. You haven't caught him yet. Let's see what else you can do. Lin Fei is very cunning. Let's see who's more capable. Heavenly God Li Shan chuckled. Empyrean God Gold Feather and the other 2 Empyrean gods all had uneasy looks on their faces. Previously, Empyrean God Gold Feather and the others had relied on the fact that they had trapped Lin Fei to gain the upper hand. They didn't have to worry about any accidents. As long as they could defeat Empyrean God Black Saint, everything would be fine. Now that Lin Fei had appeared, it would be strange if Empyrean God Gold Feather and the others could remain at ease. Fellow Taoist Li Shan, you're right. I'm a very slippery person. You've been fighting both openly and covertly, but in the end you still end up with nothing. What a waste of effort, Lin Fei said casually, not showing the slightest bit of concern on his face. 10th young master Kong Xing, Lin Fei is a cunning man. He might be up to no good again. Let's take him down immediately. Golden Feather's face was full of hostility. All right. The 10th young master was the fastest. Icebound 10,000 miles. Its power was even greater than before, and white ice swept out continuously. Barrier. Empyrean God Kong Xing retracted his black barrier and once again enveloped Lin Fei, turning it into a world of its own. Empyrean God Black Saint and Empyrean God Li Shan didn't make a move. They planned to sit back and watch the show. With them here, Empyrean God Gold Feather and the others could forget about taking down Lin Fei. As long as they made a move, Empyrean God Gold Feather and the others would be distracted. 3 Empyrean gods against 1 me. You guys really think highly of me, Lin Fei? Lin Fei suddenly laughed loudly. Since that's the case, how can I disappoint you guys? Whoosh, whoosh. The attacks of the 3 Empyrean gods directly entered the black hole. Lin Fei was completely unscathed. Although the distance between them seemed to be very close, their attacks were unable to land on Lin Fei's body. Damn it, this guy has a rare spatial treasure on him. He can move around in the 10,000 layered space and weaken our attacks, Empyrean God Gold Feather said hoarsely. This kind of treasure was hard to come by. There were layers of space. As long as a person kept moving through space, their attacks would be unable to lock onto their target. Naturally, they wouldn't be able to hit their target. What are you afraid of? The 10th young master summoned a large amount of ice and charged toward the black hole. Empyrean God Black Saint and Empyrean God Li Shan's expressions also darkened slightly. Based on their memories after awakening, they recognized that Lin Fei's move was extraordinary. Even they couldn't locate his position for a moment. They couldn't use this kind of technique. It wasn't difficult to activate hundreds of layers of space around them. However, they couldn't do something like Lin Fei's endless layers of space. The three of you really disappoint me. Lin Fei just stood there and shook his head in disappointment. Empyrean God Goldfeather charged into the black hole and shattered the layers of space. However, he still couldn't catch up to Lin Fei. He seemed to be right in front of him, but he couldn't do anything about it. This kind of pain was the most unbearable. Lin Fei, you coward. Come out and fight me if you can. Empyrean God Goldfeather roared. They didn't expect Lin Fei to use this move. Lin Fei chuckled. Continue. Didn't you guys plan this for a long time? Throw whatever treasures you have at me. Stop blabbering. You're an Empyrean God after all. Don't you have any shame? At this time, only Lin Fei dared to belittle the Empyrean gods. Lin Fei was just bullying them. Actually, this was something that Lin Fei had comprehended from cultivating the reversal of time and space. He could change space at will. It consumed a lot of divine power, but it was a first-class technique. Empyrean God Goldfeather and the others naturally couldn't see the secret behind it. They mistakenly thought that he was using spatial treasures. Boom, boom, boom. The attacks were still ongoing. The power of heaven and earth also became exceptionally violent. Lin Fei, who was standing there motionlessly, was not injured at all. Just by relying on this, he was in an invincible position. This caused the three heavenly deities to be extremely furious. The three of them attacked continuously for an hour, but they couldn't even touch a hair. A sense of helplessness welled up in their hearts. Last time when they fought against Lin Fei, they still had a chance. Now he was just standing there and they couldn't do anything to him. Didn't that mean that they would never be able to defeat Lin Fei in this lifetime? You guys should be tired. I'm also tired. I just so happen to need divine cores. I'll take all three of your divine cores. Lin Fei said heroically. Time slow. Lin Fei charged out of the black hole and unleashed a terrifying technique. Whoosh. The three of them felt a burst of power envelop them. Their attacks instantly slowed down. Moreover, they slowed down infinitely. Their arms extended outward as if they hadn't moved at all. Not good. Lin Fei charged in with his Empyrean God Saber. The saber slashed down on Empyrean God Kong Shing. Ka. Empyrean God Kong Shing didn't have time to form a divine armor, and his flesh was instantly sliced apart. He could only watch as the terrifying low-grade divine weapon slashed down on his body. Don't you like to ambush me? 18 clones come out. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Chapter 1722. The 18 clones attacked at the same time, and the sounds of battle rang out. Under the effect of time slowing down, the 18 low-grade god artifacts slashed their bodies with divine might. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The three Empyrean gods could only watch as the attacks landed on their bodies. They couldn't block them at all. They didn't even launch their attacks just now, and they were extending at an extremely slow speed. Crack crack crack. Bang bang bang. The attacks of the 18 clones were extremely ferocious. The priceless low-grade god artifacts on their bodies couldn't withstand a few rounds of attacks, and they all exploded. In terms of defense, their low-grade god artifacts were only average. Moreover, under the effect of the time technique, one was slow, one was fast, and the other was slow. More importantly, the low-grade god artifacts of the 18 clones were perfect, and they could easily break through ordinary god artifacts. Impossible. How could Lin Fei have such a high-level technique? It's over. The three were extremely panic-stricken. Yet, under the effect of the power, they couldn't react in time. They still had the same disdainful look on their faces. But only they knew what kind of opponent they had encountered. He was even more terrifying than they had imagined. The 18 clones were all perfect low-grade god artifacts. Every time they attacked, they would shatter a part of their opponent's body. Even their powerful defenses couldn't withstand the attacks. Lin Fei turned to Empyrean God Blacksage and Empyrean God Li Shan. Since you've seen my secret, there's no need for you to leave. Time cage. Lin Fei laughed loudly as he used the time technique again. A large amount of divine power was used up. Not good. Run. Empyrean God Blacksage and Empyrean God Li Shan originally wanted to watch the tigers fight and be the final victor. But the scene in front of them gave them quite a fright. The 18 ferocious clones had the aura of half-step Empyrean gods, but their attacks were truly terrifying. Low-grade god artifacts were destroyed. Low-grade god artifacts were destroyed. What was there left to play? Only now did they realize that Lin Fei was far more terrifying than they had imagined. This was a true ferocious tiger, and they even vainly tried to capture Lin Fei with the strength of a heavenly deity. Lin Fei's technique is definitely a top-notch technique. Let's let him exhaust his energy first, then we'll deal with him later. Heavenly God Black Sacred was still calm despite his fear. Heavenly God Li Shan was very smart and powerful. Naturally, he could see how terrifying Lin Fei was. 18 ferocious clones, all wearing divine armor and low-grade divine weapons. Apart from that, there were also low-grade divine weapons with additional attributes. Lin Fei was simply not alive. When Lin Fei looked over, their hearts trembled. He was going to deal with them. The two of them reacted quickly, fleeing to the left and right. The idea was quite good, but how could they know how powerful the time cage was? With a thought, Lin Fei formed a time cage. Bang bang. The two of them crashed into the time cage. Damn it, what is this? What? My time has slowed down. One of them was shocked while the other attacked. Suddenly, they realized that everything they did was slowed down. A power enveloped their bodies and they were unable to block it. Lin Fei, what are you playing at? Panic flashed in Heavenly God Black Sacred's eyes. The situation before him made him unable to understand why Lin Fei, who had not become a heavenly god, was so strong. These were 5 heavenly gods, and they were suppressed in the blink of an eye. What was going on? Or were they too weak and couldn't withstand a single blow from him? Nothing much, I just want to use your god sparks. Lin Fei smiled. What? Lin Fei shot forward and arrived in the time cage. He charged in front of Heavenly God Black Sacred and slapped his face. But Heavenly God Black Sacred wanted to block, but the slap sent him flying. He opened his mouth and spat out countless teeth. Originally, if you didn't come, I wouldn't have done anything to you. But since you are so vengeful, you can only blame yourself for seeking death. I will also use your god sparks. Just treat it as a mental loss. Lin Fei's fist smashed onto Heavenly God Dark Sage's face again. His face blossomed and turned bright red. You dare. Heavenly God Black Sacred's armor caved in. Why not? Lin Fei took out the Heavenly God Warblade. With a flash of blade light, Heavenly God Black Sacred was sent flying. A large hole appeared on his armor, and the blade intent shattered his flesh. Come out. Lin Fei slashed out with his saber once more. The long river of saber light coiled around Heavenly God Darksacred's body, and the open wound became the entry point. His flesh and divine body instantly crumbled apart, constantly being crushed by the saber light. Our demon mystic sect will not let you off so easily. This attack was very powerful. Lin Fei didn't give him a chance to break free. Under the effect of the time cage, he suppressed Heavenly God Black Sacred's mobility. Heavenly God Black Sacred roared in rage. Bang! Before his divine power could supply his flesh and blood, with a bang, Heavenly God Black Sacred's head exploded. His flesh and blood floated in the starry sky. Within his flesh and blood, a god spark floated. Lin Fei, you will die a horrible death, you better release me immediately. Lin Fei grabbed out with his hand, and the god spark landed in his hand. Heavenly God Black Sacred's malevolent face appeared, threatening Lin Fei. You better wait until your next life. Lin Fei ignored Heavenly God Black Sacred's words and kept the god spark. He was overjoyed. Another god spark was in his hands. Heavenly God Li Shan, you didn't expect such a day would come, right? Heavenly God Li Shan's divine power was still unable to shatter the power in his body. Seeing Heavenly God Black Sacred's body being destroyed, he cried out, You are actually a time controller, so you also know about time controllers. So the 18 clones flew back. 3 god sparks landed on his body. Unpleasant sounds kept coming from the god sparks. Heavenly God Goldfeather, you have lost. Lin Fei said and kept the 3 god sparks. The moment the 18 clones appeared, and with time slowing down, the 3 heavenly gods' fates were sealed. It was impossible for them to escape from his hands. Lin Fei did not care much about their threats. As long as he went back and destroyed the divine souls inside, he would obtain a large amount of experience points. If he was lucky, he might even obtain a God King fragment. Taoist Lin Fei, I have lost this time. I admit defeat. Heavenly God Li Shan no longer had the arrogance from before. As long as the God Spark was not destroyed, the divine souls would not be destroyed. This was useless in front of a time controller like Lin Fei. If he had not seen a time controller in action before, Heavenly God Li Shan would not have thought that Lin Fei was a 1 in a million time controllers. With his control over time, it would be very easy for him to crush them. So you also know to admit defeat. I have no interest in people like you. Maybe if I let you go, you will spread my background. So it's better for me to kill you. At least I can get a divine deity. He raised the Heavenly God Saber. Chapter 1723. Speaking of which, Heavenly God Li Shan felt very sullen. He actually encountered such a thing. It wasn't easy for him to get a job, and he had finally advanced to the Heavenly God realm. He was prepared to go all out and leave a good impression, but it was a pity that before the mission even started, he kicked an inconceivably huge iron plate. It was even more terrifying than he had imagined. More importantly, he was going to die. If he had known that Lin Fei was so powerful, he wouldn't have dared to come even if he had 100 guts. He would rather hide at the side and watch. Time controllers were existences that controlled time. A top-notch time technique could kill an expert of the same level, and it would be extremely easy. Offending anyone was fine, but not the controllers. They were the most terrifying. Heavenly God Li Shan had not only seen this, but he had also heard all sorts of rumors. He knew what kind of existences the controllers were. But to become a time controller, it was extremely difficult. Heavenly God Li Shan couldn't understand how Lin Fei could become a time controller. There might not even be one out of billions of people, but Lin Fei just happened to appear. Seeing Heavenly God Black Sage and the other heavenly gods get their divine bodies shattered, Heavenly God Li Shan didn't want to end up like this. He didn't want to die. If he didn't know how powerful Lin Fei was, Heavenly God Li Shan wouldn't care at all. Divine sparks weren't that easy to destroy. If they didn't send any news back, the people of the sect would know. It wouldn't be difficult for them to recover their physical bodies. If Lin Fei was a time controller, no matter how strong his divine sparks were, he would have ways to deal with him. For example, if their divine souls weren't strong enough, if they were used up in a short time, they would only be left with a pure divine spark. Heavenly God Li Shan didn't want to experiment. If he really died, his life would be completely over. I still think it's better to kill you. Lin Fei shook his head. Heavenly God Li Shan's body trembled and he gave up on counterattacking. If you kill me, you will have one more powerful enemy, even an enemy of the sect. If you don't kill me, I can be of great help to you. I can even help you make arrangements in the lower worlds. Moreover, there isn't much hatred between us. Empyrean God Li Shan felt resentment towards Lin Fei. Behind the resentment was a form of greed. It was normal that his skills were inferior to others. Heavenly God Li Shan did not have a strong desire for revenge. He just wanted to capture Lin Fei so that he could refine Lin Fei's clone and use it to break through to the next realm. It was also a fast way for him to ascend. Heavenly God Li Shan didn't want to be killed at this moment. Although I don't know what use you have for godhoods, I can tell you that there is a place in this world that has a lot of godhoods that can completely satisfy your needs. It had to be said that Heavenly God Li Shan's words struck a chord in Lin Fei's heart. Godhood. Lin Fei needed godhood right now. It was just that he wasn't sure if the divine soul within the godhead existed or not. If it didn't exist, wouldn't it be useless? Heavenly God Li Shan continued, those godhoods were left behind from the war in the lower realms all those years ago. They were sealed by experts and they will be completely opened soon. With fellow Taoist strength, plundering those godhoods won't be a problem. Lin Fei contacted the little devil. How long can the divine soul within the godhood live? If I snatch it back, will it still be useful? Master, you don't have to worry about this. As long as it is a godhood, the divine soul within it will live for a very long time. It might even fall into a deep sleep to reduce the consumption of divine soul power. As long as Master snatches it back, you will gain something. Lin Fei understood. Yes, the divine soul within the godhood was very powerful. If it was killed for a short period of time, if one was lucky, the divine soul would survive. Master, you don't have to worry so much. After all, the godhood is a kind of energy crystal. Even if the divine soul is not present, it will still be very useful to Master. The little devil smiled. Very useful. What do you mean? Can you explain it more clearly? Lin Fei realized that the little devil was implying something and hurriedly asked. The little devil chuckled and said, I can't say it. If I say it, it won't be effective. Master, you only need to know that it will be very useful to you. Lin Fei thought, yes, the little devil won't lie to me. It's all for my own good. I just need to collect the godhood. With Heavenly God Li Shan's strength, he wouldn't dare to lie. There must be a place like this. There's no need for him to lie to me. According to Lin Fei's original intention, he should kill all of them. Another godhood was good too. Lin Fei's mind was spinning rapidly. Should he kill Heavenly God Li Shan or not? Heavenly God Li Shan's face was very bitter. He was a dignified heavenly god and a top-notch expert in this world. Now he had to lower his head to a half-step heavenly god. It was a joke. Unfortunately, Heavenly God Li Shan couldn't laugh. The other party was much more powerful than him. Now his life and death were in the other party's hands. The other party might be the controller of time. Even if the controller had reached the peak, he could still easily kill him. Heavenly God Li Shan could only hope that the other party would let him go on account of his usefulness. Apart from this, Heavenly God Li Shan didn't reject becoming a follower at all. Back in the upper realm, there were many experts who became followers. Their statuses kept rising, and their strength rose very quickly because someone was guiding them. For example, just now, Heavenly God Li Shan saw the 18 clones. They were all equipped with low-grade divine artifacts and other treasures. They were armed to the teeth and had all sorts of attributes. Even if he didn't have the time technique, if Heavenly God Li Shan had to face them, he would have to turn around and run. Fight? There was no way to fight. The difference was too big. Heavenly God Li Shan was very clear about the strength of the 18 clones. If they swarmed over, even a 2-star Heavenly God would feel numb. The quality of the low-grade divine artifacts was very good. In comparison, the items on his body were like scrap metal. They could easily break through his defense. Even Heavenly God Li Shan couldn't have such luxurious equipment when he was up there. All in all, Heavenly God Li Shan couldn't find any advantage. He could only obediently admit defeat. If he could really become a follower, it might not be a bad thing. The controller of time was a powerful figure that even top experts had to pay attention to. Li Shan, you are very smart. You talked about something that I like. Moreover, I am also very interested in the upper realm. I can let you become a follower. After some research, Lin Fei still needed such a heavenly god. There were too few heavenly gods around him. It could be said that he didn't have a single one. Having a heavenly god overseeing the upper realm was still very beneficial. I am willing to become a follower. Heavenly God Li Shan heaved a sigh of relief. As long as he was alive, everything was fine. Under the witness of the Heavenly Tao's oath, Heavenly God Li Shan became Lin Fei's first heavenly god follower. If this spread out, everyone would probably be shocked and re-evaluate Lin Fei. Let's go back. Chapter 1724. Using the time technique and space technique, these two top-notch techniques consumed divine power like flowing water. The 10 heavenly gods could not withstand this consumption. Lin Fei relied on the large number of divinity points in the system to persist. After using it once, Lin Fei had a deep understanding of the two top-notch bloodline techniques. The techniques were powerful, but they needed divine power to sustain them. Divinity points were still very important. Everything happened in the starry sky in a very short time. No one saw the whole process clearly, and the battle was already over. Whether it was the space technique or the time technique, they were both top-notch techniques. They were not things that ordinary immortals could peek at. The battle ended just like that. In Great Metropolis World, the pressure on everyone's heads disappeared. Many people were guessing the outcome of the battle. They wanted to go and see, but facing the terrifying pressure of the heavenly gods, they chose not to go, lest they got into trouble. Lin Fei returned to Invincible Palace. He sent Heavenly God Li Shan aside and went into seclusion himself. Killing 4 heavenly gods was equivalent to offending 4 top-notch sects at one go. Lin Fei really had to prepare for the upcoming battle. As for offending 4 top-notch sects at one go, Lin Fei had nothing to be afraid of. With a top-notch technique in hand, Lin Fei also had a trump card. Lin Fei's return to seclusion shocked Dragon King and the others. When they saw Heavenly God Li Shan, they immediately realized something. Their young master killed a heavenly god expert. In other words, he killed a heavenly god. They were not surprised at this result at all, as if they had expected this result. Otherwise, their young master would not be young master. They could only say that their luck was too bad. Great Metropolis World also had all kinds of guesses. Before they saw Lin Fei, no one dared to have any ideas. Those who had shown any signs of trouble once again quieted down. During this period, Lu Ziyue came a few times to try to see Lin Fei. In the end, he went into seclusion, but she was relieved. If Lin Fei was so easily killed, then he would not be Lin Fei. Lu Ziyue left just like that. Preparing for the auction that was about to begin. Lin Fei did not stay in seclusion for long. Under the acceleration of time, it took less than 5 days for the outside world to come out. After coming out of seclusion, Lin Fei's aura was the same as before. However, when Heavenly God Li Shan saw Lin Fei, he felt that Lin Fei's unfathomable strength was even more terrifying than before. Heavenly God Li Shan had every reason to believe that the reason Lin Fei's strength increased again after his seclusion might be related to the god spark. I've been in seclusion for the past few days. You've worked hard on the matters outside. The reason why Lin Fei went into seclusion the moment he returned was because Heavenly God Li Shan was there. After all, the deterrence of a heavenly deity overseeing things was not as simple as it seemed. It was enough to deal with most matters. Not at all, not at all. Heavenly God Li Shan stopped thinking and didn't dare to think about it anymore. Lin Fei took out an inferior-grade divine artifact and threw it to Heavenly God Li Shan. This is an inferior-grade divine artifact. Its quality should be better than yours. Use it yourself. Heavenly God Li Shan really didn't know what to do after becoming his follower. The Dragon King and the others were resistant to him, and he wouldn't lower his status to communicate with them. What to do had been bothering Heavenly God Li Shan. However, he didn't expect that he would obtain an inferior grade divine artifact before doing much. With Heavenly God Li Shan's foresight, he could tell at a glance that this inferior grade divine artifact was several times better than his. This was too extravagant and generous. A perfect grade inferior grade divine artifact like this was simply a sparring match for ordinary one-star heavenly gods. It was no wonder that the 18 fully armed clones could kill heavenly gods as easily as cutting melons and vegetables. It seemed like it was not bad to follow such a master. A perfect grade inferior grade divine artifact was casually given to his subordinates. How many inferior grade divine artifacts did Lin Fei have? Suddenly, Heavenly God Li Shan thought of something else. If the inferior grade divine artifact being auctioned was also of this quality, Heavenly God Li Shan didn't dare to continue thinking about it. Perhaps it wouldn't be long before the inferior grade divine artifact being auctioned by Lin Fei would be the king in the entire territory. He would completely monopolize the trade of divine armors and battle suits in the territory. Such a monopoly, Lin Fei knew what Heavenly God Li Shan was thinking about. This was also what Lin Fei needed. After becoming a heavenly god, if one wanted to be strong, they would need powerful weapons and powerful defensive battle suits. And Lin Fei had all of these. Lin Fei used these to tell Heavenly God Li Shan that as long as he followed him, he would definitely have a good life in the future. Any smart person would know what to choose. Thank you, Master. Heavenly God Li Shan didn't hesitate and accepted the inferior grade divine artifact straightforwardly. I have very simple requirements for my subordinates. As long as they know how to do things, I won't mistreat them. In my eyes, talents are the most important. Inferior grade divine artifacts and armors are very precious in everyone's eyes, but in my eyes, they are like cabbages. In the future, middle-grade divine artifacts and high-grade divine artifacts won't be a dream. Lin Fei said casually. Heavenly God Li Shan didn't doubt Lin Fei's words at all. Although the rewards from working for the ancestor were not bad, they were far inferior to what Lin Fei gave him. This was only an inferior-grade divine artifact. Just like what he said, middle-grade divine artifacts and high-grade divine artifacts wouldn't be a problem in the future. Heavenly God Li Shan didn't dare to think about it. It was something that was too far away from him. I know what to do. Heavenly God Li Shan nodded with force and a trace of ambition flashed in his eyes. Lin Fei wasn't afraid of his subordinates being ambitious. Those without ambition were useless. Lin Fei wasn't willing to see that. He didn't worry about those with ambition rebelling. When they grew stronger, Lin Fei's strength would have reached a height that they could only look up to. As long as they were stronger than them, they would be obedient. Alright, I want to know, why did you come down from the higher realm? I'm very interested in this. Tell me. Lin Fei was really curious about this. Heavenly God Li Shan had a new goal and didn't hide anything. We came down to strengthen the 8 great sections. We made the lower realm a cultivation ground for geniuses. We used it to transport geniuses to our sects. Heavenly God Li Shan explained. Lin Fei frowned and felt that something wasn't right. That's not right. No matter how talented the geniuses in the lower realm are, they can't be compared to the true gods in the higher realm. How can we talk about transporting geniuses? Lin Fei shook his head. Master, you might not know this. Those who can cultivate to the heavenly god realm are experts at the peak of the 9 stars ruler realm. They are all very talented. In the eyes of the sects, they are all worthy of being nurtured. Besides that, most importantly, the lower realm will give birth to 3,000 Son of God. They are our real goal this time. 3,000 Son of God? Born in the lower realm? Chapter 1725. Lin Fei really didn't expect there to be such a secret. It sounded like they had a great background. 3,000 divine princes. One would know that they were amazing super geniuses. Any sect would pay great attention to them, let alone when they were already known. How could there be 3,000 divine princes in a place like the lower world? Heavenly God Li Shan explained in detail. Actually, this matter has been spread among the higher-ups. Whether it's true or not, no one knows. Rumor has it that there was a great battle in the lower world. Master, you should know that Hun Dun was the instigator. The battle lasted for a long time and the lower world became a battlefield. Lin Fei quickly understood what was going on. At the end of the day, the primal chaos had opened up a battlefield in the lower realm. It had lasted for a very long time, and a large number of experts had perished in the lower realm. Powerful essence, chi and spirit had filled the lower realm. As time passed, the heaven and earth had benefited. Under the calculations of the experts, the 3,000 divine children of the lower realm had appeared, and the experts of the sects wanted to recruit them. It was just that simple. Lin Fei couldn't help but take a deep breath. The 3,000 divine princes were born after the experts died. They indeed had a great background and were far superior to ordinary geniuses. The 3,000 divine princes obtained benefits. Once they were born, they had unimaginable talent. Their cultivation speed would be very terrifying. Moreover, they were born with the will of the heaven and earth. They were called the children of the heavenly Tao. The 8 god emperors all wanted to recruit them, heavenly god Li Shan said. Lin Fei had a rough idea. The 3,000 divine princes had a great background and were the children of the heavenly Tao. They were indeed amazing. Who were the 8 god emperors? Right, what's the background of this Hun Dun? And the 8 sects, are they related to the 8 god emperors you mentioned? In the past, Lin Fei didn't bother to understand this. After finding out about the 3,000 divine children, Lin Fei really wanted to understand more about the upper realm, especially the identity of the yellow-robed man back then. At the very least, he had to get to the bottom of this so that he wouldn't be confused. Hun Dun was one of the 9 god emperors. He was suppressed and sealed in the lower world. Because he was too powerful, he couldn't be killed. Later on, he was suppressed separately. The one on the divine mountain was formed by one of them. God Emperor expert? This realm should be very high. What about the yellow-robed man? Lin Fei asked again. Heavenly God Li Shan was curious. The person who controlled time should know these secrets, right? Since he was now a follower, he didn't ask. He continued, he is the sect master and also one of the god emperors. His Taoist title is Heaven-Defying Sect Master. Such a heaven-defying name. Lin Fei dared to call him D Tian. Now, it seemed that there was someone even more awesome than him who dared to call himself the heaven-defying sect leader. Rumor has it that the heaven-defying sect leader was born immortal. He defied the heavens and ascended to his current position of God Emperor. In the upper worlds there are only 9 God Emperors in total. When he said that, Heavenly God Li Shan's face was filled with worship. This time Lin Fei was really shocked. There were only 9 deity emperors, and one of them was a mortal who defied the heavens. Lin Fei had to admit that the other party was very powerful. It was extremely difficult for him to advance step by step. Out of 10 billion people, there might not even be one who could succeed. Those who could succeed were people with strong willpower. Above the God Emperors, could it be the God Emperors? The 9 God Emperors are the strongest? Lin Fei suddenly thought of what he said before. It seemed to be related to Hun Dun. How could it be related to the throne? Heavenly God Li Shan nodded. The strongest are the God Emperors. There is only one God Emperor. Back then, Hun Dun was the one who inherited the throne. Unfortunately, the 8 God Emperors attacked and knocked Hun Dun down to the mortal world. Then they started a war that lasted for hundreds of years. Finally, Hun Dun was suppressed. The 8 major sects in the territory were actually established by the people left behind by the 8 God Emperors. This time Lin Fei really understood. The 8 major sects were supported by the 8 God Emperors. They were existences who could compete for the throne. Hun Dun was one of the God Emperors who failed. However, he wasn't killed. Instead, he was sealed and suppressed. So, the last time you became heavenly gods, it was agreed upon by the God Emperors? Apart from ascending to heavenly God, what else have you done? Lin Fei asked. Back then, in order to prevent the remaining forces of Hun Dun from entering the lower realm, the 8 major sects sealed the passageway. When the 3,000 god children were about to be born, they barely opened a part of it. The 8 major sects then communicated with the sects in the upper realm. The upper realm rewarded them with many low-grade divine weapons and promoted some half-step heavenly gods. On the other hand, we were used to attract people on the surface. We were also the spokespeople in the lower realm. Master, you killed 4 spokespeople of the sects in one go. Heavenly God Li Shan smiled bitterly. Wrong. Not 4 but 5. The Bliss Palace's Empyrean goddess of beauty was also killed. Lin Fei knew that this involved a lot of things. One was Hun Dun, who had escaped, and the other was the 3,000 god children who were about to be born. It was inevitable that things would be chaotic. Heavenly God Li Shan's eyes widened. He immediately understood. He could have killed all of the black sacred deities without a care in the world, let alone the Empyrean goddess of beauty. They were all unlucky people who deserved to die. Lin Fei knew what was going to happen next after learning about these things from Heavenly God Li Shan. Not only would he offend a few sects, but he would also unknowingly offend a deity emperor. Lin Fei found it funny just thinking about it. He was really full of lice, so he didn't care about those few anymore. Lin Fei didn't ask too many questions. They were basically all important things. Heavenly God Lishan knew everything. It turned out that these secrets were not secrets at all up there. According to Heavenly God Lishan, the 8 great deity emperors controlled the upper realms, and they restricted each other. No one sat on the throne. Unless one of them broke through to the God Emperor realm, this situation would always be maintained. The fight for the 3,000 god children would be unusually intense. Not only would there be 8 great deity emperors, but there would also be a chaotic deity emperor. I have to find a godhead as soon as possible. It would be best if I could gather 100 divine king shards and summon a divine king expert. Above heavenly gods were divine kings, followed by godly venerables and then deity emperors. A divine king expert would be very powerful for the time being, and it would be very useful to Lin Fei. In the following days, you will stay outside and pretend that nothing has happened. If there are any disturbances, just send me a message. Lin Fei didn't plan to bring Heavenly God Lishan with him for the time being. In that case he wouldn't be very useful, and this wasn't what Lin Fei wanted to see. Is the battlefield that year sealed, and only the people of the 8 great sects can enter now? Lin Fei asked. The important thing was that this was related to the Divine King Shards. Chapter 1726. It was rare for Great Metropolis Heaven to be calm. As the auction entered its countdown, experts from various dominions came to Great Metropolis Heaven. News of the 8 great sects and Great Metropolis Heaven's realm Lord D. Tian's enmity had spread like wildfire. It was even rumored that the 8 great sects would send people to flatten Great Metropolis Heaven. The rumor spread like wildfire. Everyone came to Great Metropolis Heaven and didn't see anyone from the 8 great sections. In addition to what had happened before, everyone carefully kept their temper. Great Metropolis Heaven was here, and they couldn't do anything to it. The area outside Tianyun Tower was rented out one senfu after another. In a short time, it became a bustling place. Everyone was watching. On the 5th day from the start of the auction, the 3 great merchant guilds finally came to Great Metropolis Heaven. Black warships were parked outside. To be able to rush to Great Metropolis Heaven before the auction, one could see how important they were to this auction. The first to arrive was Fengyun Merchant Association. They had 5 top-grade warships, and their black auras put great pressure on the immortals entering Great Metropolis Heaven. The war flags on the warships had 2 ancient characters on them, scaring everyone away from them and choosing to enter Great Metropolis Heaven from elsewhere. Fengyun Merchant Association was one of the 3 top merchant guilds. Its power and influence were terrifying, and no one was willing to offend them. Didn't they say that the 8 great sects came? Why does it look like nothing happened in Great Metropolis Heaven? On the deck of the middle warship, a middle-aged man in embroidered clothes from Fengyun Merchant Association said calmly. This was the previous vice-chairman, Tian Yang. As the vice-chairman of Fengyun Merchant Association, Tian Yang had control of many channels. It wasn't difficult for him to gather information. He also knew that several of the 10 great gods had come. Along the way Tian Yang had urged them to hurry, worried that they would be left behind. But now it looked like nothing happened in Great Metropolis Heaven. Tian Yang couldn't understand. Did D. Tian have the ability to turn things around? Maybe they're still on the way, a subordinate said. Tian Yang sneered. That was impossible. None of the 10 great gods were negotiable. They had a grudge with D. Tian. If they came, there would definitely be a huge battle. There's no need to guess. We'll know once we go in. Tian Yang was clear. Chairman, more people are coming. Another subordinate came to report. The world commerce is not slow. I wonder who led the team this time. Tian Yang was not surprised at all. Let's wait for our old friend here. Not long after, 5 majestic warships soared through the sky. He stopped at a place not far from where he was. A young man in embroidered clothes walked onto the deck and shot a sharp gaze over. President Tian, long time no see. Tian Yang also looked over and lightly said, so it's 3rd young master Feng. We haven't seen each other for over 100 years. Back then you were still a child and now you've grown up. A trace of displeasure flashed across the young man's face. People will grow up, but President Tian doesn't look old at all. When I came out, my father told me to greet President Tian properly. Let's go in together. Tian Yang had long heard of 3rd young master Feng's name. He was a very competitive person. At such a young age, with the resources of the Merchant Association, he had become a 1-star celestial god. As the vice guild leader, Tian Yang was good at socializing. He would not reveal a disgusted expression. Instead, he kept a smile on his face. This old fox is indeed not simple. I have to be careful when dealing with him in the future. 3rd young master Feng thought to himself. He was also afraid of President Tian Yang. Let's go in. 10 warships rushed towards the great metropolis world. As for the warships stopping outside in the starry sky, they did not care about it at all. It was just a small world. Their warships were qualified to enter. Rumble, their warships went in. With a wave, a strange thing happened. The warships appeared outside the starry sky again, much farther than before. Outside the starry sky, there was suddenly an additional figure. This is the great metropolis world. To ensure that the world is not affected, everyone's warships can only stay outside temporarily. A light voice echoed in the starry sky. Tianyang stood on the deck and smiled. You must be Di Tian. I am Di Tian. Since you know me, all the more reason to leave your warships outside, Lin Fei said expressionlessly. Please abide by the rules. Tianyang had Di Tian's information. Now that he saw him in person, he found something unexpected. It did not match the information. Di Tian was already a heavenly god. As long as one was not an idiot, they would be able to sense the divine might that flowed from his body. Moreover, Tianyang was also a one-star heavenly god. I have to congratulate Taoist Di Tian. Another heavenly god has appeared in our territory, Tianyang said respectfully. Since Taoist Di Tian has spoken, our Wind Cloud Trade Association will definitely abide by the rules. Tianyang was a flexible person. Di Tian was a heavenly god the moment he appeared, so Tianyang took him seriously. As a businessman, profits were the most important. It was not worth offending him. The Wind Cloud Trade Association had always represented itself as a businessman. If Di Tian had not revealed that he was a heavenly god, Tianyang would not have cared about his words. Rules had to be measured by strength. Tianyang was straightforward. He arranged for people to stay on the warships while he led his men off. He gave Di Tian enough face. What about this Taoist? Lin Fei turned to Third Young Master Feng's warships. Third Young Master Feng was young and arrogant. He had always looked down on country bumpkins. No matter what their realm was, they were just country bumpkins in his eyes. So what if they had advanced to the heavenly god realm? In the great metropolis world, Di Tian was probably the only heavenly god. What was there to scare? You are just a country bumpkin. Don't you know who I am representing? I am representing the World Trade Association. Our warships can go anywhere we want. You are just a small realm lord. What right do you have to ask us to disembark? Third Young Master Feng sneered. This young master wants to bring the warships in. That is already showing respect to your great metropolis world. Enter. Third Young Master Feng ordered the warships to enter. Actually, Third Young Master Feng had his own thoughts. In his opinion, everything was done with force. How strong could a small heavenly god be? If he wanted to enter, who would dare to stop him? If Di Tian dared to attack, Third Young Master Feng did not mind attacking. He would have an excuse to attack and take down the great metropolis world in one fell swoop. The 5 warships once again charged towards the great metropolis world. Still too inexperienced. Tianyang laughed from afar. He was happy to watch the two fight. Our great metropolis world does not welcome those who do not follow the rules. Lin Fei was expressionless. He struck out a technique towards everyone. The outer space trembled. Space-time reversal. A formless energy enveloped the 5 warships. Crash. A huge black hole appeared out of nowhere. The 5 warships all fell into it. The black hole closed. Di Tian, you dare. When the black hole was about to close, a figure tried to rush out. Scram. Chapter 1727. Everything had happened so quickly. Tianyang hadn't paid much attention to Di Tian before. A heavenly god's power was astonishing. Unfortunately, Di Tian didn't have anyone backing him. He was already very lucky to be able to cultivate to the heavenly god realm. Tianyang chose to disembark because he knew Third Young Master Feng would attack. The young man was furious. Moreover, world commerce was one of the top 3 merchant guilds. No one dared to stop them from entering. This naturally fostered Third Young Master Feng's arrogance. Stopping Third Young Master Feng from entering a remote small world, based on his youthful nature, he would definitely force his way in. A fight would be unavoidable. Tianyang was happy to see this scene. He could also gauge Di Tian's true strength. When the two fought fiercely, he would step out to be the peacemaker. Tianyang's plan was good. He had calculated everything except for one thing. Di Tian's strength was more terrifying than he had imagined. What was that technique just now? How could it be so powerful? It sent Third Young Master Feng and his warship flying? That technique, it's simply unimaginable. Tianyang hadn't even been able to see the technique clearly. Is there a spatial formation under this starry sky? But what kind of formation could be so powerful? Tianyang fell into deep thought. He was glad that he didn't charge in blindly. Otherwise he would have been banished and missed the auction opportunity. At this moment Tianyang didn't dare to underestimate Tian. Boom boom boom. In a dark swamp. With rumbling sounds, a few black figures fell from the sky and smashed into the swamp, causing an earthquake. Third young master, it's bad. The warships are all damaged. Third young master, we've come to a dangerous place. Third young master, we've been surrounded by the savage beasts of the swamp. In the vast swamp, several priceless warships lay in disorder. More than half of their hulls were covered in mud. Nearby, pairs of eyes lit up. Bastard Ditian, I won't let you off. Third young master Feng emerged from the mud, his entire body emitting a rancid smell. With a sweep of his ruthless divine power, many of the savage beasts around him were killed. The stench of blood filled the air. Roar. Then came the roars of many savage beasts. Tianyang brought his men into great metropolis world. As soon as he entered, he was shocked by the density of immortal energy in the air. Only the top-tier powers of a great weave would be able to set up such a setup. Dao friend Tian, the formation outside your world is quite unique. I wonder which grandmaster did you find to set it up? Tianyang casually asked. Tianyang knew that third young master Feng must have been teleported somewhere. If they were lucky they would suffer less. If they were unlucky, it would be hard to tell when they would be able to return. My master helped me set this up. It's just a small formation. Sorry for making you laugh. Lin Fei said calmly. Tianyang did not continue asking. Tian had a master behind him? This news was very important. Lin Fei brought Tianyang to the vicinity of the Tianyun Tower and then arranged for a Senfu to meet him. He gave him enough face and left an invitation to the auction before leaving the Senfu. Not simple. Tianyang said softly after Tian left. Looks like we really have to put in a lot of money for this auction. In the Invincible Palace. Lin Fei ate an immortal fruit. The one who went out was one of his clones. He had refined a godhead to reach the heavenly god realm. Ignorant fellas need to suffer. Lin Fei did not intend to hide his strength. He arranged for a clone to go out. A heavenly god was enough to make many people restrain their thoughts and not dare to act recklessly. World commerce? Lin Fei really did not care. Those who did not abide by the rules were all banished. Wind Cloud Commerce's president Tianyang is an old fox. Third young master Feng is an idiot. They deserve to be banished. Lin Fei ate another immortal fruit. On the second day after third young master Feng was banished, Hell Heaven Commerce came. Perhaps they had received the news. Hell Heaven decisively left their battleship outside the galaxy. The leader brought his men into the great metropolis world and settled down in a Senfu. Third young master Feng of world commerce is really an idiot. That's good. With one less world commerce to compete with, we might really be able to buy a low-grade god artifact. In the Senfu, the leader tapped the table with his fingers. This time, Hell Heaven Commerce sent a heavyweight vice president, Huang Chuan, who was also a heavenly god expert. It could be seen how important this auction was to Tianyun Tower. Continue to arrange for people to gather information. Also, restrain our people. Don't mess around in the great metropolis world. Huang Chuan felt that he could not see through Tian. Since he was here, Huang Chuan was not in a hurry. After all, without world commerce, there would be more opportunities to bid for things. It's time to meet that old fox Tianyang. Huang Chuan's expression flickered as if he had made a decision. As the countdown began, a few first-rate powers arrived. Some of the first-rate forces arrived one after another. With the Wind and Cloud Chamber of Commerce and the Hell Heaven Chamber of Commerce in the lead, everyone entered obediently. The scene of great metropolis world being besieged did not appear. Those who wanted to take advantage of the situation were helpless. Moreover, the daily expenses were not small. It could be considered a huge loss. There were only 2 days left until the auction. Primal Chaos Ancient Country's chief commander, who had not come yet, came. The current Primal Chaos Ancient Country's influence was not small, especially when it came to one person. When the chief commander arrived and saw the warships outside, he smiled. Tian is really capable. Wind Cloud Commerce and Hell Heaven are not easy to negotiate with. I didn't expect them to really leave behind the warships. The chief commander thought to himself. After obtaining the benefits last time, the chief commander was shocked. No matter what, he had to come to this auction and bring enough good things. He had to win a low-grade god artifact. Those people might be here to watch the show. It seems that I can get a few more low-grade god artifacts this time. The chief commander was happy just thinking about it. As long as they did not care, his chances were higher. The chief commander came personally. Lin Fei also came out to welcome him. This was a business partner. Great commander, you've come personally. Your presence really brings light to my small place. The Grand Commander laughed. You don't need me here. You're making me feel embarrassed. Oh right, the people from the 8 great sects didn't cause trouble for you, right? If you need anything you can just ask. They'll give me some face. Who didn't know that behind your primal chaos ancient country stood a primal chaos, one of the 9 god emperors back then? Who would dare not give him face? Thank you for your kindness, I appreciate it. Lin Fei politely refused. They would not care about a small character like me and would not come all the way here to cause trouble. Tian, come out and die for this old man. Tian, you killed my beloved disciple. I will destroy your world. Chapter 1728. An enraged voice reverberated across the starry sky. Anyone who was not an idiot would be able to sense the terror in the voice. The commander laughed. Looks like you're in trouble. They came to you with a murderous intent. I really don't know what you did, but it looks like they're all old monsters. There was a hint of mockery in the commander's words. In truth, the commander was very surprised as well. Lin Fei was too good at stirring up trouble. How long had it been? He killed the Bliss Palace's Empyrean beauty goddess last time. Could he have killed another Empyrean god this time? This was a naked slaying of a god. The Bliss Palace was also investigating the death of the Empyrean beauty goddess. It would not take long for them to follow the clues and find Lin Fei. The commander knew this better than anyone else. That was why the commander said what he did before. If he could leave a good impression, the chaotic ancient nation would really need to cooperate with Lin Fei. That was why he came personally this time to show respect to Lin Fei. After trying out the low-grade divine artifact he bought from Lin Fei, the commander realized the difference between the quality of low-grade divine artifacts. They were all low-grade divine artifacts, but the difference in quality could completely crush each other. The commander was currently using the low-grade divine artifact he bought from Lin Fei, and he loved it so much that he could not bear to part with it. The rest of the divine artifacts were also given to the core members of the City Lord's office, which improved their strength. Lin Fei laughed and shrugged. I can't help it. I'm already so low-key, but they still come looking for trouble. They're just not going to let me live a peaceful life. Low-key? Slaying gods? Using the Tianyun Tower to auction low-grade divine artifacts? How was that low-key? The commander really wanted to say that, but he did not say it. Lin Fei contacted the little devil. Scan for me and see how many people came. Once we get rid of them, no one will come looking for trouble. The little devil answered. A few seconds later, the little devil reported the situation. Master, there are 5 Empyrean gods, all at the pinnacle of 1-star Empyrean gods from 5 forces. They also brought tens of thousands of subordinates, all of whom are rulers. Lin Fei didn't even need to think to know who had come to deal with him. Wasn't it just the backing of a few heavenly gods that he had destroyed? 5 heavenly gods? Another 5 divine sparks. Lin Fei narrowed his eyes as well. Not far away the commander was confused. Why was he so happy when the enemy was here? What kind of logic was this? Could it be that this guy wanted to kill a god? The sound was getting closer and closer. 5 heavenly deities appeared under the starry sky. Following them were tens of thousands of sect disciples. It was a dark mass and their auras were connected as one. Great metropolis world's heavenly god powerhouses also sensed the changes outside. Wah. Several figures appeared outside the starry sky. Why are they here? They're still so aggressive. 10,000 elite subordinates. Are they going to bathe the great metropolis world in blood? Empyrean god Devil Cloud of the Mystic Demon Sect, Empyrean god Crimson Fire of the Bliss Palace, Empyrean god Xiongbao of the Myriad Demons Sect, Empyrean god Colds Now of the Godly Heaven Palace, and Empyrean god Illusory of the Holy Demon Hegemon Sect. All of these people are heavenly gods who have been famous for a long time. They rarely go out to deal with the same person. I didn't expect them to appear together this time. This Tian is amazing. The heavenly gods who appeared in the starry sky communicated with their divine senses. In reality they were all quite shocked. Even though they knew Tian was strong, it was no small matter that he had suddenly attracted the attack of 5 great forces. If things went wrong he might be removed from the territory today. Tianyang of Wind and Cloud Commerce is here. Huang Chuan of Hell and Heaven is here too. A moment later 2 more people appeared, standing quietly under the starry sky. These heavenly gods didn't dare to approach them. The difference in status was too great. How do you think Tian will solve this? Huang Chuan asked Tianyang with a smile, as if he had given him a difficult answer. Tianyang looked into the distance. Young people have a bad temper. In the end it's all about fighting. Didn't we go through the same thing back then? Don't you think the difference in power is too great? The spies that Arakawa had arranged came back with news one after another, gaining a new understanding of Tian. 5 major forces, heavenly gods dispatched, and tens of thousands of elites under their command. Such a force can wipe out any force, much less a mid-sized small world. Tianyang's expression was the same as before. Third young master Feng of world commerce was chased away. The 5 great forces have joined forces. They are indeed strong, but it depends on who they are dealing with. As for who wins or loses, does it matter to us? We are merchants. Ha ha ha, that's right. Huang Chuan and Tianyang laughed together. Only they understood what they meant. Boom boom boom. 5 tyrannical auras crushed toward Lin Fei. Bang bang bang, the void under the starry sky exploded, especially where Lin Fei was. Lin Fei snorted coldly. The void around him shattered and was replaced by a huge black hole. Strong winds blew continuously, but Lin Fei was not affected at all. This ability was already enough to make people look at him in a new light. Those were 5 heavenly god powerhouses. Tian, were you the one who killed my disciple? An elder with a dancing fire mark between his brows shot out raging flames, not giving anyone a chance to resist. Lin Fei was in the black hole. The burning flames disappeared without a trace in the blink of an eye. Senior, who are you? What does the death of your disciple have to do with me? I've killed many people, so many that I can't even remember their names. How would I know what you're talking about? Lin Fei smiled mischievously. The one who shouted was Heavenly God Scarlet Flame from Bliss Palace. He came here as soon as he came to a conclusion. He happened to run into a few other heavenly gods along the way. He was sure that Tian was the murderer after learning their purpose. Heavenly God Scarlet Flame had always been high and mighty. He had never met anyone who dared to talk to him like that. He was so angry that he glared at Tian. Tian, you killed my beloved disciple Hong Yen. How dare you deny it? Lin Fei dug his ear and said nonchalantly, Oh, so Hong Yen was your disciple. Why did you come out after killing the little one? Is this the trend nowadays? Heavenly God Scarlet Flame was stunned. He thought that Tian would not dare to admit to killing Hong Yen. Why would he admit it so easily? Was he not afraid of Bliss Palace's revenge? Heavenly God Black Saint, did you kill him? Another black-cloaked heavenly god shouted angrily. Lin Fei flicked his fingers. You mean that arrogant guy? If so, I should be the one who killed him. Did you kill the 10th young master? Did you kill Heavenly God Kongsheng? Where's Heavenly God Goldfeather? Chapter 1729. How dare he be so arrogant after killing someone? They hadn't thought of that. The heavenly gods of the 5 forces almost wondered if there was something wrong with Tian's head. Was he going to fight 5 pinnacle 1-star heavenly gods alone? The thought flashed through their minds and was tossed to the back of their minds. Tian didn't have the ability to fight them at all. The only thing they were unhappy about was that Tian admitted it too quickly. Before they came, they were still thinking about how to force Tian to admit it. After a while, they decided to use force to force him to admit it. Who wouldn't say anything if they had a reason? In the end, Tian admitted it on the spot. His tone and expression were hard to accept. It was as if he had just killed a passerby. That was a heavenly god, not a chicken, duck, cat, or dog. The heavenly gods in the distance were stunned as well. Is Tian crazy? How dare he admit it? They're obviously looking for trouble. If it were me, I wouldn't admit it even if I was beaten to death. Hee, I like Tian's personality. Why do you have to hide when you kill someone? If you kill someone, you kill someone. That's how we should be. The 8 major sects and 7 overlords have been expanding their forces recently. Tian killed a few of their heavenly gods, so the pressure on us will be much less. These heavenly gods were either from powerful families or sections. In terms of power and influence, they were far from the 8 major sects and 7 overlords. Recently, there had been undercurrents everywhere in the territory. They were all under a lot of pressure. Now that someone had fought against the 8 major sects and 7 overlords, they were very happy to see it. Their impression of Tian skyrocketed. They hoped that Tian would make these people come in full force and return in disappointment, dealing a heavy blow to their pride. Some heavenly gods even planned to maintain a good relationship with Tian as long as he didn't die today. This kind of person was just too much to their liking. Tian, you killed Hong Yen. It's good that you dare to admit it. Heavenly God Crimson Flame was furious. Now, you better come back to Bliss Palace with us and tell us who ordered you to kill our heavenly god. Crimson Flame, what do you mean by this? Tian killed our sacred black god. We have to bring him back. The dark demon sect's Empyrean god demonic cloud was displeased. You're bringing this person back? Is our dark demon sect going to waste this trip? Apart from bringing Dtion back, they also had to interrogate the mastermind behind this. A few heavenly deities were killed. They didn't believe that Dtion had the ability to do so. There must be someone directing this from the shadows. As long as they brought Dtion back, they would have plenty of methods to interrogate him. Dtion killed an Empyrean god of our godly heaven palace as well. What right do you have to take him back? Empyrean god Colds now of godly heaven palace disagreed. His goal was the same as theirs. No, absolutely not. We, the Thousand Goblins sect, must bring Dtion back. The 5 heavenly deities began to quarrel. Dtion was very important, no one could give in. Should we fire a few shots? Lin Fei wasn't a good person. In a place like the Weave, good people basically didn't survive. They would either die at the hands of immortal beasts or immortals. There was no third outcome. He took out the battle fortress. A black giant appeared in front of everyone, emitting a terrifying aura. Battle number 1, fire the cannons. Don't stop. Since they dare to be arrogant in the great metropolis heavens, they should know how powerful I am. Give you face? Lin Fei was not a fool. He would not do such a thing. Understood. Battle number 1 was born to control the battle. As soon as the battle fortress appeared, its terrifying aura caused everyone's hearts to palpitate. It was as though they were being stared at by a terrifying demon king. They felt very uncomfortable. Before they could react, one destructive aura after another shot out. Swish, swish, swish. Black beams of light swept through the air, piercing through the army of rulers. Hundreds of them died on the spot. They didn't even make a sound. Ruler battle armor? It broke through. Shield. It broke through. Over 100 beams of light shot out, creating a huge hole in the previously orderly army of rulers. The rulers clearly began to panic. The beams of light were simply too fast. They were rulers, and although they weren't slow, they couldn't block the terrifying power of the beams of light. This was the first wave. Not even a second later, the second wave of attacks was launched. This time, there were over 1,000 beams of light. Multiple cannons appeared in front of the battle fortress, and they shot out in rapid succession. Not good, that's a battle fortress. Why did this thing appear? It's coming again. It's my battle armor. The second wave of attacks came and the rulers collapsed. The beams of light became terrifying existences that reaped their lives. In front of this, they became extremely weak. Because they saw with their own eyes that no matter what they were wearing, it would be pierced through. This was because there was more than one beam of light that landed on them. In addition, they were almost all gathered together. The concentrated attacks of the beams were simply a one-sided massacre. After the second wave of attacks, less than 20,000 of the 50,000 elite rulers were left. All of them were scared out of their wits and they all ran away crying for their parents. They wished they had more legs. Against the infamous battle fortress, 2 legs were really not enough. The rulers who were lucky enough to survive were all left with inner demons. They didn't dare to think back to that terrifying scene. According to what they said, even if they were wearing battle armor, the beams were densely packed. No matter how good the defense of the battle armor was, they wouldn't be able to dissipate the power in time. It would be strange if they didn't die one after another. This was a scene that they would never forget for the rest of their lives. Dtion, you bastard. Too shameless. I'm going to kill you. The 5 heavenly gods didn't even have time to react before the battle fortress's attacks came. After 2 waves of attacks, the elite rulers they brought were basically left with around 4,000 to 5,000. In the blink of an eye, they lost 5,000 subordinates. Most importantly, facing the dense and terrifying attacks, their subordinates were scared out of their wits. They lost the ability to fight and were left with inner demons. They were completely crippled. How could they accept this? It was fine if one ruler died, but now 4,000 to 5,000 were dead and they were elite rulers. Their equipment was also destroyed, turning into scrap metal. This was a huge loss. The 5 heavenly gods went crazy and cursed each other. If they didn't quarrel, they wouldn't have fallen for this. The battle fortress came out too quickly. When the surrounding heavenly gods reacted, they all jumped in fright. As expected of a lethal weapon, it lives up to its reputation. If I had such a lethal weapon, any faction would have to be polite to me. Killing to my heart's content. If it were me, it wouldn't be easy to block it. While the heavenly gods were shocked, they inwardly rejoiced that they didn't do anything to Dtion. Everyone knew about the battle fortress, but those who had actually seen it were few and far between. Moreover, there weren't many who had attacked it face to face. This also became the capital for them to brag about later on. Lin Fei sat on top of the battle fortress. Shameless? Who's shameless? Your people weren't as skilled as me and were killed by me. Who's to blame? And you still want me to go with you? Do you really think I'm afraid of you? Lin Fei took out an immortal fruit and ate it. The juice flowed and it tasted pretty good. Xiao Xiao Xion, the light beam attacks continued. The 5 heavenly gods were furious. They wanted to immediately kill Di Tian and skin him alive. However, the concentrated attacks forced them to take out low-grade god artifacts to block. If they didn't block, the people behind them would all die. Run. The battle fortress's attacks were known as long-range attacks. No matter how fast the rulers were, they couldn't compare to the battle fortress's attacks. Chapter 1730. The battleships continued to unleash their might. Black energy cannons swept up a boundlessly terrifying aura. Regardless of whether they were in the great metropolis celestial realm or the celestial gods in the outside world, any immortal who had reached a higher level of cultivation would feel a sudden sense of trepidation. Not even supreme quality ruler battle robes could withstand such a ferocious attack. The elite rulers brought by the 5 heavenly gods were almost instantly killed. They could block one energy cannon, but they couldn't block the second or third. The battleships are indeed top-grade war weapons of the battle race. Even heavenly gods can't block such concentrated attacks. This Di Tian is even more vicious than I imagined. Tian Yang's expression turned serious. I thought he would endure for a while. Young people are indeed full of youthful vigor. What an eye-opener. Di Tian's attacks cost nothing. The price of a single cannon can bankrupt many people. It seems that this Di Tian of ours is truly rich. Huang Chuan had a look of envy on his face. They couldn't wait for the two sides to fight. If Lin Fei had been defeated, they wouldn't have minded helping out as a favor. In the end, however, Lin Fei was even more vicious than they had imagined. He had taken advantage of their discord to attack them. They liked his swift and decisive methods. They've lost face, Huang Chuan said. News of today's events will definitely spread. Tian Yang nodded. If Di Tian can suppress the 5 heavenly gods, no one will dare to do anything to the great metropolis heaven for a short period of time. Unfortunately, even with the influence of our merchant association, we don't have a single battleship. The two of them sighed. They had no choice but to accept Di Tian's luck. The 5 heavenly gods had ugly expressions on their faces. They took out low-quality divine artifacts to block the incoming energy cannons. Their eyes were terrifyingly sharp, and they radiated a cold, killing intent. No one had ever dared to call them cowards. Di Tian was the first. Di Tian, you've got guts. In a bit, this old man will make you regret saying those words. Scarlet Flame activated his defensive divine artifact. All of you, come to this old man's senfu. Scarlet Flame was about to retract his subordinates. If they all died, it would be hard to explain even if he was a heavenly god. Lin Fei crossed his legs. You're right. I'm a man. How can I not have guts? Are you not a man? Have you been castrated? Fire Dragon Dance. Heavenly God Scarlet Flame's eyes were bloodshot. He withdrew his subordinates into his senfu and soared into the sky. He unleashed a ferocious fire dragon that went straight for Lin Fei in the black hole. Bang bang bang. The battle fortress in front of the black hole was destroyed. The energy cannons continued to fire. Shadow? Heavenly God Chihuo was stunned, and then he shook his head. It's not a phantom. It's a spatial technique. Do you think I can't deal with you just because you have a spatial technique? World ablaze. Empyrean God Scarlet Flame unleashed a wave of divine fire. The divine flame spread out continuously, illuminating most of the starry sky. Then they turned into fire dragons that charged into the black hole one after another, smashing through layer after layer of space. Old thing, is that all you've got? On the battle fort, Lin Fei was full of smiles. But your fire is pretty good. I can use it to barbecue. With that, a huge piece of barbecued meat appeared outside of the battle fort. The fire was getting weaker and weaker, and the golden oil was dripping off the meat. Barbecue? How could this kid do something like that? Tian Yang and Huang Chuan couldn't help but laugh. This was infuriating. Di Tian easily dodged Empyrean God Scarlet Flame's attack. Just this skill alone was enough to make him invincible. Don't forget, there was still the battle fortress to attack. Even Empyrean gods would have a headache over this. Scarlet Flame, your fire is no good. Watch my eyes. Empyrean goddess Colds now of the divine heavenly palace charged forward. A wave of ice and snow shot into the black hole, shattering space as well. However, this attack was also shattered by the energy cannons when it reached the black hole. I don't believe this. Empyrean God Scarlet Flame was furious. Dressed in low-grade god armor, he charged forward, wanting to kill Dtion on the spot to vent his anger. He had forgotten about bringing Dtion back. Dtion was too infuriating. "I'll go with you." Empyrean Goddess Snow charged in as well. Both of them activated their defensive treasures to block the energy cannons, but even so, they could still sense the attacks coming from all directions. Every time they blocked, they would have to expend a lot of divine power. However, Dtion was still unable to find his way out. "Didn't you want to kill me? I'm right in front of you. Hurry up and come. Don't disappoint me." The dense energy cannons in the distance caused their scalps to go numb. Swish, swish, swish. 3 more figures charged in. They had brought their subordinates with them into the Senfu. They didn't want to be killed by the energy cannons here. That would be a huge loss. This guy used a spatial treasure to hide in countless layers of space. How shameless. Empyrean God Bear Storm of the Myriad Goblins sect spat out a stream of demonic aura, showing his fury. The most shameless thing is that energy cannons. Every single one of them is extremely terrifying. They are constantly consuming our divine power. This is the most troublesome part. This guy's energy cannons seem to have no limits. Empyrean God Devil Cloud felt a headache coming on. There were countless layers of space. Empyrean God Devil Cloud had destroyed countless layers of space, but he still couldn't catch up to Dtion's shadow. His divine power was constantly being consumed. "Everyone, let's break through space together. That way we'll be faster." The battle fort is a top-tier weapon of war. No matter how rich Dtion is, his energy cannons aren't limitless. "Maybe if we just hold on for a bit longer, we'll win." Empyrean God Voidzai, who hadn't spoken much, said. Fellow Taoist Voidzai is right. The battle fort is known as a bottomless pit. Dtion won't need too much time. "Everyone, let's break through space together." Everyone believed Empyrean God Voidzai's words. His backer, the Saint Devil Overlord, had a battle fort. Things like energy were extremely precious. Dtion was just lucky. As long as they continued, they would definitely win. "Master, why don't you summon your clones and kill them all?" Little Fiend really liked this kind of slow and unhurried way of doing things. Lin Fei sat on the battle fort. He didn't seem to care about the energy consumption at all. "What's the rush? Once they come in, they won't be able to leave. Don't you think it's very interesting for thieves to do this?" Lin Fei grinned. "You don't care about the energy consumption?" "Of course I do. But someone's going to give it back to me sooner or later." Lin Fei stood up and picked up the roast meat. "It's not bad. I can eat it while I watch." Little Fiend glanced at the 5 heavenly gods who were still breaking through space. Poor baby. Boom boom boom. The 5 heavenly gods attacked at the same time, and it was almost like a one-sided massacre. At the same time, their divine power was also being consumed very quickly. They pulled out pills and swallowed them several times to recover their divine power, but they still couldn't keep up. Dtion looked like he was only 1 step away, but he was always just ahead of them. "Keep it up. Keep it up." Lin Fei moved another reclining chair over and sat there leisurely. Chapter 1731. What did it mean to have a bad start? The current situation was unfavorable for them. The 5 heavenly god powerhouses joined forces to attack Dtion, but they were ultimately unable to block the layers of space in front of them. The space became their only barrier. It was the saddest thing in the world to be unable to take someone down right in front of you. More importantly, he was being watched by a few Empyrean gods. None of the 5 heavenly deities who acted felt comfortable. They regretted what they said to Dtion earlier. Wouldn't it be fine if they directly went up to capture Qin Wentian? Now look at what happened. They were being mocked by this brat. Taoist Voidzai, didn't you say that the battle fort would run out of energy soon? Empyrean God Demon Cloud consumed yet another pill. So much time has passed. Why haven't the attacks of the battleships weakened in the slightest? Empyrean God Voidzai was at a loss. He had never encountered a situation like this before. Who would be willing to expend energy like this? He mumbled, "Well, it's not that I don't know. What now?" Empyrean God Cold Snow's face was expressionless, but in truth she was having a headache as well. This kid wasn't easy to deal with. Just a single dimension was enough to make them feel like dying. With 5 heavenly deities joining forces to attack, logically speaking, no matter what kind of spatial treasure it was, there was no way it could block their attacks. Sooner or later, the spatial treasure would be destroyed and they would capture Dtion. But the current situation was beyond their expectations. The divine power had been used up, but the person had not been taken down. This was not a solution. "Why aren't you continuing?" On top of the battle fort, Lin Fei was leisurely watching the show, Didn't you want to take me back? I'm right in front of you. The expressions of the 5 heavenly gods became even worse. Empyrean god Demonic Cloud waved his sleeves. Ditian, you really do have some skill. No wonder you dare to be so arrogant. You can hide in space, but I wonder if your family will be as lucky. For the sake of capturing Ditian, Empyrean god Devil Cloud was willing to do anything. Empyrean god Demon Cloud turned to leave. He refused to believe that Ditian wouldn't be nervous or worried. Once he left this dimension, even someone with 3 heads and 6 arms would have to bow their heads obediently. Contemptible? This wasn't despicable at all. As long as he won, he didn't need to care about anything else. The other 4 Empyrean deities hesitated for a moment. They really couldn't bring themselves to use their family to threaten the other party. This was because they were Empyrean deities and had their own bottom line. They weren't like Empyrean deity Devil Cloud, who had no qualms about anything. Also, the reputation of the mystic demon sect was indeed not very good. Many Empyrean deities were willing to do vicious and merciless things. It wasn't the first time he had seen people use their family to threaten others. Lin Fei stood up and laughed out loud. A cold light flashed across his eyes. What a great demon profound sect, what a great 8 sects, what a great god of heaven. Since you dare to use this to threaten Laozi, then Laozi will not be polite to you. Empyrean god Demon Cloud was inwardly quite pleased with himself. Youngsters were youngsters after all, they couldn't take the provocation of others at all. Even the slightest provocation from him would cause their minds to be thrown into chaos. This sort of person was the easiest to deal with. Ditian, it's good that you know. Come out right now or I'll destroy your great metropolis heaven. You don't want your family to die in front of you, do you? Empyrean god Devil Cloud threatened. Empyrean god Devil Cloud didn't care about killing a few ants. You're dead for threatening my family. I guarantee that no one will be able to save you today. Lin Fei had seen shameless people, but he had never seen such a shameless deity. There was no point in keeping this kind of person around. Shio, a figure rushed out from the 10,000 layers of space. Eat my blade. A saber light slashed toward Empyrean god Devil Cloud. Empyrean god Devil Cloud wasn't afraid of Ditian coming out. As long as Ditian came out, everything would be under his control. He didn't care about this saber attack. He raised his hand, and a giant hand formed from divine power grabbed the saber light. Crack, 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 the saber light fell into the giant hand. Empyrean god Devil Cloud grabbed it hard, trying to crush the saber light. Many of the saber lights were crushed. Suddenly, the saber light in the palm exploded with the power of a heavenly god. The long and narrow saber light tore through the giant hand made of divine power and went straight for Empyrean god Devil Cloud's face. A pure heavenly god attack. The explosive power of this saber slashed on Empyrean god Devil Cloud's face. You've become a heavenly god. Empyrean god Devil Cloud was shocked. According to the information, Ditian's strength was at most a half-step heavenly god. He was far from the heavenly god realm. Congratulations, you've guessed correctly. Whoosh. Another heavenly god appeared and slashed at Empyrean god Devil Cloud, causing his body to tremble. Then Ditian also slashed at him. Empyrean god Devil Cloud was attacked from the front and the back. When he saw Ditian charging at him from behind and the aura of a heavenly god, his expression became extremely ugly. Damn it, 2 heavenly gods. How did his clone become an heavenly god as well? The 4 nearby heavenly gods were also stunned. A clone had become an heavenly god? What kind of joke was this? Even the clones they had cultivated couldn't reach the heavenly god realm in terms of combat prowess. At most, they were half-step heavenly gods. But this was a bona fide heavenly god. The aura of an heavenly god could not be replicated. 2 heavenly gods? It wasn't over yet. Whoosh, 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 3 more heavenly gods appeared in the air, all of them emanating the same aura. The original 2 heavenly gods became 5 heavenly gods, and they joined forces to attack Empyrean god Devil Cloud. This wasn't a simple matter of 1 + 1. Empyrean god Devil Cloud was instantly surrounded by the 5 heavenly god clones. I told you you're dead for sure today. Clone Lin Fei laughed. Empyrean god Devil Cloud's face was filled with terror. Impossible. How could you have 5 heavenly god clones? What awaited him was the attacks of the 5 clones, Lin Fei. All of them were inferior-grade divine weapons. Each and every one of them was perfect, especially in close-quarters combat. In the blink of an eye, heavenly god Demonic Cloud's inferior-grade divine armor and inferior-grade divine tool were riddled with holes and could be scrapped. Cold blood void, come and help me. Empyrean god Devil Cloud's body was riddled with wounds, and his face was pale. He had no choice but to ask for help. Otherwise he would really die today. Not good, this is dizziness. This is freezing. Gravity enhancement. After being surrounded by the 5D Tian clones, Empyrean God Devil Cloud was crushed in the blink of an eye. All sorts of additional attributes rained down on his body. After all, Lin Fei had armed his 18 clones to the teeth. Apart from the important items, they also had all sorts of divine weapons and treasures on them that could unleash all sorts of attributes. Too many attributes could kill a person. Empyrean God Devil Cloud cried for help, then let out a blood-curdling scream. We can't let D Tian kill fellow Taoist Devil Cloud. Empyrean God Scarlet Flame had a bad feeling about this. If Empyrean God Devil Cloud died here, they would definitely be finished as well. They would have to pay a heavy price to leave. The 4 Empyrean gods came to their senses. Time cage. Before they could help, they were trapped in the cage and their movements slowed down. Lin Fei also descended from the battle fortress and appeared not far away from them. No one can save the person I want to kill. Their hearts sank. Empyrean God Devil Cloud was dead for sure. Sure enough, within a few breaths, Empyrean God Devil Cloud let out an enraged roar. D Tian, you want to kill me? I won't let you have your way. An aura of destruction gathered. Empyrean God Devil Cloud was about to self-detonate. You must die. Lin Fei shook his head and pointed a finger at Empyrean God Devil Cloud. Empyrean God Devil Cloud's self-detonation was stopped, and the 5 clones swarmed forward, shattering Empyrean God Devil Cloud. Chapter 1732. Just like that, Empyrean God Demonic Cloud's godhead landed in Lin Fei's hands. D Tian, I've lost. Please don't kill me. Just let me go and I'll pretend nothing happened today. Empyrean God Demonic Cloud began to beg for mercy. However, the killing intent in his eyes didn't seem sincere at all. All he had to do was go back and summon the other Empyrean gods of his sect for revenge. Even though Empyrean God Demonic Cloud had been very secretive, there was no way he could hide it from Lin Fei. In the end, his true colors were exposed. It was laughable. You make it sound so easy, you old thing. I have a habit of killing those who threaten me. If there's one, I'll kill one. If there's 2, I'll kill 2 to avoid future troubles. Lin Fei used the 10,000-year gaze and killed Empyrean God Demonic Cloud in the blink of an eye. Another Empyrean God had died. All the Empyrean gods were restless. No one had ever thought that a single person could be this powerful. Their horizons had been broadened. In front of them was a terrifying battle fortress. Behind them were clones of Empyrean gods. Every single one of them gave them immense pressure. Most importantly, they were armed to the teeth with divine weapons. Slay a god. Luckily, I didn't plan on attacking the major world. Even 100 lives wouldn't be enough to kill 5 clones. A peak 1-star Empyrean god died just like that. How terrifying. They were very wary of D Tian. They couldn't afford to offend someone like this. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, they wouldn't have believed that clones could reach the Empyrean god level. This defied their common sense. What a high-grade god-tier technique. Rumor has it that he cultivates a technique from the primal chaos heavens. But that technique doesn't seem to be this powerful? Tianyang and Huang Chuan's hearts shook. D Tian was far more powerful than they had imagined. A single battle fortress was terrifying enough. Now he had 5 Empyrean gods and a mysterious spatial treasure. It would take at least 10 Empyrean gods to surround and kill him. From now on, no one will dare to look down on D Tian. If you want to fight him, you have to weigh your strength first. Tianyang said again. Looking at D Tian in the distance, no one knew what he was thinking. This trip was really worth it. The Tianyun Tower is really lucky to have such a great backer like D Tian. Huang Chuan's mind spun rapidly as he thought about what he should do next. You see, I've never been wrong. Lin Fei played with the divinity in his hand. To be honest, the divinity was very beautiful. It was sparkling and resplendent. If it was on Earth back then, it would definitely be a great work of art. I wonder if I can find Earth in the future? Inexplicably, this thought popped up in Lin Fei's mind, but he quickly retracted it. With the death of Empyrean God Demonic Cloud, the 5 doppelgangers, Lin Fei, stood behind Lin Fei like bodyguards. The 4 Empyrean gods who were trapped in the time cage felt a chill run down their spines. Empyrean God Demonic Cloud, who was at the same level as them, had been killed just like that. It was as if all their cultivation had gone to waste. D Tian had killed them too easily. When they saw the divinity in D Tian's hand, they felt as if they could see their divinity appearing in his hand soon. D Tian, the one who threatened your family was Empyrean God Demonic Cloud. It has nothing to do with us. Empyrean God Suzai hurriedly explained. He didn't want to be misunderstood as a threat. He was truly frightened by the scene just now. Empyrean God Suzai still had the confidence to fight 1 against 2. However, facing 5 Empyrean gods and D Tian, whose strength couldn't be seen, Empyrean god Suzai didn't have the confidence to fight them. Moreover, the attributes of the inferior-grade divine artifacts on the 5 doppelgangers had also frightened them. This kind of fighting method was pure bullying. Not only did he have to face 5 Empyrean gods, but he also had to resist the attribute attacks of the inferior-grade divine artifacts. Even if he had 3 heads and 6 arms, he wouldn't be able to withstand it. Yes, we really didn't have such thoughts. It was all Empyrean god Demonic Cloud's actions. We are Empyrean gods after all. We definitely wouldn't have such thoughts. None of the Empyrean gods of the demon mystic sect are good people to begin with, they all explained. Fight? They didn't have such thoughts. They were extremely fearful of D Tian. Oh, so the one just now is called Empyrean god Demonic Cloud. Lin Fei said, if you say it has nothing to do with me, then it has nothing to do with me. How do I know if what you said is true? Didn't you say you wanted to bring me back to your sect? Did I hear wrongly? That doesn't seem possible. The 4 Empyrean gods had long faces and shook their heads to express that they didn't. They definitely couldn't admit to such things. As for their previous arrogance and disdain, they should just forget about it. D Tian could easily kill them now. If they had known that you were so powerful, they wouldn't have come even if they were beaten to death. Is it easy to cultivate to our level? But you kill the Empyrean god as easily as killing a chicken or duck. They still wanted to live a little longer. Looking at you guys, you don't have the guts. But you wanted to take me back. Everyone heard it. I was scared out of my wits. What do you think I should do? Lin Fei said unhurriedly. You were scared out of your wits? F***CKU, we were the ones who were scared. You can even kill gods. Do you have to be so shameless? They almost cursed. There was someone who was so shameless. We are willing to compensate you. We are willing to compensate you for your loss. As long as you let us go, the things we brought will be part of the compensation. They only wanted to go back alive and tell the sect that this D Tian wasn't easy to deal with. They couldn't afford to offend him. Revenge? They should study it slowly. Compensation? That's fine. But Lin Fei changed the topic. Forget about your things. I really don't care about them. In my eyes, they are all useless trash. If it was someone else who said this, the 4 of them would definitely spit at that person. But in front of D Tian, they really had nothing to say. The 5 Empyrean god clones were all low-grade divine tools. They really couldn't compare to him. The 4 Empyrean gods were very bitter and helpless. Even Empyrean gods had times when they couldn't speak. If they really wanted to fight, they would lose at least 2 of them. None of them could defend against the combined attacks of 5 Empyrean god avatars. The endless elemental attacks could easily take their lives, and with the threat of the battle fortress they had no chance of winning. What do we have to do for you to let us go? Empyrean god Scarlet Flame's face darkened. He finally spoke with great difficulty. These words also became the meaning of the other 3. It's not easy for you to come to Great Metropolis Heaven. As your host, it would be a pity if I don't invite you to have a seat. Lin Fei said with a smile. As for the compensation, it's simple. As long as you send word back and each of you send 3 godhoods, it'll be done. That's impossible. Empyrean god Scarlet Flame shouted. Who didn't know the importance of godhoods? Lin Fei put away the godhoods in his hand. Oh, since you're not willing, I'll just kill you. Anyway, you have godhoods. I don't care about other things, but I like godhoods. Chapter 1733. In everyone's eyes, the battle of life and death ended just like that. Great Metropolis World's D Tian easily killed a heavenly god and invited 4 heavenly gods to Invincible Palace as guests. This almost blinded everyone. How could this happen? No one knew what D Tian said to them or what conditions they had agreed on, but the 4 heavenly gods went to Invincible Palace just like that. Everything seemed to have ended so easily. But to the 5 factions that had come so aggressively, they had lost a lot of face this time. They would never forget such an exciting battle for the rest of their lives. The immortals who had been suspicious earlier no longer had any doubts now. Tianyun Tower would definitely auction inferior-grade god weapons. And the news of the battle outside the galaxy quickly spread with the help of the heavenly gods. The circle of heavenly gods was in an uproar. No one could digest this news. The main body was not a heavenly god, but all his clones were heavenly gods. With heavenly god Wuzun who could deal with D Tian. Then, it was said that D Tian cultivated the top cultivation method of chaotic heavens. Rumor had it that he could cultivate 18 clones. Now that he had appeared as 5 heavenly gods, who would be left? No one dared to think further. D Tian's strength was unfathomable. 5 heavenly gods could easily kill 1 heavenly god. If 18 heavenly gods appeared together, D. Tian's strength would be unimaginable. Who would dare to go against D. Tian? Instantly, D. Tian was labeled as a super expert. The heavenly gods who had suspected that Tianyun Tower would auction inferior-grade god weapons regretted it now. With such a super expert here, all his clones were inferior-grade god weapons. They were armed to the teeth. Would there be no inferior-grade god weapons? Heavenly gods rushed to Great Metropolis World. Great Metropolis World in a Senfu near Tianyun Tower. A bunch of unlucky B** stars. Heavenly god Li Shan did not watch the battle outside the galaxy. With his strength he could see the battle outside from the Senfu. From their murderous aura, Heavenly god Li Shan knew that this would be the result. Heavenly god Li Shan did not stay in Invincible Palace. He was here on behalf of the Holy Demon Overlord. Li Shan, are you there? Heavenly god Li Shan frowned. He took out a jade talisman from his storage ring. It was very expensive and was specially used to send messages. He activated the communication jade talisman, and a tall, illusory figure appeared in midair. This was a burly and domineering phantom. It was just a phantom and it had its hands behind its back. It was extremely domineering, like a towering mountain that couldn't be crossed. This person was the Holy Demon Overlord, one of the 7 overlords, and one of the strongest experts in the weave. Did something major happen in the Great Metropolis Celestial today? Did Empyrean God Crimson Flame and the others get invited back by D. Tian? The tall, illusory figure asked rather anxiously. Heavenly deity Li Shan nodded. I was just about to report this to you. There is indeed such a thing. D. Tian has displayed extraordinary strength. His main body might not have reached the heavenly deity realm, but he has 5 heavenly deities by his side. Their battle prowess is extremely terrifying and cannot be underestimated. Are you sure it's 5 heavenly gods? Yes. He's armed to the teeth with treasures, Empyrean God Li Shan said. Last time it was fortunate that I left quickly. Otherwise I really would have been killed on the spot. I hope that you will do your best to fight for the low-grade divine artifact in the auction held by the Tianyun Tower. I will bring people over immediately. You want to come over? Yes. Now all the higher-ups know how terrifying D. Tian is. He can establish his own sect by himself. He is no longer someone who can be easily dealt with. You are quite lucky. The illusory figure's tone became solemn. Participate in the auction properly. Remember, don't offend D. Tian for now. Wait for me to come over first. The illusory figure warned again and again. Heavenly deity Li Shan kept the messaging jade talisman and chuckled. I'm afraid the 7 hegemons won't be able to sit still anymore. That's true. This D. Tian is too much of a bully. Demon Mystic Sect in the Great Hall of the Great Palace. All the core elders were enraged. A while ago, Heavenly Deity Black Saint died. In the blink of an eye, Heavenly Deity Demonic Cloud died. Demon Mystic Sect directly lost 2 heavenly deities. Demon Mystic Sect's strength was greatly affected. The news spread very quickly. Demon Mystic Sect also knew about Heavenly Deity Demonic Cloud's death immediately. After losing 2 heavenly deities in a row, Demon Mystic Sect was already furious. All the elders' faces were filled with anger as well. At the same time there was a hint of astonishment. The D. Tian in their eyes was actually so powerful. His main body had yet to become a heavenly deity, but his clones had become a heavenly deity first. Moreover, there was not just 1 but 5 heavenly deities. This seemed to be a huge joke. 1 heavenly deity was enough to oversee a sect. 5 heavenly deities could dominate a territory and pass down their legacy for dozens of chaos years. Sect leader, this D. Tian must be eliminated. He killed 2 of our demon mystic sect's heavenly deities. It has long become a situation where one party must die. If he is allowed to advance to the heavenly deity realm, he will deal with our demon mystic sect sooner or later. I heard that he has 18 clones. If all 18 clones are heavenly deities, how can we deal with them? We must eliminate him. The thoughts of these core elders were very simple. Eliminate D. Tian. The demon mystic sect's sect leader, who was sitting on the main seat, had a gloomy expression. The news came too suddenly. The fall of heavenly deity Black Saint made the sect leader feel bad. This would make the people above think that he was incompetent. Now that another heavenly deity had fallen, how was he going to explain this to them? To be able to become the sect leader, he wouldn't make a decision easily just because of a few words. All of you said that you want to eliminate D. Tian. Let me ask you, how many heavenly deities do we need to deal with him? The sect leader swept his gaze across everyone. 5 heavenly deities or 10? The great hall was instantly silent. It was hard to say. Tian killed heavenly deity demonic cloud by himself and suppressed 4 other heavenly deities. He won effortlessly. If they were to deal with Tian, 5 heavenly deities might not be enough. 10 heavenly deities? They didn't have the confidence. It should be around 10 heavenly deities. An elder said. The sect leader said coldly, "What if Tian has 18 heavenly deities?" That's not possible. The elder felt his hair stand on end and he couldn't even speak properly. The sect leader stood up. "Even you can't guarantee that if 10 heavenly deities go, what if they don't return and delay the matter of the Exalted One? Who will be responsible, or me?" Everyone lowered their heads and didn't dare to speak. No one was willing to bear this responsibility. However, if they left Tian alone, their demon mystic sect couldn't afford to lose face. They would probably become a joke now. Tian has to be dealt with, not now. The sect leader said again, "Our demon mystic sect can't have any more losses. What we need to do now is to wait for that place to open and plunder enough god deities to create a group of heavenly deities. As for Tian, we need to show our sincerity and confuse him for now. In the future we will settle the new and old scores together." No one would refute the sect leader's words. Chapter 1734. P.S. There was a mistake in the previous chapter. The one who contacted heavenly god Li Shan wasn't the holy demon overlord, but the darkness overlord. Something similar to the demon mystic sect also happened to other sections. Especially the Thousand Goblins sect, Divine Heaven Palace, Holy Demon Overlord, and Bliss Palace. They were all furious and wanted to send troops to the Great Heaven World to suppress Tian. As the news continued to spread, they had no choice but to calm down. Tian wasn't easy to deal with. They couldn't watch as their heavenly god experts were killed by Tian. Losing a heavenly god would have a huge impact on their sect. Especially with the demon mystic sect at the front, they lost 2 heavenly gods, and they were real heavenly gods. The losses were huge. According to the news from the Invincible Palace, Tian wasn't easy to deal with. The 5 of them couldn't resist at all. With his powerful spatial treasure and the battle fort, Tian alone could exhaust them to death. They had to bring the heavenly god back. A living heavenly god was too important. The only thing they had to do now was to bring the heavenly god back. They could deal with Tian later. Moreover, they weren't confident. Invincible Palace. 4 heavenly gods were temporarily under house arrest in a courtyard. Aggrieved? That was natural. They didn't dare to do anything. They could only wait obediently for the people from their sects to come. Until now, they still couldn't figure out what powerful spatial treasure Tian had that could block their attacks. In the end, they were defeated. Scolding? Every day. Perhaps this was the only way to vent their anger. Tianyun Building Branch. After Tian killed another heavenly god, the Tianyun building became completely silent. There were no more people who had such thoughts. Everyone was obedient and didn't dare to have any thoughts. They just waited for the auction to start. Do you really believe that they will use the godhood to ransom you? Lu Ziyue was accompanying Lin Fei in a private room in the Tianyun building. Because today was the day of the auction. The 5 heavenly gods came aggressively. Lu Ziyue was worried that something would happen to Lin Fei. The pressure from the space was so great that it made one's heart palpitate. The final result shocked Lu Ziyue. What appeared to be a one-sided battle in the eyes of the spectators was a completely different story. Lin Fei looked at the newcomer and said, "They will. Godhoods are good, and they can create heaven gods with the fighting prowess of a half-step heaven god. They know better than anyone what to do. Aren't you afraid that they will join forces again?" Lin Fei chuckled. "Don't be afraid. If they really work together, I'll clap my hands and welcome them to form a team. That way the harvest will be even greater." Lu Ziyu was truly impressed by Lin Fei. "You're getting bolder and bolder. You even dare to blackmail a heavenly god. Serves them right for not being as skilled as others." Lin Fei didn't want to talk too much about this. "Right, the auction is about to start. Aren't you going down?" Lu Ziyu looked at Lin Fei bitterly. "You want me to go down so badly?" Lin Fei laughed dryly. "Of course not. You also came to participate in the auction." "Yes. Today's auction is full of good stuff. It'll be a pity if you don't come. Many people didn't come. I'm afraid they'll miss out on this opportunity." "Look, Tianyang from the Fengyun Chamber of Commerce is here. Isn't that Huang Chuan from the Infernal Heaven beside Tianyang?" People continuously entered the Heavenly Fortune Pavilion. Soon, people saw the heaven gods from the 2 major chambers of commerce enter. Tianyang and Huang Chuan walked as they walked. During this time, some heaven gods nodded at them. You could offend anyone, but you couldn't offend 2 major chambers of commerce. It was hard to guarantee that you wouldn't buy things from them one day. After they entered, many people from major powers also entered. For example, Heavenly God Li Shan, a subordinate of the Dark Lord. Heavenly God Li Shan entered expressionlessly. He represented the Dark Lord. Fellow Taoist Li Shan, how have you been? Before he reached the door, a familiar voice came from nearby. Fellow Taoist Luo Xian, you're here too. How rare. Heavenly God Li Shan recognized the leader of the 10 great young masters, Luo Xian. Heavenly God Luo Xian said indifferently, it's all because of the matter at the Heavenly Fortune Pavilion. I just happened to be in a nearby territory, so I came to join in the fun. Unfortunately, Black Sage and the others. Heavenly God Li Shan said, that's their bad luck. They can't blame anyone. If it weren't for my good luck, I'm afraid I would have fallen as well. This Ditian really isn't easy to deal with. Heavenly God Luo Xian went into seclusion after returning from the Divine Mountain. He also successfully broke through to the Heavenly God stage. Unfortunately, his divine power was limited, so his strength was somewhat affected. He also held a grudge against Ditian. He hadn't even found Ditian for revenge, but Heavenly God Luo Xian heard the news he didn't want to hear the most. Heavenly Goddess Hong Yin, Heavenly God Black Sage, and the others had been killed one after another. How glorious were the 10 great young masters. In the blink of an eye, 5 of them had fallen. This was a blow to Luo Xian's head. Ditian, it was Ditian again. Before reaching the great celestial realm, the 5 major powers had suffered a great loss once again. One of them was killed and 4 of them were invited back. He admitted that he was inferior to Ditian. I came with the elders today. I didn't come for Ditian. Heavenly God Luo Xian still held a grudge against Ditian. He didn't dare to act rashly in his territory. I'm the same as you. I'm here to bid for something. Together. The Heavenly Fortune Pavilion had put in a lot of effort to hold this auction. Everyone with a certain status was arranged into a private room. Those with average reputations were all arranged into the main hall. The main hall could hold more than 10,000 people. Unconvinced? No one dared to say that. The current Ditian wasn't someone they could offend at all. To put it bluntly, they were just here to join in the fun. The true participants of the auction were the 36 private rooms in the air. Among them were the Fengyun Chamber of Commerce, the Infernal Realm, and the Heavenly Hall. The main hall was filled with people. The 36 private rooms were all present. The Heavenly Fortune Pavilion's auction had begun. A formation was activated outside. The enormous Heavenly Fortune Pavilion fell into the 10,000 layered space. It was constantly moving, causing the immortals outside to be dumbfounded. This was because they couldn't sense the Heavenly Fortune Pavilion's location. The immortals who had arrived late were all regretting that they had missed such a grand auction. Everyone quiet down. After everyone arrived, the auctioneer of the Heavenly Fortune Pavilion also appeared. The sovereign with the 9 stars. Today, the sovereign with the 9 stars represented the Heavenly Fortune Pavilion. Behind him was Ditian. The crowd also quieted down. Chapter 1735. The auctioneer's words attracted a lot of discussion. Wasn't he boasting too much about his own stuff? Many people revealed expressions of disbelief, thinking that the Tianyun Tower was exaggerating. Even the top 3 merchant associations wouldn't dare to say such a thing. Yet, the Tianyun Tower had said it in front of everyone. Now, let's auction the first low-grade ruler weapon, the Wave Breaker Sword. It would be a lie if the auctioneer said he wasn't nervous. After all, everyone here was famous in the territory, especially the 36 private rooms. Every single one of them was from a top faction. A single faction could destroy a territory. The low-grade ruler weapon, the Wave Breaker Sword, was quickly brought up. After it was brought up, the auction didn't start immediately. Before the auction, the Tianyun Tower would like to do an experiment with everyone. I believe that after everyone sees it, you will know how fortunate it is for everyone to be able to participate in the auction today. The auctioneer said with a smile. It was really surprising to do an experiment before the auction. Who here has a low-grade ruler weapon? As long as you are willing, the Tianyun Tower is willing to compensate you with another low-grade ruler weapon. Everyone wasn't stupid and knew what to do. I'm willing. Me too. I also want to see what qualifications the Tianyun Tower has to say such words. Someone immediately responded. Among them, there were inevitably some who joined in the fun and purposely jeered. I'm very grateful for everyone's support. With so many people, it's hard for me to choose. Why don't everyone recommend yourselves? 3 will do. Just as the auctioneer finished speaking, someone immediately rushed up. I'll go. Don't fight. How can I miss out on such a good thing? The 3 who came up were all youths. They all seemed to have some background. The auctioneer first thanked the three for coming up, then explained the content of the experiment. The content was actually very simple. It was to fight against each other to see whose low-grade ruler weapon was better. This kind of experiment was very interesting to everyone. It could be considered a new experience. After all, fighting against weapons of the same grade was the easiest way to prove which was better. A good weapon was very particular about the materials, refinement, and control of fire. In such a huge territory there were countless people who could refine weapons, but the famous ones could be counted on one hand. Fight? I like this one. One of the youths took out a blood-colored saber. A scorching aura gushed forth and waves of fire came one after another. I obtained this flaming saber from the Wind and Cloud Chamber of Commerce's auction. It came from the Refinement Grandmaster, Xiao Yuan. It's of extraordinary value. This young man's words caused another sensation. Who wouldn't know of Grandmaster Xiao Yuan? He was one of the Grandmasters of the weapon refining sect. It's really Grandmaster Xiao Yuan's work. Look at the saber hilt. There's Grandmaster Xiao Yuan's imprint. This is a good saber. I wonder who made the Heavenly Fate Tower's low-grade ruler weapon. He actually dared to clash with Grandmaster Xiao Yuan's treasured saber. Isn't he courting death? Everyone knew of Grandmaster Xiao Yuan's fame. This flame saber's quality was definitely not bad. He started to worry about the Heavenly Fate Pavilion's low-grade ruler weapon. If the flame saber really broke it, how could the auction continue? Previously he had suspected that the Tianyun Tower would cheat, but now it seemed that they wouldn't. No one would be foolish to that extent. The auctioneer revealed an exaggerated smile and pretended to wipe his sweat. This Taoist friend's flame saber is made by Grandmaster Xiao Yuan. Our Tianyun Tower is feeling pressured. It's precisely because of this pressure that our Tianyun Tower has to continue and let everyone know that our ruler weapon is the best. Weapons of the same grade can instantly kill weapons of the same grade. Everyone felt that this trip was worth it. An exciting show was about to begin. Everyone was looking forward to the battle between the flame saber and the wave-breaking sword. They wanted to know who would be the winner. The quality of a weapon, especially its quality, was very important to a ruler. That's a good move. Lin Fei was also in one of the private rooms. For a big event like an auction, Lin Fei had to come. Other than watching, he also had to oversee the auction just in case. I'm not doing this for you. I'm doing this to strengthen the Tianyun Tower. Lu Ziyue giggled and said, it's useless to just hear about it. Seeing it is the truth. I believe that everyone won't forget it after seeing it. Lin Fei gave a thumbs up. He really admired Lu Ziyue's idea. Low-grade ruler weapons were all produced by the system. Naturally, there was nothing to say about their quality. Lin Fei chose to ignore the fact that it was produced by a grandmaster. You are most suitable to be a merchant. I finally heard something good from you. Lin Fei rubbed his nose. This Tianyun Tower is a small second-rate merchant association. It can't even be considered a first-rate merchant association. They are courting death if they dare to use such a method. How can Marshal Uncle Xiao Yuan's items be compared to the Tianyun Tower? In another private room, a young man standing there said in dissatisfaction. Other than the young man, there were a few middle-aged men in the private room. There was even an old man. In my opinion, we shouldn't have come this time. The Tianyun Tower is just a second-rate merchant association. What can they take out? How high can the quality of a low-grade ruler weapon be? They are just trying to please the crowd. How can they compare to our weapon refining sect? The World Merchant Association, Hell, Heaven, and the others all want to buy from our weapon refining sect. The young man said in disdain. The people in this private room didn't have a small background. It was a famous sect in the Weave, the weapon refining sect. This sect didn't participate in battles. Their martial strength was average, but they were good at refining all kinds of weapons and treasures. In the Weave, almost all the high-grade weapons came from the weapon refining sect. Xiao Yuan was a grandmaster of their weapon refining sect. The weapon refining sect had a total of 8 grandmasters like him. This didn't include the rare weapon refining grandmasters. Their influence could be imagined. The young man wasn't surprised to say such a thing. When it came to refining weapons, the weapon refining sect was number 1. Now that a second-rate merchant association, the Tianyun Tower, wanted to auction weapons and low-grade god artifacts, it was undoubtedly a sign of the weapon refining sect's authority. Zhao Ji, you can keep your mouth shut. A middle-aged man beside him shook his head. Zhao Ji was this young man, and he was even more dissatisfied. What's wrong? I didn't say anything wrong. The Tianyun Tower's things are not good. If not for that D Tian backing them up, who would come to participate, causing them to come to such a poor little place. If I had the time, I might as well go find some refining materials. The other middle-aged men didn't know whether to laugh or cry. A young man was indeed a young man. He couldn't keep his cool. Zhaoji, you have good eyesight. What do you think of the wave-breaker sword? The old man who hadn't spoken yet asked indifferently. There was no expression on his face. Chapter 1736. The clash between Grandmaster Xiao Yuan's treasured saber and Tianyun Tower's unknown treasured sword instantly piqued everyone's interest. Such a scene was rare. Grandmaster Xiao Yuan's treasured saber was priceless. If one wasn't born in a big clan, it was almost impossible to buy one. With such a treasured saber, one would definitely have an advantage when facing a ruler with a similar weapon. This was also why good things were so popular. It was a pity that such a low-rank ruler armament was rarely seen. Countless people had come to the crafting sect because of its fame, but all of them had returned empty-handed. The price of the crafting master's creations had skyrocketed, to the point where ordinary people could only look up to them. For example, many people in the reception hall had never seen a grandmaster's work before. With just one look, everyone could see how extraordinary the flame saber was. Blazing waves of fire came one after another. In order to let everyone see it more clearly, those who are interested can come up and take a look. The auctioneer invited everyone up to take a look, proving that the two weapons were of the same level. There was no suspicion of fraud. This also left a good impression on everyone. Tianyun Tower was really good at this. Everyone was even more excited. Not many people went up to take a look. Some people wouldn't go up due to their status. Only those who joined in the fun went up to take a look. All of them were amazed by the flame saber. Alright, now that everyone has seen it, I'm sure you're even more excited about the next scene. Let's start now. Everyone please open your eyes wide. Don't miss this good opportunity. The corner of the young man's mouth curled up as he held the flaming saber in his hand. Come, I've been waiting for a long time. The clash was very simple. There was no need to inject any power. It was purely a clash between the weapons. Only this could prove whether a weapon was good or bad. The people below also opened their eyes wide, afraid to miss the exciting scene. In their opinion, Tianyun Tower's low-grade weapon would definitely lose. It might even be broken by the saber. Slash. The two of them attacked at the same time. Without instilling any power, the flame saber brought about a wave of fire that surged towards the wave-breaking sword. Although the wave-breaking sword looked ordinary, its quality was actually at the perfect level. Wah wah wah. Similarly, waves of water pressed down on the monstrous waves of fire. Everyone instantly heard the sound of waves, as if it was rising in their hearts. Under the pressure of the water wave, the towering fire wave was shattered. The blazing heat disappeared and was replaced by a cool and refreshing feeling. The wave-breaker sword slashed the fire wave and the flame blade. There was no clicking sound. Everyone could only hear a clattering sound. The flaming saber that was created by Grandmaster Xiao Yuan was split into two. One of the halves was in the young man's hand while the other was lying quietly on the ground. What's broken? How is this possible? I'm not looking at flowers, am I? The flame saber made by a grandmaster was broken by the wave-breaking sword. Without any energy to activate it, it's too scary. It's like cutting through iron like mud. The people in the main hall had the clearest view. Without any hindrance, the wave-breaker sword cut through the treasured saber. The young man was in a daze. He couldn't come back to his senses. His flaming saber was broken just like that? What a joke. The auctioneer held the wave-breaking sword and said to the other two, "You guys come as well." Thus, another exciting scene appeared. The wave-breaker sword slashed out and cut through two low-grade sovereign weapons one after another. It didn't stop in the middle and easily cut through them. It was a huge visual shock to be able to cut through three low-grade sovereign weapons in a row in front of everyone. Using energy to cut through the other party's weapons wasn't something amazing. Using one's own strength to cut through the other party's weapons was amazing. The three people who took the initiative to come up originally wanted to show off. Don't even mention how depressed they were, especially the young man holding the flaming saber. His face was as pale as his parents. The Tianyun Tower didn't mistreat them and compensated them for their losses. This is our Tianyun Tower's compensation. When they knew that they were compensated with the sovereign weapons being auctioned, all of them beamed with joy and didn't have any other thoughts. The young man who liked the flaming saber previously held the new treasured saber, his eyes never leaving it. This scene made everyone's eyes red. If they had known earlier, they wouldn't have hesitated before. Otherwise, they would have gotten a good weapon. As everyone can see, this low-grade sovereign weapon is made of special materials. Its quality is 100. You can rest assured that it can not only cut through weapons of the same level, but also battle armor. Even if it's a top-grade battle armor, you can rest assured that it can still cut through it. I also want to tell everyone secretly that the Tianyun Tower's weapons are called invincible weapons. They are invincible in the same level. There are a total of 100 such treasures being auctioned today. Now let's start the auction of the first low-grade sovereign weapon, the Wavebreaker Sword. The starting price is 5 million low-grade holy stones. Each bid is 500,000 low-grade holy stones. Everyone who had seen the Wavebreaker Sword couldn't help it. Invincible in the same level. They didn't doubt it at all. It could easily cut through a Grandmaster's treasured saber. How could it not be invincible? I bid 5 million. 5,500,000. 6 million. It had to be said that after this experiment, invincible weapons ushered in a frenzy of auctions. No one didn't want their weapon to be worse than others. Not to mention this kind of invincible weapon. Everyone could see the importance of a weapon. With such an invincible weapon, a 1-star sovereign could easily defeat a 2 or 3-star sovereign. It would be even easier for them to tie. In a battle between weapons, whoever had the better weapon would have the advantage. If your weapon was broken by the opponent, how could you still fight? You'd better run away with your tail between your legs, lest you get killed with a single slash. 15 million low-grade holy stones. I bid 30 million low-grade holy stones. The price quickly rose to 30 million low-grade holy stones. Everyone fell silent. This price was already quite high. An ordinary low-grade sovereign weapon would only cost a few million low-grade holy stones. I bid 50 million low-grade holy stones. I want it. Perhaps because it was the first auction, the first low-grade sovereign weapon was auctioned off just like that. This price made many people's eyes pop out. Now, the second low-grade sovereign weapon is a treasured saber. The following auction was especially intense. The price kept rising. 100 low-grade sovereign weapons were each priced at around 100 million low-grade holy stones. Just from the 100 treasures, the Tianyun Tower had earned around 10 billion low-grade holy stones. And this was just the beginning. No one wanted to miss such a good thing. They fought over it and it was indescribably intense. The only lucky ones were the less popular weapons. They got lucky and the price was around 70 million. Chapter 1738. It was a good start with 100 low-grade Dominator weapons. No one doubted the quality of the low-grade Dominator battle armor at all. The moment the auctioneer brought it out, it was immediately welcomed by everyone and the price kept rising. If they couldn't buy a good weapon, they should at least have a powerful defensive battle armor. With this thought in mind, everyone was desperately bidding, afraid of missing the opportunity. The auctioneer was very happy to see the intense bidding. After today's auction, he would be a famous auctioneer in the Merchant Association circle. 100 low-grade Dominator weapons were auctioned for 10 billion low-grade Saint stones. Just this alone was enough for him to be proud of. For now, the people in the front hall were the ones bidding. A low-grade Dominator weapon was enough to make them move. As for higher-grade ones, they really didn't have the confidence to compete. If the big shots ate the meat, they would be satisfied with a sip of the soup. There was no need to compete for high-grade weapons. With a low-grade Dominator weapon and a Dominator battle armor, their fighting strength would increase by a lot. They didn't need to worry too much when facing experts 1 or 2 small realms above them. The competition for the low-grade battle armor was extremely intense, especially for the people who managed to obtain a low-grade ruler weapon. Since they had a powerful offensive weapon, their defensive battle armor was also indispensable. Compete. They had to compete. They had to get it no matter the price. The battle armor's price was not any lower than the low-grade Dominator weapon. Crazy, this is too crazy. I've never seen such a scene. In the private room, Lu Ziyue had seen the popularity of today's auction and was very excited to see it with her own eyes. A single auction was worth a dozen auctions from Tianyun Tower. Their Tianyun Tower had never auctioned off 10 billion low-grade Saint stones in one go. Lu Ziyue couldn't help but exclaim. It was indeed hard to imagine. This is all thanks to you. From now on, Tianyun Tower's influence will not be any less than the 3 great merchant associations. Lin Fei didn't care about the auction's income for the time being. With high-grade god stones, Lin Fei really didn't care about the mountain saint stones. Mosquito meat was still meat. He couldn't let it go. Lu Ziyue smiled sweetly and said, "In the end, our Tianyun Tower is still working for you. You're the most comfortable being a shopkeeper who doesn't have to do anything. All you have to do is move your lips." Lin Fei laughed mischievously. Capable people do more work. It's not easy to get a ruler's armament. I have to put in some effort to get one. It's not something that can be easily found. Lu Ziyue didn't really believe Lin Fei's words. The thing is here. In another private room. Outside the door, a waiter came in with a tray. Someone spoke to the waiter and the waiter came back with the tray. He removed the red cloth, revealing a low-grade ruler weapon that gave off the might of a ruler. "Come take a look and see what this thing is like," the old man suddenly said. The faces of the other people present were unnatural. The crafting sect was famous for refining weapons, and there was no one in the entire weave who didn't know about it. Even if the Chamber of Commerce wanted to dominate the market for weapons, it would depend on the crafting sect's mood. But now, a random second-rate Chamber of Commerce was auctioning off an extremely high-grade weapon that surpassed that of the crafting sect. If there were only a few people, they would be able to control the scope of the news. But now, even if the crafting sect wanted to, they couldn't control the news from spreading. This was not a small blow to the crafting sect. Invincible weapon? Such arrogance. Zhao Ji, who was previously dissatisfied, took out his weapon. Without saying anything, he took out a separation hook and slashed at it, trying to break it. Bang! An unexpected scene appeared. Zhao Ji's weapon broke into two, and the remaining part fell to the ground, letting out a loud sound that resounded in everyone's ears. So sharp. Could it be that the Tianyun Tower really has a crafting grandmaster? The separation hook is very perfect. Its hardness is comparable to a mid-grade ruler's armament. To break it even with a mid-grade ruler's armament, it would take some time. Everyone was shocked. I'm very happy that everyone is interested in the invincible weapons and invincible battle armor. Although they are low-grade, our Tianyun Tower's auction items are all of high quality. Next up is a mid-grade ruler's armament. The auctioneer once again stirred up everyone's mood. Just like before. Using the separation hook to experiment. This time, everyone present wished they could go up themselves. The auctioneer was very straightforward. He invited 15 rulers up and took out the first mid-grade ruler's armament of the day. In front of everyone, another shocking scene appeared. The competition for the mid-grade ruler's armament was even more intense than before. Similarly, there were 100 mid-grade ruler's armament being auctioned. 100 mid-grade ruler's armament was not a small amount. Originally, only the people in the hall were fighting for it. Now the people in the 36 booths were fighting for it. The price quickly rose. A mid-grade ruler's armament's price rose to 100 million mid-grade Saint Stones. And this was just the beginning. They might not be interested in a low-grade ruler's armament. But mid-grade ruler's armament's power was extraordinary. Which big family wouldn't care about such a good thing? The price rose even faster. In a short while it broke through the 500 million mark. Those who could participate in the auction were basically rich. None of them wanted to miss the opportunity to fight for it. 100 mid-grade rulers' armaments were sold for a very high price. Moreover, they were sold for mid-grade Saint Stones. When it was the high-grade rulers' armaments' turn, the 36 booths were fighting crazily. None of them gave face to the other. With a high-grade ruler's armament, no matter the realm difference, one would be invincible among those of the same realm. No one could block the weapon's attribute boost. If one's weapon was inferior to the opponent's, they would be restricted. The people in the 36 booths were either from peak or first-rate sections. Everyone could see the importance of this. At the same time, they rejoiced inwardly. Fortunately, they came. Otherwise, they wouldn't have such a good opportunity. As long as they returned, they could use the weapons and battle armors they obtained from the auction to defeat their old rivals. There were even people in booths who bought the weapons on the spot to test their power. Broken swords and sabers blinded their eyes. The Tianyun Tower had really auctioned good things this time. Many of them had weapons from crafting sect. Some were made by grandmasters. But in front of an invincible weapon they were like scrap metal. Crafting sect was inferior to the Tianyun Tower. This was the common thought of everyone who bought the weapons. The fight for a high-grade ruler's armament was more intense than anything else. You don't give way, I don't give way. Saint Stones seemed to be free. Everyone only had one goal, and that was to buy the weapons. 100 high-grade rulers' armaments were only that much. Every one that was auctioned was one less. There were too many wolves and not enough meat. No one was willing to give up. Soon, the 100 high-grade rulers' armaments and battle armors were auctioned off. Everyone was still in shock. Chapter 1739. The Tianyun Tower's auction was an instant hit. If news of this got out, everyone would be shocked once again. It was rare for an auction to be this intense. Even the top 3 merchant associations might not be able to do this. Whether it was a low-grade ruler, a mid-grade, or even a high-grade one, the quality of each piece was indescribable. This was great. This was what the person who won the auction said. Even a fool would be able to sense the extraordinariness of it. After the intense competition for the high-grade ruler weapons and battle armors, no one doubted the Tianyun Tower's auctionability anymore. Everyone dared to say good when they saw these weapons and battle armors. When it was time for the low-grade god weapons to be auctioned, the atmosphere reached its peak. Everyone found that their breathing had started to quicken. If the ruler weapons were this good, then what about the god weapons? Doubt. No one doubted it. Especially the heavenly gods in the private rooms. They had seen Tian fight with their own eyes. A low-grade god weapon crushed a low-grade god weapon of the same level. Saying it crushed was already giving them face. They could clearly see that all the heavenly gods who fought Tian had their god armors and god artifacts shattered into pieces. This wasn't a normal kind of terror. Normally, to destroy the other party's god weapons and armor, one had to be stronger than the other party and could do it easily. The other way was to beat the other party's weapon. When Tian fought, his low-grade god weapon was better than others. To put it bluntly, he used his weapon to bully others. Tian used his weapon to crush the other party and his heavenly god clones. With 5 of them ganging up on one person, no one could block this kind of attack. It was normal to be defeated and killed. Everyone took the low-grade god weapon auction very seriously. Everyone in the hall had their eyes wide open. Immediately, someone brought the low-grade god weapon up. When the red cloth was removed, the low-grade god weapon Silver Snake Sword appeared in front of everyone. Traces of sword chi shot into the sky, cutting through the void and lingering for a long time. God weapon, it really is a god weapon. Such sharp sword chi. Just the sword chi alone can kill a low-level ruler expert. My horizons have been widened. The low-grade god weapon Silver Snake Sword appeared in front of everyone. This is the inferior grade divine weapon, the Silver Serpent Sword. Because the sword chi is too sharp, we have sealed 90% of it. Once the seal is undone, the sword chi will be able to heavily injure the ruler of the 9 stars. Everyone should understand the importance of this better than I do. Now, the first inferior grade divine weapon, the starting price is 100,000 inferior god stones. The auctioneer was also very excited. There weren't many auctioneers in the entire weave who had the qualifications to auction a low-grade divine artifact. Such a good low-grade god item, Chaotic Ancient Kingdom will pay 500,000 low-grade god stones for it. From one of the private rooms, Primal Chaos City's leader's voice resounded. Commander, you said it yourself. This is good stuff. 500,000 low-grade god stones is too little. We'll pay 600,000. 700,000. 800,000. The auction of low-grade divine artifacts was limited to the 36 private rooms. They didn't need to look down to know that the Silver Serpent Sword was extremely powerful and of a perfect grade. It completely surpassed the low-grade divine weapons in their hands. The great commander was the first to call out, wanting to be the first to arrive. Unfortunately, everyone was guarding the low-grade divine artifact this time, so how could they miss this opportunity? Before they saw it, perhaps they didn't think much of it. But as soon as the low-grade divine artifact appeared, the price skyrocketed. The people in the hall only listened, but their faces were still filled with shock. Large factions were indeed large factions. These people's families weren't small, so using saint stones to auction was nothing. But if they were to use god stones, then they wouldn't be able to take them out in a short time. This battle was destined to unfold in the 36 private rooms. This Tian really is capable. The great commander sat in his private room. His face also had a rare solemn expression. Last time, after working together for the first time and seeing the benefits of this item, the great commander couldn't forget the importance of a low-grade divine artifact. As soon as the Silver Serpent Sword appeared, the great commander called out. Primal Chaos City didn't lack god stones. A low-grade divine artifact was a must. Before using it, the great commander wouldn't pay too much attention. Their Primal Chaos Ancient Kingdom also had stock, but compared to Tian's low-grade divine artifact, the difference was like heaven and earth. After using Tian's low-grade divine artifact, they definitely wouldn't use the previous one again. The difference was too big to make up for. After this auction, we have to work with Tian again no matter what. Master hasn't returned yet, the 8 great sects are eyeing us, and the 7 hegemons aren't easy to deal with either. If we have a large number of low-grade divine artifacts, the Primal Chaos Ancient Kingdom's strength will increase greatly. He likes the primordial chaos aura, so we have to squeeze it out no matter what. The great commander immediately made his decision. What a good Tian, he even has an artifact of this grade. How shocking. Heaven Hell's Empyrean god Aragawa put down the high-grade ruler weapon in his hand, his eyes flashing with joy. Ever since Tian took down 5 Empyrean gods by himself, Emperor God Aragawa had been very interested in this auction. The result didn't disappoint him. In Emperor God Aragawa's eyes, just the high-grade ruler weapon in his hand wasn't any weaker than a supreme ruler weapon. In fact, it might even be better. It was Emperor God Aragawa's first time seeing such a good weapon. Thus, when bidding for the high-grade ruler weapon, Emperor God Aragawa ordered his subordinates to bid, and he won 15 out of 100 weapons. This was a good number. If third young Master Feng knew about this, he would definitely regret it. Emperor God Aragawa rejoiced that he had come to the right place. When he thought about third young Master Feng who had been exiled, he couldn't help but smile. What a pity I didn't bring many low-grade divine artifacts this time, but I have to get one no matter what. Tianyang of Wind and Cloud Trade Association was also very excited. Such a good low-grade divine artifact, how rare. Tianyang looked at the low-grade divine artifact in his hand fondly. This was the 5th low-grade divine artifact, and Wind and Cloud Trade Association had spent 2 million low-grade godstones to buy it. Tianyang didn't even bat an eyelid as he took down a low-grade divine artifact in one go. I really don't know where Tian got it from. Tianyang handed the low-grade divine artifact to a middle-aged man next to him. You are our blacksmith grandmaster. Tell me about this low-grade divine artifact. The middle-aged man took the low-grade divine artifact and looked at it carefully, not daring to be distracted. President, he's an expert, a true expert. Not long after, the middle-aged man's face was filled with shock as he stared at the low-grade divine artifact. There's actually such an expert in artifact forging in this world. The low-grade divine artifact he forged is as perfect as a high-grade sovereign artifact. There must be a divine artifact forging master behind this Tian who can easily forge low-grade divine artifacts, mid-grade divine artifacts and high-grade divine artifacts. Are you sure? You're not joking? Tianyang raised his eyebrows. President, I'm only half a step away from forging low-grade divine artifacts. I took a casual look just now, and the other party's forging technique is very perfect. It's a completely different kind of forging technique and it's 100 times better than mine. Only a blacksmith grandmaster can do this. A blacksmith grandmaster. Chapter 1740. A master artificer. If Lin Fei heard this, he would definitely laugh his head off. He didn't have a master artificer on hand. How could they even think of such a thing? But to Lin Fei this was the perfect excuse. The auction continued. The bidding grew more and more intense. The 36 booths were all fiercely competing. Exclusive was the most important and no one appeared. No one was willing to miss this opportunity, and they wouldn't allow their enemy sect to increase its strength. Everyone was putting in a lot of effort. It was their fault for not being able to take down Tian earlier. If they couldn't take down Tian, they would use another method. They're out. What's going on with them? Could there really be something good? Those who hadn't gone in were all outside looking for information. Now that they came out, everyone realized that their expressions were different from when they went in. They seemed to be in a daze. Had something happened to them? Many people started guessing. Old Wang, what's the situation inside? What's the good stuff? Someone immediately pulled someone who had just come out and asked anxiously. A 5-star ruler saw that it was someone he knew and seemed to have found someone to talk to. He quietly pulled the person to the side. It's a pity you didn't go. You missed out on an eye-opening opportunity. Ruler weapons, their attributes are too good in low-grade god artifacts, you don't know what they are. I knew it would be like this. That person had a look of regret. There were too many people outside paying attention to this. Everyone wanted to know what was going on. Many immortals who came out wanted to find someone to talk to. In just a few moments, the news spread throughout the great metropolis realm. What weapons clashing? What invincible ruler weapons suppressing weapons forged by the crafting sect? The news couldn't be hidden and it quickly spread. Everyone had friends and family, so the news spread quickly. This news gave everyone a fright. Were the items auctioned by the Tianyun Tower really that good? Then they had missed out on an opportunity. Many people began to regret it. Everyone knew what kind of existence the crafting sect was. Everyone was proud to use weapons forged by the crafting sect. But now, someone suddenly said that the weapons forged by the crafting sect were no different from trash. This was undoubtedly an earth-shattering matter that shocked everyone. At first, some people expressed disbelief. As more and more news spread, the news was quickly confirmed. Invincible ruler weapons? A weapon far superior to the crafting school. Quite a few people from the various clans sought out their acquaintances to inquire about the authenticity of the news, and they constantly received new information. Every single piece of information pointed to the fact that the weapons being auctioned by the Tianyun Tower were far superior to those of the weapon refining sect. In the end, the people of the crafting sect showed up with ugly expressions. Some of the busybodies went up to inquire, only to be harshly reprimanded by the crafting school, causing their expressions to become even more unsightly. With that, no one doubted the authenticity of his words anymore. The crafting school had encountered a powerful enemy. A tycoon is indeed a tycoon. Lin Fei wasn't very interested in the news that was circulating in the outside world. What interested him now were the lower-grade god stones. This was good stuff. The last time he had used the battle fortress, he had attacked with all his might, and his energy had been drained like water. It would be a lie to say that he didn't feel any heartache, but the gains were pretty good. This auction could replenish the energy points he had used up. It's a pity that they are all lower-grade god stones. Lin Fei shook his head. The little devil immediately came out to attack him. Master, you have to be content. You now have high-grade god stones and lower-grade god stones in stock. Adding them together, you have at least tens of millions of lower-grade god stones. Lin Fei didn't even blush. When can I draw a medium-grade god weapon? Now Lin Fei would draw chests every day. What he drew were all lower-grade god weapons. Until now, he hadn't even seen a shadow of a medium-grade god weapon. Lin Fei was very disappointed and unhappy. When the grade of your chests increases, you will naturally be able to draw a medium-grade god weapon. Lin Fei sighed. I still have to find a source of goods or else I will run out of money. The Tianyun Tower's auction ended. The originally second-rate Chamber of Commerce became famous with today's auction. As time passed, their reputation would also increase. From then on, no one would doubt the Tianyun Tower's power. A perfect ruler weapon, lower-grade god weapon, was the best advertisement. No one would reject such a good thing. For example, after the auction ended, the Wind and Cloud Chamber of Commerce and Hell Heaven Chamber of Commerce took the initiative to visit the Tianyun Tower. Lu Ziyue was the person in charge and she was also shocked. 2 top Chamber of Commerce came to visit? In the past, this was something that she didn't even dare to think about. Now they took the initiative to visit. The entire Tianyun Tower was excited. They finally had a day to stand out. Invite them to the living room and entertain them well. I'll be right there. After a brief moment of shock, Lu Ziyue realized the purpose of their visit. At the same time, it was also an opportunity for the Tianyun Tower. The auction had ended. But for some people, the auction was only the beginning of what was to come after. We must report back. In a rented senfu, Heavenly God Luoxian of the Righteous Sect put down the low-grade god weapon in his hand. He loved this low-grade god weapon that he had won at a high price and interrupted everyone. The Tianyun Tower had auctioned the low-grade god weapon, and the source was D Tian. This was no longer a small matter. It was a major matter that could affect the entire territory. Empyrean deity Luoxian had been bestowed a low-grade divine artifact, but the disparity between it and the invincible low-grade divine artifact that the Tianyun Tower had auctioned was huge. If they were to fight, he would definitely lose his low-grade divine artifact. Even though he hadn't tried it yet. Heavenly God Luoxian didn't have the guts to try and verify the battle outside the starry sky. Heavenly God Demon Cloud of the Demon Mystic Sect must have encountered the same situation and been easily killed. This damn D Tian, where did he get such a good low-grade god weapon? Heavenly God Luoxian used to look down on D Tian, but now he was deeply fearful. We must report this matter now and let the sect make a decision as soon as possible. This D Tian is getting more and more difficult to deal with. Almost all the forces in the 36 private rooms had the same idea as Heavenly God Luoxian. Once an item was auctioned, everyone knew whether it was good or bad. They also realized how important the Tianyun Tower and D Tian would be in the future. As soon as the news spread, the 8 major sects, the 7 overlords and the first-rate forces were all shocked. D Tian, who was an ant in their eyes, did such a big thing? He changed the situation of the territory with the power of one person? This was not a good thing. The weapon refining sect, which was famous for refining weapons, was defeated by these weapons? This was definitely a major event. Fight? Completely defeat the weapons of the weapon refining sect? The news came one after another. The visit of the Wind and Cloud Chamber of Commerce and the Hell Heaven Chamber of Commerce was also shocking. Chapter 1741. The small Great Metropolis realm caused another wave. The entire vast Great Metropolis realm was in shock. Perhaps some people had looked down on D Tian before, but no one would do so now. 5 or 6 heavenly gods had been killed in succession. What did that mean? There might not be many heavenly gods that died in a chaos year. Heavenly gods rarely fought each other because most heavenly gods were of similar strength. To kill a heavenly god, one had to be several small realms stronger or several heavenly gods had to join forces. The price to pay was not small. It was necessary to spend more than half of one's fortune. Hence, unless it was a mortal enemy, no one would do such a thing. Tian of the great metropolis realm had killed several heavenly gods in less than 1,000 years and imprisoned 4 more. This was enough to shock the entire great metropolis realm. This was not something an ordinary person could do. At least, a heavenly god alone would not dare to fight Tian. 5 or 6 heavenly gods might not be able to kill Tian, and some might even die. Only a few major powers would dare to act against Tian. For the others, they could only talk big. If they really wanted to go up, they wouldn't dare to even if they were beaten to death. They would rather hide like turtles. This time, everyone knew that Tian was supporting the Tianyun Tower from behind the scenes. The source was easy to explain. No one cared at first. But now, an ordinary low-grade ruler weapon was sold for tens of billions of low-grade saint stones in the Tianyun Tower's auction. Compared to low-grade ruler weapons of the same level, the difference was huge. The price was 10 times, 100 times higher. Most importantly, the quality was far superior to the crafting sect's ruler weapons. Everyone understood what this meant. Tian was going to monopolize the large market of weapons and battle armor. Anyone who was Tian's enemy would definitely suffer. Others were using Tian's battle armor and ruler weapons, but you were still using the crafting sect's weapons. Once they fought, it would be a crushing defeat. No sect wanted to see that. After hearing the news, the various large sects ordered their people to stay in the great metropolis realm to gather information. They would immediately rush over and try to get more ruler weapons and battle armor from Tian. This was too important to the great metropolis realm. Almost everyone said the same thing. Tian, you're amazing. By the lake in Invincible Palace. The Grand Governor and Lin Fei sat below the pavilion. The Grand Governor's gaze was extremely complicated when he stared at Lin Fei. This auction would change the structure of the weaves. From now on, who wouldn't recognize the invincible weapon? After all, invincible within the same grade. This was not something any weapon could achieve. The commander secretly rejoiced that he had not offended Tian too much back then. Instead, he had obtained a small batch of low-quality god artifacts from Tian, strengthening his own strength. Did the Grand Commander come looking for me just to say that? I'm afraid I don't deserve those words. Lin Fei chuckled. He was not surprised at all that the Grand Commander would come looking for him. It was just a matter of time. If it was an ordinary person, I'm afraid that no one would be able to remain calm after doing such a big thing. You are more composed than I imagined. Unknowingly, you have done such a big thing. Fortunately, I wasn't your enemy back then. Otherwise, I'm afraid it would be too late for regrets now. The Great Commander said emotionally. After the Heavenly Fate Pavilion's auction, the Great Commander understood better than anyone else that in order for a clan to grow stronger, they would first need weapons and armor. In the past, almost all of the weapons and armor came from the crafting sect, so their influence covered the entire weave. But now, with Tian's powerful rise, the crafting sect would completely decline from now on. Their influence would be far inferior to Tian, and their weapons and armor would become second-rate, no longer important. Tian, on the other hand, was different. Anyone who wanted weapons and armor would probably have to curry favor with Tian. Once the item was good, the quality alone could crush everything else. Tian's items were like this. Great Commander, you're praising me? I'm not a person who can take compliments. Lin Fei chuckled. If you praise me again, I'll leave. The Great Commander laughed dryly and changed the topic. First, let me congratulate you on your successful auction. I came here today because I want to privately buy some ruler weapons and ruler battlesuits. We've worked together before, so you won't refuse me, right? After all, we can be considered half-friends. There was indeed a connection between Lin Fei and the Primal Chaos Ancient Kingdom. Back then he received a favor from the Primal Chaos Ancient Kingdom. This was something Lin Fei remembered very clearly. That's easy as long as the quantity isn't large. I can promise you that. Lin Fei said straightforwardly. Dao friend is indeed straightforward. But this time I want a lot of things. You should know that the Primal Chaos Ancient Kingdom seems strong and safe, but in reality it isn't. The Great Commander said. The 8 great sects and the 7 hegemons, none of them are easy to negotiate with. If things go wrong, they might attack the Primal Chaos Ancient Kingdom one day. I need weapons and armor to arm my subordinates. The Primal Chaos Ancient Kingdom had a God King who was suppressed in the past. Although he didn't know how the two were connected, once that God King escaped, the 8 great sects would make a move sooner or later. Lin Fei rejoiced inwardly. If it was a low-quality god artifact, he might hesitate. However, a ruler weapon and a ruler battle armor were simply too much for him. Right now, the most worthless things to Lin Fei were the ruler armaments and ruler battle armor. If he could use these things to exchange for some good things, Lin Fei would be quite satisfied. This, I'm afraid it will be troublesome. Lin Fei frowned. This time, the great commander was determined to purchase a large number of ruler weapons and armor. As long as he could arm his subordinates, they would become a powerful force in the future and become a good card in his hand. The prerequisite was to arm his subordinates. Being able to purchase ruler weapons and armor was the most important thing for the great commander. Seeing Di Tian frown, he knew that the situation wasn't good. This matter concerned the primal chaos ancient kingdom. How could the great commander not be nervous? Dao friend, I have no other choice. Our primal chaos ancient kingdom is also suffering. If Dao friend can do his best, our primal chaos ancient kingdom is willing to give you something satisfactory. For example, this. A large piece of primal chaos divine stone appeared in the great commander's hand. And this. At the same time, he took out the primal chaos divine stone and stored it in a jade bottle. Lin Fei knew that primal chaos divine stone could be converted into energy points. The conversion efficiency was very high, even higher than Saint Stone's. Primal chaos divine stone? This was also a good thing. It could also be converted into energy points or divinity points. This was something that the great commander had researched for a long time before he decided to take out. He believed that Di Tian would definitely like it. As long as he could exchange for ruler weapons and armor, everything would be worth it. Great commander, you've seen through my thoughts. Lin Fei smiled bitterly. You're trying to tempt me. Chapter 1742. The great commander left in satisfaction. Fellow cultivator Luo Xian, you're here too. After leaving the invincible palace, the commander ran into heaven deity Luo Xian of the righteous sect. Empyrean god Luo Xian was very surprised to see the grand commander of the Chaos Heaven Kingdom. He thought to himself, can it be that he's here to make a deal with Di Tian in private? Looking at how happy he is, he might have really come to an agreement with Di Tian. That's right, you look like you're in a good mood. Heavenly god Luo Xian chuckled. The senior commander was indeed in a very good mood. After concluding a major matter, it was inevitable that he would be in a happy mood when he came out. Who would have thought that Empyrean deity Luo Xian would see him? You're looking for Taoist Di Tian, right? He's inside. I still have things to do, so I'll be leaving first. The commander said casually and left. Empyrean god Luo Xian frowned slightly. This first commander and Di Tian must have come to an agreement. If I had known, I would have come earlier. Empyrean god Luo Xian mused to himself. He stared at the invincible palace in front of him and couldn't help but sigh. If that sect leader had killed Di Tian, none of this would have happened. But now, once the auction ended, Empyrean god Luo Xian knew that Di Tian was no longer someone he could underestimate. The sect also sent news that they were not to offend Di Tian for now. They were to try their best to obtain the ruler weapon and ruler battle armor from Di Tian. Even if it was impossible, there was no need to offend him. Fellow Taoist of the Jingyi sect, you also want to visit Di Tian. Outside the invincible palace, another group of people arrived. When the leader of the group saw Luo Xian, he smiled and greeted him. Heavenly god Luo Xian turned around, and upon seeing the person walking toward him, a smile appeared on his face. Greetings, President Tianyang. How could Empyrean deity Luo Xian not recognize the president of the Windstorm Trade Association, Tianyang? He was one of the major characters of the Windstorm Trade Association, and no one dared to offend him. Tianyang was also a veteran Empyrean deity. Tianyang had rushed over to visit Di Tian as soon as possible. News of the auction had already spread throughout the weave. At this moment, Di Tian was like a piece of fatty meat. Everyone wanted to take a bite out of him. However, Di Tian's strength was extraordinary and unfathomable. Without at least 7 or 8 heavenly deities, it was impossible to deal with him. Tianyang's purpose in coming here this time was to cooperate. In the eyes of the Wind Cloud Chamber of Commerce, everything was divided into 2 types. One type could be cooperated with and the other type couldn't. Di Tian was someone they could work with. It had great potential. At least for now, the Wind Cloud Chamber of Commerce would not use violence against Di Tian. President Tian is also here to visit Di Tian, right? Why don't we go together? Empyrean god Luo Xian had originally thought that it would be easier for him to discuss matters with his own family. Now that Empyrean god Tianyang from the Wind and Cloud Chamber of Commerce had appeared, some things were difficult to say. However, he was unable to refuse, so he could only invite Empyrean god Luo Xian along. Sure. Heavenly God Tianyang smiled. President Tian, you're really cunning. You didn't even call me when you visited D. Tian. The two of them had only taken a few steps when another voice came from behind. Empyrean God Arakawa walked over with a smile. In less than a moment he was in front of D. Tian. He thought to himself, fortunately I came today. Otherwise old Tian would have beaten me to it. The Jingyi sect is here too. There are so many people who want to work with D. Tian. Whether it was the Wind Cloud Chamber of Commerce or the Heaven Hell Chamber of Commerce, from the end of the first auction, they knew that the rise of the Tianyun Tower was unstoppable. Even they were envious. Weapons of the same grade were all auctioned off at an astonishing price. Although the two chambers of commerce could do it, it was not as easy as the Tianyun Tower. That day the two chambers of commerce went to visit the person in charge of the Tianyun Tower. They did not obtain anything useful from the person in charge, but they were not disappointed. The little girl was not bad. Even though they did not obtain anything, they managed to negotiate some cooperation. The rise of the Tianyun Tower was inevitable. The two chambers of commerce did not mind doing a favor. As long as D. Tian was around, the Tianyun Tower was bound to grow stronger. No one could refuse unless someone could refine better weapons and battle suits. They completely defeated D. Tian's weapons and battle suits. Therefore they all came, but they did not expect to bump into each other. They were glad that they came early. Those who knew about the Tianyun Tower would need a long time to rush over. Empyrean God Tianyang cursed in his heart. He smiled and said, you really can't blame me for this. I sent someone to inform you before, but it seems like you were not here. I can't do anything about it. Empyrean God Arakawa complained, looks like my subordinates did not take this seriously. I must discipline them when I get back. Otherwise I will really miss an opportunity. If you want to come, just say it. Empyrean God Tianyang thought. The righteous sect, the Wind and Cloud Chamber of Commerce, and the Hell Heaven Chamber of Commerce want to visit me? Yes, this is their visit card. They are outside. The subordinate replied. Hearing this, Lin Fei was stunned at first. Then he smiled and flipped open the visit card. He put it down in a very formal manner. Businessmen are businessmen. They are all shameless. Go and invite them to sit in the hall. Don't be rude. The subordinate retreated. Lin Fei took out a bottle of celestial wine and poured himself a cup. I didn't expect that such a large faction would visit me one day. Cabbage ruler weapons and battle suits are going to be sold for a good price this time. Lin Fei raised his cup and drank it in one gulp. Meet them? Lin Fei was not in a hurry. Now they were the ones begging him. Lin Fei poured himself another cup. He was thinking about how to make a killing off them. It would be even better if he could get godheads. He was short of godheads now. Of the 18 clones, 6 were heavenly gods. He was still short of 12 clones. As long as all 18 clones became heavenly gods, with his own strength, it would be impossible to defeat him without more than 20 heavenly gods. Everyone drink your tea. My master will be here soon. Deal with something? Tianyang and Arakawa understood what was going on when they heard this. The other party was putting on airs. However, they could not say anything. In the past, if anyone dared to put on airs in front of them, they only needed to say a word, and the other party would be out of luck. Now they could only drink tea. Empyrean God Luo Xian felt very complicated. The guy who was weaker than him in the past was now a god-slaying killer. Several of the 10 great heavenly gods had died in his hands. For example, the demon mystic sect had lost 2 heavenly gods. If the righteous sect had wanted to take revenge on D. Tian, they might have lost 2 heavenly gods. They still had 4 heavenly gods under house arrest in the Invincible Palace. Heavenly God Luo Xian did not want to come here, but he had no choice. Their sect wanted to get all the things that D. Tian had in his hands to improve their strength. If other sects had weapons and battle suits, but their righteous sect did not, it would have a great impact on their battle. I'm sorry, I just took care of something. I've kept everyone waiting. Chapter 1743. On the way to Great Metropolis. People would appear from time to time. Everyone seemed to be in a hurry, as if they were hurrying somewhere. Faster, we have to go faster. A black warship was traveling at breakneck speed. The atmosphere within the warship was rather tense. It was a warship belonging to a major sect, one of the 8 major sects, the Bliss Palace. The person in charge was a silver-haired old man. He had a deathly aura around him and his eyes were half closed. No one in the warship dared to look at the old man directly. Elder, we're already going as fast as we can. We can't go any faster. The warship won't be able to take it. The old man reported with his head lowered. The old man's eyelids twitched. He suddenly took out a jade talisman and set up a formation. The people outside did not know what was going on. They only saw the elder's expression change very quickly. It did not last long and the old man removed the formation. How could this be? The old man mumbled to himself. A gust of divine power wrapped around the warship, and it turned into a beam of light. Its speed suddenly increased. The people in the warship did not understand why the elder would personally drive the warship. Did something big happen? Elder, what happened? A confidant asked softly. He was very curious as well. They were going to bring Empyrean God Scarlet Flame out. As such, the sect had arranged for a veteran Empyrean God Yuan Hong. That inconspicuous Tian is very capable. He did something big and made a name for himself. The sect's elder told us to buy a ruler's weapon from Tian at all costs. We can't fall behind the other sects. Empyrean God Yuan Hong did not hide anything from his confidant. Are the items in the auction really that good? This confidant was also a ruler and one of the 9 stars. He was in charge of daily affairs, and he had heard about auctions in faraway places. Empyrean God Yuan Hong could not figure it out himself. According to the news from the sect, the auction that Tian supported had all perfect quality items. They were known to be undefeatable weapons of the same grade, suppressing the weapons and armors of the crafting sect. The 8 major sects were getting restless. They had secretly contacted Tian, trying to buy a ruler's weapon. The Bliss Palace had lost an Empyrean God, and it was one of the 10 Empyrean gods at that. As such, they held quite a grudge against Tian. As such, they sent out Empyrean God Elder Yuan Hong with the intention of teaming up with the other 3 Empyrean gods to bring the Empyrean God out at the lowest cost. Now that the news about the auction had spread, the Bliss Palace immediately took it seriously. Heavenly God Yuan Hong had no choice but to use his divine power to propel the warship to the great metropolis realm as quickly as possible. Meanwhile, the other 3 factions had also received the news, and they were all astonished. Tian's influence expanded so quickly? They quickly understood that if the weapons and armor were really so good that they could suppress the weapon refining sect, then from now on, who would dare to look down on Tian? They would want nothing more than to curry favor with him. This was not a good thing for them. No wonder the sect had told him to hurry to the great metropolis heaven. After cursing and swearing for a while, they each took action. They didn't want to be left behind, so they had to get him out no matter what. In another place. In a place where there were gusts of cold wind. The group of people moved quickly. Their faces were filled with exhaustion as they searched the surroundings from time to time. Bastard, why are there so many ferocious beasts in this place? The 3rd young master Feng found a place and breathed a sigh of relief. He resented Tian even more when he thought about what happened. He looked at his tattered armor and wanted to cry, but no tears came out. When I get out, I'll destroy your great metropolis realm. The 3rd young master Feng ran into a lot of trouble ever since he came to this place. He was hunted down by ferocious beasts and most of his subordinates were killed. There were only 5 people left with him at the moment and all of them were injured. They finally arrived at a safe place after much difficulty. The 3rd young master Feng took out a jade talisman right away, getting ready to inform the Chamber of Commerce to deal with that brat Tian and vent his anger. 3rd young master, where are you? The jade talisman sent him a message before he could contact them. The 3rd young master Feng had been busy killing ferocious beasts for the past few days, so he had no time at all. They didn't know what happened, but there were countless ferocious beasts around, and killing them gave them a headache. I was put in a dangerous situation by that damn Tian. The 3rd young master Feng wanted to tell his father about his suffering, but a familiar roar came from the other side of the phone. Look at what you've done. I didn't ask you to go to the auction. Where did you go? You still have the cheek to say this. The 3rd young master Feng couldn't help but be afraid of his father. He wasn't afraid of others, but he was afraid of his father. Father, that Tian doesn't know what's good for him. Immediately send people to destroy the great metropolis realm. It's best if you capture Tian alive. The 3rd young master Feng said with a murderous look. I want to deal with that brat personally. Bastard, who asked you to deal with Tian? If not for you, our World Commerce Chamber wouldn't have become a joke. I'll deal with you when you come back. The jade talisman cut off the connection. The 3rd young master Feng was scolded badly, and he was at a loss at the same time. What the hell? What happened? The 3rd young master Feng would never have thought that his stubbornness would cause him to lose an opportunity. Thinking of his furious father, he pondered how to explain when he returned. In the hall of the Invincible Palace. They had always been suspicious of Tian's words. Through private information they knew that Tian was fine. But since he said so, they couldn't ask him what he was busy with. Lin Fei knew from the information he had gathered that the people in charge of the Wind and Cloud Commerce Chamber and Hell and Heaven were in charge. Both Tianyang and Huang Chuan were wily old foxes. It's fine, it's fine. We just arrived. Tianyang and Huang Chuan said at the same time. As businessmen, they wouldn't get angry over this. They were particular about making money with harmony. Seeing Di Tian's young appearance, the two of them were shocked. This person was really too young. But this young man had personally killed several heavenly gods. You can't judge a book by its cover. No one would believe that such a person was walking around if they didn't see it with their own eyes. Even heavenly gods were easily killed by him. Heavenly god Luo Xian felt uncomfortable seeing Di Tian again. But he still had to smile. It was very uncomfortable. Di Tian, we meet again. Lin Fei smiled. I didn't expect you to come. I'm really surprised. If it wasn't for the ruler weapon and battle suit, do you think I would come? Heavenly god Luo Xian cursed in his heart. Di Tian hadn't reached the heavenly god realm yet, but his combat strength was already several levels higher than him. Vent my anger? Oh. Why did the sect give me such a mission? Are they torturing me? Taoist Di Tian, you're a famous person now. I knew that someone like you would definitely soar to the sky. Heavenly god Luo Xian said seriously. Chapter 1744. P.S. Sorry I was dragged out by someone to force me to drink last night. I'm so drunk that I can't even write. Thank you everyone for your monthly votes. Xiao Ku will cover her face and run away. Lin Fei felt great. Of course, no one would take Empyrean deity Luo Xian's words seriously. Whoever believed him would be the greatest fool in the world. Lin Fei knew better than anyone that such a person would definitely kill him if he had the chance. The more displeased the other party was, the happier Lin Fei was. So what if you're unhappy? You still have to endure it. You're flattering me. I'm just lucky. I'm not that great. Lin Fei said modestly. Heavenly god Luo Xian felt even more uncomfortable, and he cursed Di Tian several dozen times in his heart. He wanted nothing more than to leave this place right away, but he had no choice but to endure it for now when he thought of the mission he had to complete. At the very least, this was not a good time to offend Di Tian. Didn't they see that the representatives of the Wind and Cloud Merchant Associations and the Heaven and Hell Merchant Associations wanted to pay a visit to Di Tian? What an honor this was. Even their righteous sect might not be able to put on such airs to make two peak-tier merchant associations take the initiative to pay a visit. He could only endure it for now. Heavenly deity Tianyang interjected. Fellow Taoist Di Tian, you are too humble. Right now, in the entire territory, who doesn't know of your capabilities? You killed 6 heavenly deities in succession. The title of number 1 among the younger generation is definitely yours. These words infuriated Luo Xiantian. Empyrean god Luo Xian had always viewed himself as the number 1 expert of the younger generation. Later on, a character like Di Tian appeared and did something earth-shattering. Di Tian surpassed him, and the gap between them grew wider and wider. Slaying a god? Empyrean god Luo Xian could do it, but he couldn't do it as cleanly as Di Tian. This was the difference between them. Empyrean god Arakawa laughed as well. Amongst the younger generation, you are the most qualified, fellow Taoist. If a disciple of my conglomerate was even half as strong as you, I would be overjoyed. This is pushing me to the heart of the struggle. Lin Fei did not take these false reputations seriously. No matter how great a false reputation was, if he did not have the ability, he was just a paper tiger. People could easily defeat him. Since they said so, Lin Fei would not refuse. Number 1 among the younger generation? He was indeed qualified to be one. The two of you think too highly of me. Lin Fei said unhurriedly, however, because of your words, I will use tea in place of wine to toast everyone. Tianyang and Arakawa nodded to themselves. This Di Tian was indeed courageous. The top ranker of the younger generation, this position wasn't something anyone would dare to sit on. If one didn't have the courage and spirit, they wouldn't even dare to accept it. Although Di Tian didn't say anything, how could the two of them not understand the tone of his voice? Their understanding of Di Tian was limited to the information they had gathered from their investigations. Now that they personally saw Di Tian, the two of them could tell how extraordinary he was. At the very least, he was someone with great resolution. No wonder he dared to kill a heavenly deity and was even a heavenly deity from a major sect. Empyrean god Luo Xian was extremely jealous. Even he didn't dare to admit that he was the number 1 of the younger generation. The territory was so big and there were countless experts of the younger generation. This position was like being the number 1 in the world. Whoever did it would be unlucky. Di Tian is really shameless. He even dares to wear such a hat. As long as I spread the news, although no one will come looking for trouble with you now, when those fellows come out, let's see how you're going to become the number one of the younger generation. Empyrean god Luo Xian didn't dare to fight Di Tian recklessly. The 6 heavenly deities had been slaughtered. They weren't immortal sovereigns, immortal kings, or rulers. They were all genuine heavenly deities. They couldn't do anything to Di Tian, but Empyrean god Luo Xian could at least disgust Di Tian a little. Aren't you arrogant? Let's see how long you can be arrogant for. Empyrean god Luo Xian's mood inexplicably improved when he thought of this. I'm afraid the 3 of you didn't come to visit just to have some tea. If you have anything to say, just say it. I'm the most straightforward person. Lin Fei put down his cup and said this. Tianyang and Arakawa didn't plan on getting to the main topic so quickly. This Di Tian was too straightforward. They were caught off guard. But then again, they liked to discuss things with people who were straightforward. Our wind and cloud commerce would like to make a deal with you. Tianyang was the first to speak. It's about the weapons and battle robes that you handed over to the Heavenly Fate Tower for auction. When Lin Fei provided the weapons and battle robes to the Heavenly Fate Tower, he didn't ask them to keep it a secret at all. The same goes for the Heavenly Fate Tower. As long as you're willing, the price is not a problem. The wind and cloud commerce can afford it. Empyrean god Arakawa added. The 2 of them were determined to get it. Lin Fei frowned and put on a troubled expression. You 2, you're a step too late. Tianyang and Arakawa's hearts thumped. Did someone beat them to it? This wasn't what they wanted to see. Is there nothing else? The 2 of them asked anxiously. The 2 of them knew very well what a sovereign weapon that surpassed the weapon refining sect would mean in the future. Invincible weapons would become the mainstream in the future territories. In the future, everyone would be proud to own an invincible weapon or battle robe, and those who didn't would do everything in their power to get their hands on one, unwilling to fall behind others. Lin Fei said with a troubled expression, the 2 of you came to visit me with great sincerity, but these weapons and battle robes aren't as easy to obtain as cabbages. They require time to refine, so I'm afraid I'll have to disappoint you. I can only apologize. If I have something good, I'll definitely contact you too. The 2 of them really did want to obtain a large number of weapons and battle robes from Di Tian. After listening to Lin Fei's words, the 2 of them understood that these things weren't that easy to obtain. These perfect quality weapons would definitely require time to refine. It was no wonder that Di Tian would say such a thing. Di Tian was a pretty good person. The 2 of them had a much better impression of Di Tian. Not only was this guy straightforward, but he was also very honest. If they knew that Di Tian had a large number of weapons and battle robes, they probably wouldn't have thought this way. That's a pity. Empyrean god Tianyang shook his head. I wanted to buy a few for my clansmen. Empyrean god Arakawa had a similar expression. He didn't doubt Di Tian's words at all. Good things weren't as easy to obtain as cabbages. The 2 of them realized one thing from Lin Fei's words. Di Tian had an expert backing him. These sovereign weapons and battle robes hadn't been refined by Di Tian, but by the person behind him. To be able to refine weapons and battle robes of such quality meant that the person behind him was definitely not weak. On the contrary, he was extremely powerful. They had never heard of such a person before. It was as if he had suddenly appeared out of nowhere and trampled over the weapon refining sect. As long as Di Tian was around, the weapon refining sect would never be able to rise again. Chapter 1745. Tianyang and Huang Chuan sat in the Invincible Palace for a while before leaving. God Luo Xian did the same, but he didn't get anything. He had always been arrogant and was always embarrassed to be defeated by Di Tian. This time he only listened and rarely spoke. After coming out, Heavenly God Luo Xian bade farewell to the 2 of them and left. Tianyang and Huang Chuan didn't think much of it. They thought that God Luo Xian was embarrassed. What happened on the sacred mountain seemed secretive, but it wasn't. It wasn't difficult to find out. The 2 didn't care too much. After they came out, the 2 of them also left to digest the information they had received so that they could judge Di Tian better. For the time being, Di Tian was still very useful to their merchant associations. Once they returned to their respective senfu, they set up an array and sent the news back to ask for the merchant association's opinion. This wasn't a small matter. Come. After they left, Lin Fei summoned someone. In an hour, go find Tianyang of the Wind and Cloud Trade Association. Tell him I want to see him. Invite him over. Alright, don't let anyone find out. It's best to find a stranger to inform him. The man nodded repeatedly and retreated. Lin Fei poured himself a cup of fragrant tea. He took his time to drink. The Wind and Hell Heaven merchant associations are really generous. It would be a pity if they didn't make good use of it. Lin Fei squinted. I'm going to rope them in. Lin Fei was very clear about his current situation. If they passed, Lin Fei had nothing to worry about. If they didn't leave, Lin Fei didn't mind roping them in. When the time came, they would come out to support him. As long as he passed this stage and obtained enough God sparks, no matter how many came, it wouldn't matter. Tianyang returned to Senfu and sent the news back. Although they didn't get anything done, Tianyang was still very satisfied. At least Di Tian had a good impression of them. Thinking of Third Young Master Feng, Tianyang couldn't help but laugh. If Third Young Master Feng knew this result, he would probably regret it even more. If the merchant associations could cooperate with Di Tian on a deeper level, the Wind and Cloud Trade Association could trample on the World Trade Association. Tianyang did not intend to go back so early. Just as Tianyang was thinking about this, one of his subordinates came in and said that someone wanted to see him. He said that it was an extremely important matter. Tianyang was also a man of action, so he asked his subordinates to bring the person in. Tell me what's so important? Tianyang did not ask who the other party was. He asked with a smile on his face, giving off a friendly feeling. I'm here on the orders of the palace master. Tianyang didn't pay much attention to it at first, but with his quick thinking, he quickly realized who the palace lord was. In order to confirm it, he asked, Who is your palace lord? My palace master is Di Tian. The person who came said. Bring him down and reward him with 500,000 holy stone. Tianyang's lips curled up into a smile. He thought to himself, Huang Chuan, you're going to lose to me this time. Once again he exited the invincible palace. Tianyang was in a good mood. Di Tian sure knows how to get things done. It's clear that it's not easy to talk to people in front of me, so he sent someone to inform me in private. Although there aren't many things, it can increase the strength of some people in the Chamber of Commerce. On the way back to Senfu, Tianyang was still in a good mood. On this trip, he first obtained Di Tian's guarantee that he could buy a batch of rulers' weapons and battle robes. For the time being, there were no low-grade divine weapons, which made Tianyang happy for a long time. As long as he brought these things back, Tianyang knew very well that his influence in the Chamber of Commerce would increase by a lot. With such a good thing, who wouldn't want to prepare it for their own clansmen? It was a good thing that was invincible at the same rank. Not only could Tianyang prepare it for his own clansmen, he could also use it as a favor. With a certain understanding of what kind of person Di Tian was, he knew that this guy was a typical hard rock. Using force to threaten him would not work, which also made it impossible for everyone to buy weapons and battle robes from Di Tian. Fortunately, I didn't go back early. Otherwise, I would have missed an opportunity. Tianyang was elated and prepared to wait here until he got his hands on the things. These things were too important. If he didn't bring them back personally, Tianyang wouldn't be at ease. After all, in the past few days, there had been news that someone had been ambushed by an expert on his way back and had stolen the invincible weapon that he had bought at the auction. Among them, there was no lack of half-step heavenly god experts. There were even some unaffiliated heavenly gods who joined forces and secretly attacked the major forces, resulting in countless deaths and injuries. From this, it was sufficient to prove that the temptation of the invincible weapon was irresistible, which was why they took the risk and had to get their hands on the invincible weapon. Tianyang didn't dare to let anyone send it back, because he couldn't afford to lose it. Just as Tianyang was quietly feeling pleased, thinking that he was the only person he was cooperating with, Huang Chuan also walked out of the invincible palace excitedly, returning to his residence in Senfu. What a tactful Di Tian. This trip wasn't in vain. I finally got my hands on the invincible weapon and the invincible battle robe. With these treasures I can explain myself when I return. Huang Chuan was very satisfied. The Hell Heaven Chamber of Commerce was very big. The 3 top chambers of commerce had unimaginable resources. It wasn't like they didn't have any blacksmiths and grandmasters. But they really didn't have the invincible weapon. Besides buying a portion of it back, the other reason was to get the blacksmiths of the chamber to decipher the refining method. If they could get the method, the Hell Heaven Chamber of Commerce would rise to become the largest chamber of commerce, monopolizing the weapons and battle robes business, and would no longer need to cooperate with the weapon refining sect. I wonder what Tianyang's expression will be when he finds out? Huang Chuan really wanted to know. It would be very interesting to think about it. Huang Chuan wouldn't tell Tianyang about this now. As long as they continued to cooperate, Huang Chuan believed that he would get the auction right sooner or later. At that time, the influence of the Hell Heaven Chamber of Commerce would undoubtedly rise to another level. At that time, the Hell Heaven Chamber of Commerce would be the largest of the 3 top chambers of commerce. Thinking of this, Huang Chuan was in a good mood. That night he drank a few bottles of good wine alone. As for why Di Tian would be interested in the Hell Heaven Chamber of Commerce, Huang Chuan didn't think too much about it. The three top chambers of commerce had almost the same amount of influence. It didn't make much difference who they chose. Inside the Invincible Palace, Lin Fei was also in a very good mood. Whether it was Tian Yang or Huang Chuan, Lin Fei's reply was the same. Thinking of how they were guarding against each other, it was hilarious. Master, you're really too bad. Little Devil flew down from Lin Fei's side and landed on his shoulder, a naughty smile on his face. My part is broken. I didn't ask them to do anything. Lin Fei shrugged his shoulders. Chapter 1746. P.S. The previous chapter should be 1699. Sorry. The influence of the auction was still brewing. The experts who were rushing to this nameless place had already spread the news of the invincible weapons of the same level. No one could stop the news from spreading. The great metropolis world started to enter the sights of some people. It was no longer nameless. The Tianyun Tower also started to gain fame. No one could ignore its auction ability. Its influence was also increasing rapidly. The second auction was also announced for half a year later. This news made the Tianyun Tower famous once again. The most famous wasn't the Tianyun Tower, but Di Tian of the Invincible Palace. No matter who mentioned this name, they would be stunned. After that, it was unknown who it was, but a piece of news swiftly circulated around. There were people who said that Di Tian was the top ranker of the younger generation, and the rumors were indeed true. For example, he killed 6 heavenly gods. Who in the young generation could do that? Even among the 10 young masters of the past, there were now 10 heavenly gods. Several of them had already fallen. The difference between them wasn't small. There was even news that back then, on the Divine Mountain, Di Tian had been attacked by a powerful figure. He had luckily survived. This was undoubtedly more in line with the demeanor of the number one of the young generation. Di Tian had the title of number one of the young generation. Whether they were convinced or not, this title quietly landed on Di Tian's head. For the time being, no one of the young generation dared to clash with Di Tian. 6 heavenly gods had been killed. It wasn't as simple as it sounded. At least for now, no one dared to go. The Invincible Palace didn't deny it either. The title of number one of the young generation landed on Di Tian's head just like that. What followed was all sorts of rumors, all aimed at Di Tian. Some said that Di Tian was seeking his own death. Even young Master Luo Xian, who was the leader of the 10 young masters, didn't dare to call himself number one of the young generation. What did Di Tian do to deserve to be called number one? Soon people would definitely come knocking on his door. Many people in the great metropolis world were completely excited. There was a good show to watch. Originally, the people of the great metropolis world didn't doubt this news. They thought that Di Tian had the strength to be the number one of the young generation. Everyone cheered. In the great metropolis world, Di Tian single-handedly turned everything around. Now that he was in the limelight, it was also because of him. No one doubted Di Tian's ability. Everyone felt that Di Tian's position was solid, and there was nothing fake about it. This kind of momentum was also getting more and more intense. What a joke, what a great joke. How can someone like Di Tian be the number one genius of the younger generation? Near the Tianyun Tower inside a Senfu. When Zhao Ji heard the news outside, he couldn't help but mock. What qualifications does he have to be the number one of the younger generation? Why doesn't he take a look at himself first? Does he really think that he can soar to the sky just because of an auction? Zhao Ji did not leave. None of the people from the crafting sect left. Ever since the day of the auction, the crafting sect had been dealt a heavy blow. The weapons and armors made by the crafting sect had also begun to be affected. People began to doubt their quality. This was something the crafting school did not wish to see. In the past, the crafting sect's weapons and battle armor had been one of the best in the weaves market. Their supply had never been able to meet the demand, and countless people had been eyeing them. But now, the Tianyun Pavilion's auction had affected the crafting sect. After returning that day, they stayed in Senfu. When the news spread, the crafting sect was in an uproar. They did not believe that a remote place would have weapons and battle armor that could compete with the crafting sect. If it wasn't for the fact that the person who spread the news had a lot of weight in the crafting sect, perhaps the higher-ups of the crafting sect would have thought that it was a joke and not taken it seriously. After the higher-ups of the crafting sect were alarmed, the vice sect leader personally led a team to the great metropolis world. This group of people was waiting for the higher-ups to arrive. The people in Senfu were already used to it. It would be abnormal if Zhao Ji did not come a few times a day. He was very envious. The number one genius of the younger generation. No one could refuse such a title no matter who it was. In Zhao Ji's opinion, Di Tian was just SOSO. As for the rumor that he had killed the 6 heavenly gods, many people had not seen it with their own eyes. Who knew who had actually killed them? Senior brother Zhao, someone is looking for you outside. Zhao Ji stopped nagging and raised his eyebrows. Who's here? Who are you looking for? Every day in Senfu, Zhao Ji felt extremely uncomfortable. It was as if this was the great metropolis world, the territory of that damn Di Tian. He didn't say who he was. He just handed us a sign and said that we would know who he is when we see him. Zhao Ji could not be bothered to look at the sign. He thought that it was someone trying to curry favor. He waved his hand. What sign? Does he really think that he's the number one and can come as he pleases? Senior brother Zhao, I think it's better for you to take a look. The junior brother hesitated and said, handing over the sign. Zhao Ji was already angry, especially after hearing the news outside. Now that his junior brother dared to speak to him like this, he would be a laughingstock if word got out. What are you looking at? Now that the elders are all researching invincible weapons, I'm the most important here. If I say I don't want to see him, then I won't. Zhao Ji indeed had the tone to say this. The junior brother shrunk his neck. But if we reject an important guest, I'm afraid the elders. Zhao Ji glared at this junior brother. So troublesome. The sign was in Zhao Ji's hands. He glanced at it casually. Zhao Ji's heart sank and revealed a rare look of panic. Quick, hurry up and invite him in. No, it's better for me to go personally. On the sign it was a scene of hell. Daoist Sanluo, I'm really sorry. I didn't know you were here. In the living room of Senfu, the old man who had been researching invincible weapons was sitting in his seat and speaking apologetically to a guy in a black robe in front of him. Ever since he returned from the auction, the old man had been researching invincible weapons, trying to unravel the mystery within. It was a pity that he didn't make any progress even after a long time. He didn't intend to come out at first. When he heard Zhao Ji's message, he left the others to continue researching and came out in a hurry. This was because the black-robed man in front of him was a great partner of the weapon refining sect. He was one of the 7 overlords, the Sanluo overlord. The weapon refining sect was famous and had worked with various forces, big and small. The 3 top trade unions were also partners and some of them had close ties. The Sanluo overlord was one of them. He was a powerful existence that controlled the battle fortress. The weapon refining sect didn't dare to belittle him. Chapter 1747. Flaming Overlord. An overlord that had risen to prominence in the Great Domain. He had carved a bloody path out of the Blood Sea and obtained a top-grade war weapon like the Battle Fortress. His name had spread throughout the Great Domain. There was no one who didn't know how terrifying the Sanluo overlord was. He was a super expert that had advanced from the sovereign realm to the heavenly god realm. Even now, no one knew the true strength of the Sanluo overlord. Those who had fought against him had all died at his hands, and that was how he had gained his fearsome reputation. Flaming Overlord was a terrifying existence. The Azura Hell was the object that made him famous. That was why Zhao Ji was so afraid when he saw the symbol of the Azura Hell. If others knew that the Azura Hell had personally come to the great metropolis world, they would probably widen their eyes in shock. Experts like the Azura Hell rarely went out. Even if he went out, it would be to explore some dangerous places and search for all sorts of rare treasures to increase his strength. The two of them exchanged a few words. The old man invited the overlord inside for a chat. As for what they talked about, no one knew. When the old man came out, there was a smile on his face. The overlord put on his cloak and left as if he had never appeared. Little Zhao, don't go out for a few days. Inform me immediately when the people from the sect arrive. The old man once again entered the spatial treasure he had brought with him. When he entered, he couldn't help but think to himself, with the intervention of the Sanluo overlord, it'll be much easier to deal with Di Tian. Since he dared to go against our crafting sect, he'll regret it sooner or later. Now, as long as the higher-ups agree, Di Tian can do whatever he wants. Zhao Ji's eyes darted around happily, and he repeatedly expressed that he wouldn't forget. When the old man disappeared, he was filled with pride. Di Tian, you're dead this time. All I can say is that you should never have grasped the art of refining an invincible weapon. The overlord was currently in a small world outside the starry sky. Brother Sanluo, you're back. This small world was a dead planet and it had its own limitations. At the core of the small world, there were 3 experts sitting there, their auras perfectly concealed. Even so, one could still feel that these 3 experts were extremely powerful. The aura that they unintentionally emitted was also suppressed by them. Will you feel at ease if I don't come back? Sanluo overlord sneered at the 3 of them the moment he reached the core area. Old brother Sun Luo, look at what you're saying. It's as if we don't trust you. A short, middle-aged man in the middle said with a smile. Occasionally, a light flashed in his eyes as he pulled everyone together. The Sun Luo overlord sat down. Do you think I don't know what you're thinking? We've been fighting for such a long time after all. We all know that if it weren't for the importance of this matter, it would be very difficult for us to sit together. The short middle-aged man laughed dryly as if he had been hit on the mark. Sun Luo, your temper is still the same. You've never changed. The burly man on the left had a full beard and a terrifying look in his eyes. Jinhai, don't talk so much. If anyone heard this name they would be surprised. To dare to call himself ocean-suppressing and speak to the Sun Luo overlord in such a manner, who else could it be other than the ocean-suppressing overlord of the 7 overlords? The short, middle-aged man was indeed the ocean-suppressing overlord, one of the 7 overlords, a giant of the territory. I was just saying casually. Who knew that old brother Sun Luo would take it seriously? The ocean-suppressing overlord said indifferently. All right, everyone stop talking. The middle-aged man on the right had a vigorous chi and blood like a burning flame. We didn't come all this way just to talk. Sun Luo, don't take it seriously. He's just like that. The Sun Luo overlord glanced at the ocean-suppressing overlord. I won't take it seriously. Everyone can do whatever they want. If anyone knew that a total of 4 overlords had appeared under the starry sky, they would probably be shocked. Any single overlord was extraordinarily powerful, let alone 4 overlords appearing at the same time. No matter how big or small the forces were, they would all be shocked. Sun Luo is right. There's no need to hurt our friendship over this. The vigorous middle-aged man was called the Myriad Dao Overlord. You went to the great metropolis realm. Did you sense Di Tian's presence? The 4 of them had come here for the same purpose. Their goal was to take down Di Tian. The news of the appearance of the 8th battle fortress had spread long ago. At first they didn't care. The 3 battle fortresses had disappeared for a long time. It wasn't easy to find them. How could a mere brat control a battle fortress? But a few days ago they received news that shocked them. They didn't think that the battle fort would actually appear. Not only did they receive news about the battle fort, they also received news about the invincible weapon that could suppress the crafting school's weapon. This was definitely a big deal. The overlords rarely chose to work together. If they could take down the battle fortress or even the invincible weapon, the benefits would be immeasurable. It would be enough for the 7 overlords to surpass the 8 sects. Now the 8 sects had greatly expanded their influence. Their territory was led by the 8 sects. The position of the 7 overlords was below that of the 8 sects. This made the 7 overlords very unhappy. They didn't have many ways to restrict the 8 sects. Their experts weren't as strong as the 8 sects either. The fact that they could last until now had a lot to do with the battle fortress. That was why today's scene happened. I've already mentioned it to the crafting sect. They're very dissatisfied with the invincible weapon and Di Tian. I mentioned it a bit and they said that they have their own methods. I believe that soon they'll make trouble for Di Tian. We can also take the opportunity to see who's backing Di Tian. Overlord Sun Luo said confidently. Di Tian is indeed mysterious. Now there's news that he's the number 1 of the young generation. Maybe the 8 sects purposely spread this rumor to make Di Tian hate them. Overlord Sun Luo sneered, but this guy's backing is mysterious. He's so young and strong. Rumor has it that he's cultivated 5 deity clones. If we can get it, even the 8 sects will have to step aside. Yeah, the 8 sects only have deity emperors as their backing. What's so great about that? Overlord Jinhai said coldly. But everyone could hear the jealousy in his tone. As long as we get the battle fortress, the deity clones technique, and the invincible weapon technique, the 8 sects will have to step aside. We'll have the capital to stand tall in the future. Chapter 1748. P.S. Read the exclusive story behind Invincible King of Upgrade, and listen to more of your suggestions for the novel. Follow the official account, add friends on WeChat, add the official account, enter Kdred, and tell me secretly. When the invincible weapon was spreading like wildfire, people from the Bliss Palace, the Thousand Goblins sect, the Xintian Palace, and the Holy Demon Overlord arrived at the great metropolis realm one after another. Ever since they received the news from the sect, the 4 forces rushed over without stopping for fear of being late. It's rare for such a small place to be so lively. Di Tian does have some ability. It's just that he's too arrogant. He dares to imprison people from our sect. This time we must get an explanation from him. Everyone, if you have the time, why don't you redeem him first? The 4 forces arrived almost at the same time. They did not invade the great metropolis heaven. From the information sent back by the sect's experts, they were clear about one thing. Although the great metropolis heaven didn't look like much, in fact, there was an array formation outside that was very powerful. Right now, no matter how much resentment and dissatisfaction they had towards Dtion, they were not willing to rashly barge in. The sect's god was still in Dtion's hands, they had to get him back first. Immediately, people from their respective warships went down to inform the Invincible Palace. They didn't act personally. In truth, they also had the thought of letting Dtion personally welcome them. They wanted to destroy Dtion's prestige and prove that they didn't place Dtion in their eyes at all. The messenger returned quickly. They also wanted to see what Dtion was capable of, daring to imprison their sect's heavenly god expert. An hour passed in the blink of an eye. Not only did he not see anyone, he did not even see a shadow. The four powers were all enraged. This Dtion was truly arrogant. They had already given him a lot of face by coming here personally, yet he still didn't come out to welcome them? Inform the Invincible Palace. They would not lower themselves to go to the Invincible Palace. For idiots. In the Invincible Palace. Lin Fei withdrew his divine sense and sneered. Do they really think that this is their territory? Aren't they embarrassed that I went out to welcome them? Are they preparing to show their strength? Lin Fei wasn't interested in welcoming them. Didn't he know whose territory this was? This is my territory, I have the final say. Battle number 1, go and teach them a lesson. If you're here to redeem someone, then you should have the awareness to do so. Lin Fei passed the order to battle number 1. In the absence of Lin Fei's command, battle number 1 would be the second in command. Taking me down a notch? I'll give you a show of strength first. Lin Fei understood their character very well. They thought that they were so noble that they could not wait for others to flatter them. However, this trick did not work on Lin Fei. The leaders of the four factions were really going to fight it out with Dtion. A full 2 hours passed. Dtion had yet to appear. Suddenly, a huge black object appeared outside the starry sky. Shio shio shio, the black behemoth shot out beams of destructive light. The first wave alone contained more than 100 beams. Bang bang bang, no one present had expected to be attacked. The warships shook violently and so did the immortals inside. Bastard. Dtion is a bastard. How dare he attack us? Dtion deserves to die. The light beam attacks were densely packed. In less than a dozen breaths' time, several of the warships brought by the four factions were destroyed. Fragments of the warships filled the sky and floated around. Retreat. This is the attack of the battle fortress. The warships cannot withstand it. The four factions hurriedly ordered their men to retreat. Their faces darkened. As they listened to their subordinates' reports, their faces darkened even more. They were the top sects of the dominions. Now that they were suddenly attacked by the enemy, they lost a few warships in the blink of an eye. How could they not be furious? This is the territory of the great metropolis realm. Unregistered warships are prohibited from entering. Violators will be killed without mercy. Battle number 1's cold voice came from the battle fortress. The light beams filled the sky, causing the four leaders to feel apprehensive. They kept retreating until they reached a safe place. Only then did everyone heave a sigh of relief. The battle fortress is really scary. Ordinary warships won't be able to withstand such concentrated attacks. Even if they wear battle suits, it won't help. This Dtion is harder to deal with than we thought. Which one of you dares to look down on Dtion now? No matter how angry the four Empyrean leaders were, they were powerless against the Black Battle Fortress. If the Battle Fortress kept using this kind of attack to tie them down, coupled with Dtion's Empyrean clone, they seemed to understand why the Empyrean gods of their sects would give up on attacking and allow the enemy to put them under house arrest. In the face of death, surrender and house arrest were nothing. Empyrean god Yuanhong of the Bliss Palace could not help but frown. He was sure that this was Dtion's doing. Who else could it be other than the arrogant Dtion who dared to attack indiscriminately? Sir, that battle fortress's attacks are too terrifying. Our warships are already damaged to varying degrees. If the hull is hit again, our warships will be scrapped. Someone reported immediately. Mighty One Yuanhong suddenly felt powerless. This Dtion really knew how to cause trouble. They just wanted to put on a show of strength so that Dtion would know not to be too arrogant. But now he had destroyed several of their warships with a single attack. These losses? They could not say it. Sir, look, someone's coming out. Mighty One Yuanhong had already decided that he would enter the Invincible Palace personally and bring them out first. Putting on a show of strength was to target Dtion. Fortunately, they would have the upper hand in the following negotiations. Now it seemed like it would not work. They had to think of another way. Di Tian looked young, but he had a bad temper. He knew that they were one of the four major factions, but he still dared to attack them personally. It was obvious that he did not take them seriously at all. Since things had come to this, the only thing they could do was to lower their heads and do things according to the other party's wishes. For example, taking the initiative to pay a visit. It's Di Tian. Empyrean God Yuan Hong's expression turned solemn. Even though it was his first time seeing it, Empyrean God could tell at a glance that the one flying out was Di Tian. However, it was not Di Tian himself but a clone, and it was at the Empyrean God realm. My apologies, everyone. I didn't know you were here personally. I thought it was some roving bandits. Recently, there have been many detestable roving bandits robbing immortals nearby. I didn't expect you to be here. If you had sent someone to inform me, none of this would have happened. Lin Fei's clone said to everyone as soon as he arrived. Do you think we're roving bandits? How dare you say that? The Empyrean gods of the four factions did not believe what Di Tian said. They had sent people to inform him twice. If he knew, he would have found out a long time ago and he would not have waited until now. Di Tian, I am Empyrean God Yuan Hong of the Bliss Palace. I want to know how my sect's mighty one is doing. I want to bring him back. Empyrean God Yuan Hong did not want to waste his breath on such matters. They only had themselves to blame for this. If they had taken the initiative to pay a visit, the other party would not have attacked them with a battle fortress. So it's the renowned Bliss Palace. You guys sure are fast. Lin Fei's clone chuckled. Don't worry. Your sect's mighty one is doing fine with me, and I'm taking good care of him. Do you really think Empyrean gods are pigs? Taking good care of them? How dare you say that? Empyrean God Yuan Hong held back his anger. I want to redeem my sect's mighty one. Lin Fei squinted his eyes. Sure. I'm a friendly person. I'll always give those who have done wrong a chance. Here's what you want. A storage ring flew over. Lin Fei's clone grabbed it, and it landed in his hand. He scanned it with his divine sense and confirmed that it was a divinity inside. He was delighted. The Bliss Palace sure was rich. The Bliss Palace sure is straightforward. Lin Fei took out the divinity and put it in his storage ring. When are you going to release him? Empyrean God Yuan Hong felt the pinch of having to pay 3 divinities. He had to pay for the sake of the Empyrean gods no matter what. As long as Di Tian released him, it would not be too late to take it out on him. Release him in 3 days. Empyrean God Yuan Hong said unhappily. Why 3 days later and not now? Lin Fei's clone said with a straight face. You really can't blame me for this. It's a few mighty ones from your sect who have nothing better to do. They said that they're going to train in isolation and come out in 3 days at the earliest. Training in isolation? Who would train at a time like this? Empyrean God Yuan Hong had never seen anyone so thick-skinned, but he really could not find anything to refute. If the Empyrean gods of his sect were really training in isolation, wouldn't that be a slap to his face? I'll believe you for 3 days. If I don't see the Empyrean gods of my sect after 3 days, you'll regret what you said today. Furthermore, the divinities of the Bliss Palace aren't that easy to take. Empyrean God Yuan Hong said coldly. I said 3 days, so 3 days. Lin Fei's clone said. You can stay in the great metropolis realm and wait for them to come out. There's no need for that. I'll just wait outside. Lin Fei's clone said nothing more and turned to look at the other 3 forces. What about you guys? Do you want to pay the ransom? If not, I'll be leaving. It was the first time the 3 forces had met Di Tian, but they knew that he would not be easy to deal with. Fight? They did not have the courage. Isn't it just 3 divinities? We'll pay. In order to bring back the Empyrean gods, they would at most feel the pinch of giving up 3 divinities. After all, divinities would no longer be so hard to obtain in a few days. Lin Fei of the Invincible Palace laughed heartily. As expected of the major forces, they're really willing to pay up for the ransom of the Empyrean gods. 12 divinities. I just need to refine 8 more and my 18 Empyrean gods will be complete. When that time comes, you won't dare to say anything even if you find out. The 4 forces each gave up 3 divinities. They only asked for the ransom of the Empyrean gods. A veteran Empyrean god was still very useful. It was far more important than 3 divinities. Wasn't it just 3 days? Chapter 1749. P.S. Read the exclusive story behind The Invincible King of Upgrade and listen to your suggestions for the novel. Follow the official account, add friends on WeChat, add the official account, type Dread, and tell me secretly. Hehe 12 God Sparks, it's really the right time. It did not matter to Lin Fei whether they came in or not. He wanted them to stay outside and not come in. Even though the situation outside looked good, Lin Fei knew better than anyone else that this good situation wouldn't last long. It would be followed by danger. Lin Fei believed that many people were plotting against him in the dark. For example, if the four factions obediently handed over the god sparks, they would not let him go easily if they had the chance. The entire great metropolis world would be destroyed. Lin Fei did not want anything to happen to the world that he had worked so hard to strengthen. Therefore Lin Fei had to increase his combat power. It was very necessary for the 18 clones to reach the heavenly god level. 3 days is enough. Lin Fei took the 12 god sparks and entered his secret room. At the same time, he informed heavenly god Li Shan to secretly watch the situation and inform him if anything happened. The people from the four factions were waiting outside in the starry sky. They were waiting for Di Tian to let them out. They did not dare to get close to the great metropolis world. The battle fortress was still in the starry sky. The black cannons were still a great threat to them. 3 days. They only had to wait for 3 days. In the eyes of powerhouses like them, 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. The four factions suffered a small loss. Naturally, it fell into the eyes of some people who were observant. Tianyang of the Wind and Cloud Trade Association and Empyrean god Arakawa of the Heavenly Halls of Hell had been paying close attention. The four peak powers had clearly wanted to show Di Tian how powerful they were. In the end, Di Tian was able to deal with them so easily. This Di Tian was really someone who was good at using violence. In order to wait for the weapons and battle suits, they were not in a hurry to leave. They saw the situation outside clearly. The only thing they did not understand was why Di Tian had to hand over the people in 3 days. Was he going to make his clones reach the heavenly god level? How many heavenly god clones did Di Tian successfully cultivate? This had always been a mystery. Everyone wanted to know the exact number, but unfortunately, up until now there had been no answer. Back then, 5 heavenly deities were already sufficient to shock everyone. If 18 heavenly deities appeared at the same time, they would definitely be able to insta-kill any heavenly deity. Nobody dared to underestimate the invincible weapons and battle robes in Di Tian's hands. Low-grade god artifacts were invincible among those of the same grade. Who would dare to look down on him? And when the four forces arrived, another group of people also quietly entered the great metropolis heaven. Compared to the swagger of the four factions, this group was much more low-key. A senfu near the Tianyun Tower quietly activated its restriction. A group of people quickly walked in. Zhao Ji was sitting listlessly. When he heard the noise coming from outside, he was startled and immediately ran out. Zhao Ji greets the elders. A group of people came in and took off their cloaks, revealing solemn faces. Where is the secret chamber? I know. Elder, follow me. Seeing the elders, Zhao Ji was also shocked. The aura from their bodies was so oppressive that he almost couldn't breathe. After the secret chamber's door opened, they walked in. The stone door closed again, leaving Zhao Ji to guard outside alone. Di Tian, you are going to be in big trouble. At the same time, in another senfa tower, someone also came in. Heavenly god Li Shan was more and more impressed by his master, Lin Fei. The four factions had set up a show of strength, but Di Tian had directly used a battle fortress and destroyed a few battleships. In the end, they didn't even react. Heavenly god Li Shan despised them. Li Shan, you are very relaxed. The person came in and appeared not far from Heavenly god Li Shan. Heavenly god Li Shan was startled. He stood up. Lord, why are you here? The person who came was wearing a black robe. He took off his cloak, revealing a murderous gaze. If you still don't come, we, the 7 overlords, will have to change our names. Change our names? Lord, are you talking about the battle fortress? Heavenly god Li Shan reacted quickly. The black-cloaked person sat down. For Heavenly god Li Shan to call him Lord, it was a dark overlord who controlled one of the battle fortresses. At first I thought that it was just a rumor. After seeing it with my own eyes, I know that it is true. This Di Tian's luck is really not bad, and his temper is also fiery. The four factions rarely encounter such a situation. It is really satisfying. The Dark Overlord laughed loudly. However, this person's origin is mysterious. Coincidentally, I was going to the deity tomb, so I specially came here. Fortunately, I came, otherwise I really wouldn't know that this bastard is plotting against Di Tian. Heavenly god Li Shan's talent was good, thus he was appreciated by the Dark Overlord. As time passed, he also knew some things. Lord, you are saying that the other overlords are also here? The Dark Overlord admired Heavenly god Li Shan very much. Seeing that he had guessed it, he nodded and said, You are getting smarter. Nothing can be hidden from you. Myriad Dao Overlord, Black Embryo Overlord, Sunluo Overlord, and Jinhai Overlord, these 4 old things are secretly outside Great Metropolis Heaven. They are preparing to have a fight between clams and cranes, and the fishermen will benefit from it. Heavenly God Li Shan said in shock, "They are really brave. If they are not brave, they would not be overlords. They are the best at this kind of thing." The Dark Overlord laughed and said, "Oh right, how do you feel about Di Tian?" The 4 overlords were hiding in the dark. Heavenly God Li Shan also became anxious. He had to inform his master of this matter as soon as possible to avoid suffering a great loss. With his understanding of Lord should also want to participate in this and get a share of the loot. This was something that Heavenly God Li Shan did not want to see. Right now he had to stop Lord from participating. Heavenly God Li Shan already knew that they were increasing the battle power of their clones. If nothing unexpected happened, perhaps the 18 clones would be formed soon. Once the 18 clones were formed, no one would be able to block a sudden killing move. Just thinking about it was terrifying. Di Tian is very mysterious. Heavenly God Li Shan's expression also became solemn. Until now, I have not been able to see through this person. I only know that this person is full of secrets and his trump cards are endless. I dare say that if the 4 overlords want to get a share of the loot, their ending is destined to be unlucky. The Dark Overlord knew that Li Shan was not a person who liked to boast, but when he heard Li Shan's words, he was still very shocked. How can you be so sure? Aren't you worried that you are wrong? The 4 overlords working together with others is not a small matter to Di Tian, it is a big matter. The Dark Overlord was very concerned about the things that Di Tian took out. Regardless of whether it was the battle fortress, the invincible battle armor, or the technique to turn clones into heavenly gods, any one of them would be good stuff if it was spread out. They were irresistible temptations. The Dark Overlord was hesitating whether he should participate or not. I rarely misjudge a person. I'll just say one thing. My lord, if you were to suddenly be surrounded by 18 Empyrean gods, and they were all wielding invincible low-grade god artifacts, would you be able to survive? The Dark Overlord was deep in thought. This question was not easy to answer. Surrounded by 18 heavenly gods, the Dark Overlord thought about it and still felt that he was not confident. The power of invincible weapons had long been spread out, and the influence was growing day by day. Those who had used invincible weapons before were not a match for them at the same realm. Many young prodigies with invincible weapons had become famous in the territories. The Dark Overlord could not block the attacks of 18 heavenly gods. Even though he wanted to refute Li Shan's words and say that the outside world was talking about 18 heavenly god clones, it might not be true. Otherwise, Di Tian would not have sent out 5 heavenly gods to fight, but 18 heavenly gods to surround them. I know what Lord is thinking. I am afraid that the outside world is not true. Di Tian does not have 18 heavenly god clones, but it is better to be safe than sorry. What if he appears? The Dark Overlord's expression changed. Because of this, the Dark Overlord had to be on guard. After being famous for so long, the Dark Overlord really did not want to die one day. You are right. Di Tian is indeed not easy to deal with. If Di Tian really erupts, 1 or 2 of the overlords will die. The Dark Overlord thought it through. Then what do you think we should do next? Heavenly God Li Shan was relieved. He pondered for a moment and said, "Actually, there is a way. The 4 overlords want to take advantage of us. Lord, you can help us in our time of need and get on Di Tian's good side. Lord, why don't you think about it? Once Di Tian stops the overlords' conspiracy and defeats them, the invincible palace that Di Tian controls will be a rising force in the territories from now on. You will have the right to speak. If we get on Di Tian's good side, we will have a powerful ally in the future. Lord, don't you think so? After all, Di Tian and the 8 major sects will not stand together." The Dark Overlord felt that he had made the right decision to come today. Yes, why did he have to join forces with the 4 overlords? If he failed and lost his life, he would definitely regret it. Helping them in their time of need was different. This would be of great help to his force. If he could kill 1 or 2 overlords, he would be able to expand his force rapidly. This was a great thing. Most importantly, Di Tian would not stand on the side of the 8 major sections. The era of theocracy was not far away. The Dark Overlord also had to think for himself. In the future, the 8 major sects were destined to be extremely powerful. Having such an ally might not be a bad thing. Young people were not all hot-blooded and impulsive. With Di Tian charging forward, it was not a bad thing. The more the Dark Overlord thought about it, the clearer his thoughts became. Rather than attacking Di Tian, why not choose to get on his good side? Once this thought was out, it could not be stopped. Li Shan, you are right. If Di Tian survives this, he will be a rising force in the future. He will be able to stand on the same line as the 8 major sects and the 7 overlords. Getting on Di Tian's good side is a good choice. The Dark Overlord had completely thought it through. Heavenly God Li Shan also heaved a sigh of relief. He did not want the Dark Overlord to die. His words were not for nothing. If his master knew about it, he would be very happy. An overlord's influence could not be underestimated. Now, his master needed influence to strengthen his force in the shortest time possible. Chapter 1750. P.S. Read the exclusive story behind Invincible King of Upgrade, and listen to your suggestions for the novel. Follow the official account, add friends on WeChat, add official account, type Dread, and tell me secretly. P.S. Sorry, I made a mistake yesterday. It should be Happy May Day. A group of people appeared in front of the Invincible Palace. Sorry, our palace lord is not here. A guard came out and said indifferently to the group of people in front of him. The Invincible Palace had become very popular these days. Countless people wanted to pay their respects, so the guards at the entrance of the palace became arrogant. They had seen all kinds of important people. Today's group of people looked very imposing, but the guards of the Invincible Palace did not care. They were full of worship for their palace lord. Not here? Are you kidding me? A young man said unhappily. Do you know who we are? If you neglect our weapon refining sect, your palace lord will not dare to say a word if we kill you. Do you believe me? The one who spoke was Zhao Ji. The guard's expression changed and he sneered. I've seen many people like you. My palace lord is not here. You don't have to pay a visit if you dare. Zhao Ji was furious. You're just a small guard and you dare to talk to me like that? Are you tired of living? The guards of the Invincible Palace were not afraid at all. A few guards not far away also surrounded them. What? Are you trying to cause trouble here? Don't you know what kind of place this is? If you dare to move, there will be people coming to deal with you. Just then, a few giant dragons flew across the sky. Brother, someone is trying to cause trouble. The giant dragon in the sky glared at Zhao Ji, a cold light shooting out from its eyes. Its cold killing intent locked onto Zhao Ji's body. Brat, you want to cause trouble? Zhao Ji felt like he had fallen into an endless ice cave when the giant dragon stared at him. His whole body trembled uncontrollably. You dare. Zhao Ji's voice trembled as he faced the giant dragon's gaze. Ever since Lin Fei brought the Dragon Clan out, they were arranged to stay in the great metropolis world. Their daily tasks were simple, just to patrol the surroundings. Who in the great metropolis heaven didn't know how powerful dragons were? Even dragons of the same level could easily defeat experts of the same level. Their equipment was enough to make people envious. When the dragon race appeared in the great metropolis celestial realm, there was a saying that one could offend anyone but the dragon race. Otherwise, the consequences would be dire. Little Zhao, there's no need to say any more. Let's go. We'll visit another day. Zhao Ji glared at them. I will remember what happened today. Sooner or later you will regret it. This group of people were naturally from the crafting school. They were here to visit Di Tian today. His goal was also very simple. He wanted to buy the refinement method from Di Tian so that he could continue to monopolize the market of weapons and battle armor. Who would have thought that Di Tian wasn't around? The crafting sect gave up on the idea of going in. These people are too full of themselves. Why don't they look at where they are? The moment they left, the Invincible Palace guard said. He couldn't stand these people. After the dragon race saw that everything was fine, they quickly left and continued patrolling. These things happened every day and they didn't care. Back then there was a ruler of the 9 stars who caused trouble. In the end, the dragon race swarmed him and killed him on the spot. Since then, no one dared to look down on the dragon race. Elder, Di Tian must be in the Invincible Palace. He doesn't dare to see us. Zhao Ji said angrily. All right, little Zhao. We've given Di Tian a chance. Since he doesn't want to see us, perhaps he really isn't here. It doesn't matter anymore. We'll just take it that Di Tian chose another path. Now let's go see our old friend. The black-robed man who was addressed as an elder had a cold look in his eyes. The surrounding temperature dropped. Outside the starry sky, the 4 forces stayed on the warship for the time being. They didn't care about 3 days at all. If they could wait for 100 years, 3 days was nothing. At noon, a group of people came to visit. They first visited the Bliss Palace, then the other 3 forces. They didn't stay for long and no one knew what they discussed. That evening, a piece of news spread throughout the great metropolis. Brother, did you hear? The weapons and battle suits that the Tianyun Tower is auctioning seem to be from the weapon refining sect. No way, how is that possible? I heard about that too. It seems that the Tianyun Tower colluded with some people to ambush one of the elders of the weapon refining sect and stole their latest research. Something like that actually happened? Isn't the Tianyun Tower in trouble? I told you, other than a big sect like the weapon refining sect, which other sect can refine such a top-notch refining technique? Great, now the culprit is here. Looks like it's going to be interesting. The technique that the weapon refining sect researched has been stolen. They must take it back. As soon as the news spread, there was an uproar. Some people thought that the weapon refining sect was jealous and making something out of nothing. Other people said that the Tianyun Tower didn't have the ability to do so, and that the technique must have been stolen. Now that the culprit was here, they wanted to see what else they could say. Both sides quarreled fiercely. More people were prepared to watch a good show. Everyone knew that the Tianyun Tower's auction involved D. Tian. No matter who spread the news, it was ultimately directed at D. Tian. The Invincible Palace didn't show any reaction to this news. The Tianyun Tower branch publicly refuted the rumors, proving that the news was not true, and accused someone of shamelessly trying to ruin the reputation of the Tianyun Tower. In less than 3 days, the news spread far and wide. Some people also became restless. Interesting, really interesting, the weapon refining sect actually played this trick. In a senfu, Tianyang listened to his subordinate's report and laughed. As soon as the news spread, Tianyang knew. Such a lousy excuse, Tianyang didn't need to think to know who wrote it. Other than the weapon refining sect, who else could it be? Now they were jealous of other people's things. Lord, the weapon refining sect's elder said that he wants to see you. After a while, his subordinate came in again to report. Tianyang waved his hand. Go tell them that I'm not feeling well, so forget about the visit. After the subordinate left, Tianyang laughed coldly. Weapon refining sect, you're shooting yourself in the foot. Tianyang didn't like the weapon refining sect that monopolized weapons and battle suits. On the contrary, he had a lot of opinions about it. Now that D. Tian appeared and mastered even more perfect weapons and battle suits, he was very happy to see this situation happen. Tianyang, Huang Chuan, both of you are old foxes. The weapon refining sect's elder visited the 2 Empyrean gods of the Chamber of Commerce, but was rejected. Chiu Muxing's expression turned ugly. After leaving Vice President Huang Chuan's senfu, he cursed in his heart. You rejected my good intentions today, you'll regret it tomorrow. When the time comes, without the weapons and battle suits provided by the sect, let's see if your 2 chambers of commerce won't beg me. Chiu Muxing waved his hand. Let's go. Unable to rope in the Wind Cloud Chamber of Commerce and Hell Heaven Chamber of Commerce for the time being, Chiu Muxing was right to say that he was angry. As long as the matter was done, he had a way to deal with the 2 old foxes. Just as he returned to the temporary senfu, someone came to report the news. Elder, the people from the World Chamber of Commerce are here, they want to see you. Chiu Muxing's eyes lit up. Good, we've got another helper. Then he quickly walked in. While running around in the weapon refining sect. In the secret room, Lin Fei looked at the 18 Empyrean god clones beside him and couldn't help but laugh. Haha, I finally have 18 Empyrean god clones. Congratulations to the deity. Congratulations to the deity. The 18 Empyrean god clones around him cupped their hands. Looking at the 18 Empyrean god clones congratulating him, Lin Fei really liked this feeling. Come, put on your equipment. With a wave of Lin Fei's hand, pieces of low-grade divine artifacts flew out and armed the Empyrean god clones. In addition, there were also various types of divine artifacts, all of which were worn on their bodies. If I were to release 18 Empyrean god clones in an instant, as long as they aren't Empyrean gods of a very high realm, I'm afraid they would all be chopped to death by my saber. Lin Fei muttered to himself. Thinking of such a scene, he became excited. After all the Empyrean god clones were armed, Lin Fei checked them up and down and put them away. Lin Fei then took out the extra godhoods which were temporarily useless. He refined them all in one go, but he didn't get any experience points. After all, the souls inside were gone. Ding. Obtained a Divine King Shard. Out of several godhoods, only one would obtain a Divine King Shard. Lin Fei didn't want that either. He now had 7 Divine King Shards, which was still a distance away from 100 Divine King Shards. There's no rush. Take it slow. They came out of the secret room. The Dragon King and Yun Tianhen were both there. What's wrong? Did something happen? The Dragon King and Yun Tianhen were very satisfied with their current lives. Someone is planning to cause trouble. The Dragon King recounted everything that happened in detail, including his concerns. Master, this is probably the work of the crafting sect. Our men have also found out that they've secretly contacted the Bliss Palace, as well as the other two major merchant guilds. Yin Tianhen looked worried. They want to unite everyone tomorrow and catch you off guard. Should we deal with them first? Both of them knew that many Empyrean gods were watching. If Tian was defeated, the Empyrean gods watching would make a move, and the great metropolis world would be overturned in an instant. Their worries were not without reason. They knew that Tian was very strong. However, there was still a certain distance between him and them. Don't worry. They're just a few clowns. If they dare to come, I dare to kill them all. With a thought, Lin Fei's 18 Empyrean god clones appeared behind him. 18 Empyrean gods. Master, you're really awesome. Aha, they're dead meat. The two of them were indeed worried. When they saw the 18 Empyrean god clones armed to the teeth with low-grade divine artifacts, the two of them laughed. It was as if they could see someone in trouble tomorrow. They could imagine that once the 18 Empyrean god clones made a move, killing Empyrean gods would be a piece of cake. Chapter 1751. P.S. Read the exclusive story behind the Invincible King of Upgrade and listen to your suggestions for the novel. Follow the official account, add friends on WeChat, add the official account, type Dread, and tell me in secret. A new sun rose. Another new day had arrived. However, today was not an ordinary day. It was a very important day. The four powers in the starry sky all wanted to bring their sect's Empyrean gods out as soon as possible, and there were even more Empyrean gods who were watching in secret. Based on the movements of the great metropolis heaven, they had reason to believe that something would happen today. More people were looking forward to seeing what Tian would do. The four heavenly gods had already gathered together. Even though they were fighting among themselves, they still gathered together subconsciously. This would serve as a deterrent to Tian. Do you think Tian will hand the person over? Heavenly God Yuan Hong of the Bliss Palace was the first to speak. His eyes were fixed on great metropolis world. Haha, of course. Tian will definitely hand the person over, unless he's willing to wage war against our sect. Heavenly God Ing Shirsan of the Thousand Goblins sect sneered. Coupled with his demonic aura, he gave off a terrifying vibe. Tian must hand the person over. If he doesn't, he's seeking death. Heavenly God Lung Han of the Divine Heaven Palace, clad in white, held his sword with both hands, looking very arrogant. As long as we hand him over, there will be a total of 8 heavenly gods including us. I'm sure everyone has met the weapon refining sect before. I wonder what everyone thinks of him. Heavenly God Li Qi, the last disciple of the holy demonic overlord, said as he swept his gaze across the crowd. They all knew about the crafting sect's visit. They were too close to each other, so it would be difficult for them not to know. Moreover, they also knew about the movements in great metropolis world. The culprit was the crafting sect. That depends on the situation. Tian is insolent. He's not even a true heavenly god yet he can easily kill heavenly gods. If he becomes an heavenly god, or if he uses all 18 clones, I'm afraid there won't be many who can suppress him. So, if there's a chance, I don't mind killing Tian. Heavenly God Yuan Hong said straightforwardly. The fact that the Bliss Palace had managed to kill an Empyrean god meant that they had a powerful background. Empyrean God Yuan Hong had to avenge his school, and he had his own plans as well. If he could acquire the method to turn himself into an Empyrean god, he might be able to break through to a higher plane in the future. Heavenly God Yuan Hong didn't mind being straightforward. He knew very well what the other 3 clans were thinking. They were thinking the same thing as him. If they could kill Tian, it would be a great merit and the benefits would be unimaginable. Tian must die. If it's possible, I don't mind fighting him once. I also want to see the strength of his celestial doppelganger. Eagle 13 said coldly, and a cold light flashed in his eyes. The few of them did not hide their thoughts anymore. They all wanted to deal with Tian. Moreover, with someone leading the charge, they were at ease. Someone's coming. While they were discussing, in the starry sky, Lin Fei's figure appeared and stopped not far from them. Everyone, you must have waited for a long time. Lin Fei said with a smile as soon as he arrived. Where is he? Heavenly God Yuan Hong didn't want to listen to this nonsense. Why are you in such a hurry? My people are here and I will definitely bring them here. I still have this bit of credibility. Lin Fei waved his hand and 4 people flew out. These 4 people were the 4 heavenly god powerhouses that were under house arrest. Heavenly God Scarlet Flame, are you alright? Heavenly God Yuan Hong heaved a sigh of relief when he saw Heavenly God Scarlet Flame. As long as he was still alive, everything was fine. However, in the next second he saw Heavenly God Scarlet Flame, and his expression changed. Tian, what did you do to Heavenly God Scarlet Flame? The other three clans heaved a sigh of relief at first, but when they heard Dtion's words and saw the state of their heavenly god powerhouses, they flew into a rage and shouted at Dtion. Dtion, you're shameless. You actually dug out their godheads. Dtion, you're dead meat. The sect will never let you off. They had predicted that Dtion would hand the people over. The only thing they didn't expect was that all the people that Dtion handed over had lost their godheads, and they had completely lost their ability to fight. Lin Fei sent out a palm strike, and the four heavenly gods floated out and landed not far away from them. Aren't you ashamed to say that? I'm giving you face by not killing them. Otherwise they would have died a long time ago. Lin Fei narrowed his eyes and shook his head. You really don't know how to be content. Not long after they were placed under house arrest, Lin Fei took away their godheads. Lin Fei couldn't let the heavenly god powerhouses go back. More importantly, godheads were very useful to them. Heavenly god Scarlet Flame was pushed to heavenly god Yuanhong's side, and he regained his freedom. His face was full of anger as he stared at Dtion. Dtion, you took our godheads. I'll remember this. Remember me? That's so embarrassing. It's better if you don't remember me. Lin Fei shook his head. Since you've all received them, then scram. Don't provoke me and I'll make you stay. The four clans were originally very angry. A heavenly god without a godhead basically didn't have much combat power. If word got out that they had given up 3 godheads for nothing, they would be laughed at, let alone returning to the sect. They were cheated by Dtion once. How could they take this lying down? But now they were very afraid of Dtion. Moreover, the heavenly god powerhouses who returned also told them not to make a move. If they made a move, they would suffer a great loss. Back then, the 5 of them were the best examples. Dtion's strength was too strong. Whoosh, suddenly figures appeared in the starry sky. In less than a moment, they surrounded Dtion. This group of people moved very quickly and they won because they caught Dtion off guard. Dtion, you killed the experts of our equipment refining sect in secret and stole our sect's equipment refining technique. Don't you think you have to give our equipment refining sect an explanation? Don't think that others don't know what you've done. The net of heaven has a long arm, but nothing escapes. There will come a time when someone will find out. Chiaomushing said loudly. His voice also spread out. They were making trouble. The heavenly god crafting sect was making trouble. Lin Fei glanced around and said unhurriedly, your crafting sect is really generous. 4 heavenly gods and 15 half-step heavenly gods. Are you trying to force me to confess? As early as last night, Lin Fei already knew that someone was going to cause trouble. After analyzing it, the crafting sect was the biggest suspect. Now it seemed that it was true. Dtion, stop quibbling. You killed our powerhouses and stole our method. Then you passed it off as your own. You're really shameless. Unfortunately, the only thing you didn't do was to let one of them not be killed by you. He saw you kill him with his own eyes. Just nice everyone is here. Let's be the judge, Chiaomushing said angrily, but his eyes quickly flashed with joy. Ah, Brother Chiao, did something like this really happen in your crafting sect? Heavenly God Yuanhong was also angry. Heavenly God Qihua, who was beside him, was also happy. The crafting sect had 4 heavenly god powerhouses. In addition to the 4 powerhouses present, they might even have other tricks up their sleeves. There might be a total of 10 heavenly god powerhouses who were above the heavenly god level. There was a high chance that they could take down Dtion. Brother Chiao, are you sure? How could this happen? Eagle 13 said doubtfully. If it's true, this is too vile. Chiaomushing had already contacted them yesterday and promised them all kinds of benefits. As long as they helped, they were not afraid that they could not take down Dtion. If 5 heavenly gods were not enough, what about 10 heavenly gods? The crafting sect had put in a lot of effort this time. They had brought 4 heavenly god powerhouses and 15 half-step heavenly gods to restrain Dtion, all for the sake of obtaining the method of weapon refinement. Our weapon refining sect has never lied. Dtion thought that he was very secretive, but he neglected to mention that whenever our weapon refining sect goes out, there will always be a person following us in the dark. This is precisely because we are worried that something might happen. Chiaomushing stared at Dtion in rage. Dtion, you don't have to quibble. Immediately, a person walked out. This person stared at Dtion and gritted his teeth. He pointed at Dtion and said, "It's you. I will never forget you for the rest of my life. You killed the powerhouses of my sect. You definitely didn't expect that I would be following you and witnessing everything." Chiaomushing wanted a reason. Moreover, it came from the mouth of the crafting sect. If others had to choose between Dtion and the crafting sect, they would definitely choose the crafting sect. With a reason, things would be easier. As long as it was someone who saw this scene, they would basically side with the crafting sect. After all, Di Tian's sudden appearance in an unfamiliar place was very suspicious of his motives. Di Tian, you still have something to say now. Qiu Mushing shouted angrily, not giving Di Tian a chance to explain at all. He was secretly delighted. Let's see what else you have to say this time. Di Tian, I didn't expect you to be this kind of person. You actually did such a thing. Heavenly God Yuan Hong shook his head. You killed the powerhouses of the crafting sect to satisfy your personal desires. Now you took away the godheads of the powerhouses of my sect. Since I came across this matter, the Bliss Palace must avenge the crafting sect. Fellow Daoist Qiu, a person like Di Tian is sinister and cunning. You can tell from the way he treated us heavenly gods. This matter was definitely done by him. Eagle 13 sneered. I don't like this kind of person either. I support the crafting sect taking him down. Heavenly God Lung Han said expressionlessly. The four forces immediately hit Di Tian when he was down. They wanted nothing more than to step on his head a few more times. Lin Fei laughed heartily. Crafting sect, what a good excuse you used. You've really put in a lot of effort to forcibly put a label on me. Also, you must have paid a great price to rope in these people. Qiu Mushing said in a low voice. Di Tian, you don't have to quibble. Now, come with the crafting sect and hand over the technique you stole. Hua hua hua, the surrounding powerhouses closed the distance between them. Especially the four heavenly gods. Their divine senses and killing intent locked onto Di Tian. The four heavenly gods outside also locked onto Di Tian. Since they had promised the crafting sect, they would not miss this opportunity. Di Tian, you killed our ancestor and stole our technique. What else do you have to say? Come with us, the crafting sect, and hand over the technique. We'll deal with you accordingly, Di Tian said coldly. Zhao Ji was furious. He was here today to act as the person who secretly followed Di Tian. He was laughing in his heart. It felt great to shout at Di Tian in front of him. Lin Fei suddenly narrowed his eyes. The 8 heavenly gods really think highly of me. Unfortunately, this is not enough. What if you include us? Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Chapter 1752. P.S. Read the exclusive story behind The Invincible King of Upgrade and listen to your suggestions for the novel. Follow the official account, WeChat, add friends, add the official account, type Dread, and tell me secretly. A murderous intent permeated the cosmos. A total of 12 heavenly gods. Their divine senses and murderous intent locked onto Di Tian. This lineup was already very terrifying. In order to get their hands on the technique, the crafting sect was going all out this time. They had to take down Di Tian no matter what, no matter the price. Di Tian, you're very strong, but no matter how strong you are, you might not be able to stop the 12 of us. Qiu Mushing was already prepared. Di Tian was very strong. The crafting sect had a lot of connections and could find heavenly gods to help. The other 4 heavenly gods were friends of the crafting sect and happened to be in the great metropolis world. Hearing the invitation, they agreed without hesitation. It's better that you come with us. If it's really our turn to attack, it might not be a good thing for you. The 12 heavenly gods surrounded Di Tian. Anyone would feel pressured. Lin Fei didn't feel any pressure at all. He lightly said, Crafting sect, you've got some tricks up your sleeve. I've seen shameless people before, but I've never seen anyone as shameless as you guys. No wonder the large sects all have no good people. I think you're right. Now that everyone is here, I can start. Lin Fei twisted his body. His joints cracked. Kill. Boom boom boom. The terrifying auras of the 18 heavenly gods descended from the sky. It was earth-shattering. Lin Fei was too fast. Qiu Mushing did not expect Di Tian to attack so quickly. He wanted to pressure Di Tian so that he would not dare to attack. It would be best if he surrendered without a fight. His expression changed instantly. Move, before he could finish, 18 terrifying auras descended from the sky. One by one they crushed their bodies. They attacked. They really attacked. And they sent 18 heavenly gods. They're going to be in trouble. Outside the cosmos, Tianyang was secretly shocked. I still underestimated Di Tian. They can't stop 18 heavenly gods at all. Tianyang knew about the crafting sect's lousy excuse. Therefore he came secretly. As long as Di Tian was at a disadvantage, Tianyang would appear to help. Di Tian would definitely agree to it if Huoyu Hao used this as an excuse to take a portion of the weapons and battle robes. Businessmen pursued profits and so did Tianyang. Tianyang knew better than anyone else that the crafting school was in for a big loss this time. Find trouble with Di Tian? It was the same for Arakawa in heaven and hell. When he saw the 18 heavenly gods, he was extremely shocked. This was especially the case for the weapons the heavenly deities were equipped with, as well as the divine artifacts with special attributes. They were like treasuries, making everyone's eyes go red with envy. Tycoon. Ditian was definitely a tycoon. 2 lower-grade god weapons were extremely extravagant for any heavenly deity. Right now Ditian's heavenly deity doppelganger was simply way 2F** king awesome. He couldn't be judged by the standards of ordinary people at all. Huang Chuan didn't need to think too much to know that the crafting sect was going to suffer a great loss. Right now, they had to consider whether or not they would be completely wiped out, or whether or not they would be able to survive. Since Lin Fei had already made his move, he did not intend to hold back. Slow down time. As soon as the 18 heavenly deities appeared, Lin Fei struck out with a peak-level time technique hand seal. The moment he made his move, he wanted to strike like lightning. A wave of time power rippled out from the heavenly deities' bodies. The 18 heavenly deities pounced at the nearest 4 heavenly deities. They were the heavenly deities that the crafting sect had brought with them. The lower-grade god weapons crushed their bodies. Not good, my speed has slowed down. To hell with it, what's happening? My speed. This is a time technique, we've fallen for it. Time seemed to have slowed down. The first 4 heavenly deities slowed down. The 18 heavenly deities swarmed forward, waving their swords and sabers. In an instant, the 4 heavenly deities were sliced into countless pieces. Battle armor and weapons? They were directly sliced into pieces. Once the 18 heavenly deities attacked, their combat strength was unimaginable. Instant kill. A true instant kill. The 4 heavenly deities couldn't resist in time and were instantly killed on the spot. In just a breath's time, 4 heavenly deities had fallen. The 18 heavenly deities attacked once more, aiming at the 4 heavenly deities that they had invited. In front of a peak-level time technique, they could only see their hands moving. The heavenly deities' divine weapons arrived in front of them, but they were unable to block and could only watch helplessly as they landed on their bodies. It's over. That was what they were thinking. There was no time to change the expression on their faces. Lin Fei waved his hand and put away the 8 godhoods. He stepped forward and pointed a finger at Zhao Zi's forehead. Is this how I kill people? Bang. Zhao Zi's eyes widened, and his body exploded into pieces. Since you said that I stole your weapon refining sect's technique, then I'll start a massacre today. What can the weapon refining sect do to me? Not only that, I'll also visit each and every one of you. Do you really think that I, Ditian, am easy to bully? Lin Fei came in front of Qiu Mushing, the heavenly deity saber in his hand, and slashed out. Crack. The battle armor on Qiu Mushing's body split open. You dare? Qiu Mushing was scared out of his wits. In a short moment, 8 heavenly deities had fallen. They were heavenly deities, not just any Tom, Dick, or Harry. However, in front of the ferocious heavenly deities, they were easily killed. There's nothing to be afraid of. I still want to go to your weapon refining sect. Lin Fei slashed at Qiu Mushing again and the battle armor exploded. It was unable to withstand the 2 consecutive slashes. You asked for it. The heavenly deity's saber waved, and the saber light soared into the sky, slashing at Qiu Mushing's body. A godhead fell out, and just as it was about to fly away, Lin Fei grabbed it with one hand, and the godhead landed in his hand, and he stored it in his storage ring. We're not fighting anymore, the Bliss Palace is not fighting anymore. Heavenly deity Yuan Hong could not withstand it. The battle armor and weapon on his body were already riddled with holes, and he had almost no power to resist. He could only beg for mercy. Defeated too quickly. The heavenly deities surrounded Ditian. In heavenly deity Yuan Hong's eyes, no matter how powerful Ditian was, he would still suffer a crushing defeat today, and he would still be able to obtain some benefits. However, in the blink of an eye, this beautiful scene was shattered. The heavenly deities were so weak in front of Lin Fei that they could not withstand a single blow, and they were killed in a few moves. Fight? How could they fight? At this moment they finally witnessed Ditian's true power. They could not withstand it at all. What do you mean we're not fighting anymore? I, Ditian, am not that easy to bully. From the moment you agreed to the crafting sect, you were destined to end up like this. Kill them all, don't leave a single one alive. Lin Fei stood with his hands behind his back and did not attack again. Ditian, I'm going to kill you. If you kill me, the sect will definitely not let you off. You don't know how powerful our sect is. Ditian, this has nothing to do with me. It's the crafting sect's doing. We really have no intention of doing anything to you, as long as you agree to let us off our sect. The 18 heavenly deities' clones crushed over again. In less than 2 breaths, including the heavenly deities that were released earlier, they were all killed one by one. Lin Fei gained another 4 godheads, and he had a total of 12 godheads in his hands. After watching the show for so long, come out now. A river of time flew out from behind Lin Fei, and it swept into the depths of the starry sky. The 18 heavenly deities' clones rushed up, and instantly forced out 4 figures. Daoist Tian, please wait. This is a misunderstanding, a misunderstanding. The 4 people who appeared were the 4 overlords, and they looked extremely disheveled at the moment. They had been here for a long time, hoping that Tian and the crafting sect would both suffer heavy losses, and then they would take the opportunity to attack. Tian would not be able to do anything then. Unfortunately, they had underestimated Tian. The 12 heavenly deities were killed by Tian's heavenly deities' clones in the blink of an eye. They saw it clearly. The heavenly deities' clones were not afraid of attacks, and as long as they got close, low-grade divine weapons would kill them. Only then did they realize how terrifying an invincible weapon was. In addition, the time theurgy made the heavenly deities unable to retaliate, and they were completely slaughtered. The 4 overlords' cultivation levels were not low. However, if they were to get close, their battle robes and weapons might not be able to block their opponent's attacks. That was the scariest part. Once the 12 heavenly deities died, they knew that they had lost their chance, and began to consider how to deal with Tian. Who would have thought that Tian had already discovered them? A single river of time had blasted them out. At the same time they fell into the river of time and their movements slowed down. They were instantly attacked by the 18 heavenly deities' clones, and could only barely defend themselves. Boom boom boom. The 18 heavenly deities were all engaged in close combat. The battle robes and divine weapons of the 4 overlords were all damaged to varying degrees, and the onlookers' hearts were bleeding. Tian, quickly stop, this is a misunderstanding, we are here to help. The Senluo overlord secretly cursed the crafting sect for being useless, and squeezed out an ugly smile as he desperately tried to explain to Tian. I am the suppressing sea overlord, I am also here to help. I hate the crafting sect the most, and I heard that you are in trouble, so I came. The suppressing sea overlord had no choice but to lower his head and ask Tian to stop first. The myriad Daos overlord and the black embryo overlord were the same, and there was no need to mention how sullen they were. Tian hadn't even attacked them and they were already being attacked. They were still in the river of time and were affected everywhere. Lin Fei said in a serious tone, "Nonsense, you dare to call yourselves overlords, how shameless." The 18 heavenly deities were still attacking. The Senluo overlord's battle robe exploded into pieces and his face turned pale. Dao friend Tian, we are really the 7 overlords. I am the Senluo overlord, and they are the suppressing sea overlord, myriad Daos overlord, and suppressing sea overlord. They are all here to help. Lin Fei still shook his head. If you say you are overlords, then you are overlords. I still think that you are the accomplices of the crafting sect, and you want to sneak attack me. I will not let people like you go. Lin Fei had actually recognized them long ago. How could Lin Fei not know what the 7 overlords looked like? Since they had come to attack him, they had to pay a price. We are really overlords, if you don't believe me you can ask someone. The myriad Daos overlord wanted to cry, and a low-grade divine armor on his body was destroyed. He hurriedly took out another one to block the attack. Lin Fei curled his lips. The overlords are all big figures, how can ordinary people know them? Why would an overlord come to a small place like this? If I don't let you guys suffer, you really think I am afraid of you? Lin Fei didn't plan to let them off so easily. Dao friend Tian, this might really be a misunderstanding. Suddenly 2 people flew over from afar. Li Shan, you lost last time, is it because you are not satisfied and brought people to take revenge? Lin Fei squinted his eyes and stared at one of the 2. Chapter 1753. P.S. Read the exclusive story behind Invincible King of Upgrade, and listen to your suggestions for the novel. Follow the official account, add friends on WeChat, add official account, enter Kdred, and tell me secretly. It sounded pretty nice. Lin Fei already knew that the Dark Overlord had come to the great metropolis world. Because celestial god Li Shan was one of his people, he knew the moment the news spread. So it's the Dark Overlord. I've been looking forward to meeting you for a long time. Lin Fei said with a smile. The Dark Overlord was also shocked. He was secretly glad that he had listened to celestial god Li Shan. Otherwise he would probably be as sullen as the Senluo overlord and the others. For overlords, every overlord's cultivation level was not low. They were all 3-star celestial gods. But now that they were trapped in the river of time, they could not even unleash a fraction of their combat power. How could they not be sullen? Di Tian had not even entered the celestial god realm, but his combat power was already so terrifying. The Dark Overlord was full of admiration for him. I've also admired Overlord Di Tian for a long time. He's so young but he's so much stronger than us. The Dark Overlord did not dare to put on airs. After today's battle, Di Tian could be called the 8th Overlord. Taoist Dark, you flatter me. I'm not qualified to be called an Overlord. Lin Fei felt very comfortable. When the Sunluo Overlord and the others saw the Dark Overlord, they secretly cursed the Dark Overlord for being so shameless. Previously he wanted to deal with Di Tian. Now he was speaking so seriously. Most importantly, he knew that they were being humiliated, but he did not speak up for them. Taoist Dark, help us explain, the Sunluo Overlord said to the Dark Overlord. If this continued, all their belongings would be destroyed. It was rare for the Dark Overlord to see them being humiliated. If not for the Sunluo Overlord, he would not have taken the initiative to speak up. He had to strike them when he could. So it's the Sunluo Overlord. What's wrong with you guys? Why are you guys fighting with Taoist Di Tian? Is there some misunderstanding? The Dark Overlord laughed. Lin Fei also knew that it was not easy to kill the 4 overlords for the time being. All he did was kill them while they were unprepared. The River of Time had the effect of slowing down time, suppressing their battle. That was why the 18 heavenly gods had the upper hand. Lin Fei knew very well that they were all 3-star heavenly gods, not far from the 4-star heavenly god realm. Are they really the overlords? I thought he wanted to sneak attack me. Lin Fei suddenly realized. The Sunluo Hegemon and the others wanted nothing more than to kill Di Tian right now. Who dares to speak in such a manner? You clearly know that we are the Hegemons, yet you still dare to act against us? To think that you still have the cheek to say such words. They never thought that they were the ones who wanted to attack Di Tian from the beginning, and not the other way around. The Darkness Overlord didn't expose him. Dao friend Di Tian, you are indeed mistaken. They are truly the overlords. This is the Sunluo Overlord, that is the Suppressing Sea Overlord, as well as the Myriad Daos Overlord and the Mystic Embryo Overlord. Lin Fei said, since it is a misunderstanding, let's forget about this matter. However, I want to know whether they are here to attack me or to help me. The Sunluo Hegemon gritted his teeth in his heart. To think that the other party dared to say such words. At this moment, it was not a good time to continue wasting time. It is a misunderstanding. Why would we attack you? With your strength you can become an overlord. We, the 7 overlords, would welcome you to become the 8th overlord. Seeing that the Sunluo Hegemon had said so, the Myriad Daos Hegemon followed up. We are here to help. It has been a long time since an 8th overlord appeared in our territory. They all lowered their heads. Lin Fei didn't say anything else. He withdrew the River of Time and the 18 heavenly god clones appeared behind him. My apologies, I didn't know you were here to help. Lin Fei clasped his hands and said. The 4 overlords had awkward expressions. They clearly wanted to attack someone, but in the end they suffered and lost several battle armors and weapons. This was really a great loss. Since you have solved the problem, we will take our leave. The Sunluo Hegemon didn't want to stay and suffer. After I return I will spread the news. The 8th overlord has to be known to the world. The Sunluo Hegemon bade farewell and left. The other 3 overlords also took their leave. As seniors, they indeed didn't have the face to stay after being teased by a junior. After exchanging a few pleasantries they left. Before leaving they said that they would spread the news. I have to congratulate you, you will be the 8th overlord soon. The Dark Overlord congratulated him. In his heart he was envious. Back then he had spent a lot of effort to sit in this position. That means I will be an overlord soon? I have never thought about this. Lin Fei really didn't want to be the 8th overlord. They suffered a loss at your hands. When they return they will definitely spread the news and acknowledge your position. If you spread the news about what happened today, they won't be able to keep their faces. The Dark Overlord sneered. He knew better than anyone else what the 4 overlords were thinking. A battle that seemed to bode ill. It ended in disbelief. Not only had Lin Fei become the 8th overlord, but he had also slaughtered 12 Empyrean gods in one go. If news of this spread, the entire weave would be shocked yet again. Tianyang and Huang Chuan, the Lu family of the Tianyun Tower, and the chief commander of the Primal Chaos City all came to congratulate him. The Invincible Palace had become a rising power in the territory. No one could stop it. That night, Lin Fei hosted a banquet to entertain them. The banquet lasted until midnight before it ended. Lin Fei wasn't drunk. Moreover, he wouldn't get drunk now. Today was a day to be happy about. After everyone left, Lin Fei met with Tianyang and Huang Chuan in private to express his gratitude. He then told them the purpose of this trip. He wanted to know all the information about the weapon refining sect, such as the experts. Tianyang and Huang Chuan weren't surprised at all. If the eighth overlord didn't have some domineering methods, they would be disappointed. As for Lin Fei's request, the two hesitated for a moment. Then, they sold the information about the weapon refining sect to Lin Fei. Comparing the two sets of information, there was basically nothing missing. Lin Fei had a rough understanding of the weapon refining sect's strength. Compared to the 8 major sects, the weapon refining sect was much weaker. After all, they mainly forged weapons and battle suits. This time, the weapon refining sect bullied him and used despicable excuses to deal with him. Lin Fei wasn't going to let it go so easily. Once the 18 heavenly gods were formed, their strength increased by leaps and bounds. The strongest person in the weapon refining sect is a 5-star heavenly god. This is going to be troublesome. Looking at the information, Lin Fei wasn't afraid of the rest. Only the 5-star heavenly god was worth being wary of. Even if the weapon refining sect had a 5-star heavenly god, Lin Fei still had to make a trip to the weapon refining sect. Now Lin Fei didn't want to swallow his anger. If the weapon refining sect dared to come, he dared to go. It was only right and proper. Midnight. Lin Fei silently left the great metropolis world. He boarded the battle fortress and hurried to the weapon refining sect. Outside the great metropolis world, there were no traces of the 4 overlords. Lin Fei was even more assured that no one would calculate that he had left the great metropolis world. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, the battle fortress wasn't just a weapon of war. It was also the best treasure for movement. Every time it traveled, the distance was very long. With a large amount of energy expended, Lin Fei got closer and closer to the sacred pill weave where the weapon refining sect was located. Only the battle fortress could achieve this kind of speed. As for the others? Take it slow. 10 days later. Lin Fei arrived at the sacred pill weave. The weapon refining sect was the ruler of the sacred pill weave. The place where the weapon refining sect was located was called the sacred pill land. It was home to all the alchemists in the weave. Outside the sacred pill weave, Lin Fei put away the battle fortress and looked at the weave. A cold glint flashed in his eyes. I came all the way here. I can't let my efforts go to waste. The sacred pill weave had a lot of influence. It produced battle armors, weapons, and treasures of various grades. At the same time, it formed a huge market. The merchant guilds of the various weaves would come to the sacred pill weave to purchase treasures. Recently, however, the weapon refinement immortals of the sacred pill weave had heard an unbelievable piece of news. In a remote place, someone had mastered a refinement method that could refine weapons and battle armors that were invincible in the same grade. The news spread like wildfire. It was hard not to know about it. To the immortals of the sacred pill weave, this news had an impact on them. Many had never seen it before and thought it was just a boast. If the weapon refining sect couldn't do it, how could an outsider do it? It looks like the news hasn't reached us yet. Lin Fei retracted his aura and arrived at the sacred pill land. From afar, an immortal palace appeared in Lin Fei's vision. That was the sacred pill land. According to the information, the weapon refining sect has a total of 15 heavenly gods. I killed 5 of them last time, so there are only 10 left. They're all 1 or 2 stars. The only troublesome one is that 5-star heavenly god ancestor. I heard that he's in seclusion, so I'll have plenty of time to kill them. Lin Fei, dressed in a black robe, headed straight for the sacred pill land. The sacred pill land's management wasn't strict. Add to that its reputation and the fact that the weapon refining sect had a heavenly god overseeing it, and ordinary people didn't dare to cause trouble. Lin Fei easily entered the sacred pill land. After entering a large city, Lin Fei saw many tall towers. After paying some holy stones, Lin Fei got some information. Each of these pagodas had a heavenly god overseeing them. They were their cultivation grounds. They're swaggering around like they don't want anyone to know. Lin Fei counted and found that there were more than 15 towers. On the contrary, there were 50 to 60 of them, and some of them were for half-step heavenly gods. With that, Lin Fei was relieved. One Lai was a half-step heavenly god. He was also a weapon refining master, and his status in the weapon refining sect wasn't low. He usually lived in the weapon refining tower. Not only could this tower increase the success rate of weapon refining, but it was also an offensive weapon. It could also be used with the rest of the weapon refining tower to build a terrifying formation. Master, you've been gone for so long. Why aren't you back yet? One Lai lay on a chair and enjoyed the massage of the maids. He thought about his master who had gone to the great metropolis world. Boom. Suddenly, a force pressed down on Wen Lai, and he felt a stabbing pain in his head. A divine sense rushed in and he became dazed. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, the maids next to him were also pierced through their foreheads. None of them were spared. Chapter 1754. Entering the weapon refining sect, Lin Fei did not act recklessly. As long as he killed the heavenly god powerhouse of the weapon refining sect, he did not have to worry about the rest of the powerhouses. At that time he would be able to escape faster than anyone else. Without the heavenly god guarding the sect, the weapon refining sect would be a big piece of meat in the eyes of outsiders. The first half-step heavenly god. Lin Fei easily broke into a weapon refining tower and mercilessly searched the soul of the half-step heavenly god. The soul search was really right. My luck is not bad. The person I randomly killed turned out to be Qiu Muxing's disciple. Heaven is really helping me. Wen Lai was Qiu Muxing's disciple. Among the disciples, his cultivation was also relatively fast. Coupled with the support of his master, he obtained a weapon refining tower and was also quite famous in the weapon refining sect. Lin Fei easily obtained the information he wanted after killing the other party. When he came here, Lin Fei really did not think that his luck would be so good. At most he would kill them one by one. Under a surprise attack, who could block his attack? The remaining 10 heavenly gods are all in the weapon refining sect. This is a good thing. I don't need to prepare them one by one. Lin Fei flipped through the memories and had an idea. He killed the other party with a finger and took the other party's storage ring. Not to mention, the weapon refining sect's half-step heavenly god was very rich. He had 5 storage rings on him and each of them was filled to the brim. No wonder the weapon refining sect schemed to snatch away my cultivation method. It's really easy to monopolize a business. Lin Fei rummaged through the weapon refining tower again. There were still many things that caught his eye. He did not stand on ceremony and kept them. They would be cheap to others if he kept them. Didn't the Tianyun Tower lack treasures? These could be sold. The Pill's sacred land was very big. Lin Fei did not care at all. He sneaked toward the weapon refining tower. The weapon refining tower with 10 heavenly gods was temporarily put aside and killed the half-step heavenly gods first. With Wen Lai's memories, Lin Fei entered the weapon refining tower more easily. There was nothing else. Lin Fei had the crafting sect's entry token, so he could easily enter the crafting tower. Half-step celestial gods were nothing in Lin Fei's eyes. Every single one of them was killed by Lin Fei's god force without any ability to resist. Lin Fei killed them one after another for about an hour. All the half-step celestial gods in the Pill's sacred land were killed by Lin Fei. Lin Fei had collected a total of 700 storage rings. The holy stones could be piled up like a mountain, so he had received quite a lot in return. Over 100 half-step celestial deities, the crafting sect's foundation is indeed not bad. It's a pity that they're too greedy. After killing the last half-step heavenly god, Lin Fei shifted his gaze to the 10 equipment refining towers in the distance. That was the weapon refining tower of the last 10 heavenly gods. Lin Fei didn't release his divine sense. He just used the system's detection and his memory to determine their location, and even whether they were there or not. Boom! The aura of a heavenly god suddenly exploded in the Pill's sacred land. The eruption of the heavenly god's aura was like a stone thrown into a lake. Heavenly god Dushang was tasting the celestial brew. This was one of his favorite things. Someone is causing trouble. The sudden aura caused heavenly god Dushang's expression to change. He put down the celestial brew and appeared in the sky above the Pill's sacred land. He scanned with his divine sense to determine the location. Run. The elder is here. This person is dead for sure. In a plaza in the Pill's sacred land. Many disciples of the crafting sect were fleeing in all directions, their faces filled with shock. When they saw the elder, they all heaved a sigh of relief. Now it was the other party's turn to be unlucky. Sir, how dare you cause trouble in the crafting sect? How dare you? Heavenly god Dushang saw a black-robed man covered by a black robe. There were many rulers' corpses lying on the plaza. They were all dressed in the crafting sect's attire. He couldn't help but be furious. Great boundless sword chi. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, heavenly god Dushang directly waved his hand and shot out streaks of sword chi. The sword chi turned into threads and was about to severely injure the person in front of him. Anyone who dared to kill people in the crafting sect would have to pay the price. Finally, someone came out. Lin Fei flicked his finger, and his divine power turned into a long saber that knocked away the sword chi. 18 heavenly gods silently appeared in the void, and 18 low-grade divine artifacts shot toward heavenly god Dushang. Heavenly god Dushang's expression changed and he was dismembered. One of his godheads flew out, but a hand reached down halfway, grabbed the godhead and put it into a storage ring. The aura released also attracted the attention of the second heavenly god of the crafting sect. This heavenly god of the crafting sect was not weak either. He was already a 2-star heavenly god, and his divine power was even denser. He also came out to see what was going on. Bang bang bang. As soon as he appeared, he found that he couldn't move. In front of him were 18 heavenly gods. Their sabers and axes joined together, and they broke through his defenses. His divine body was destroyed and only a godhead was left. Impossible, I'm a 2-star heavenly god. Another hand reached down, and the godhead was put into a storage ring. In the blink of an eye, 2 heavenly gods were killed. It didn't even take a breath of time. This was not enough for Lin Fei. He had thought that he would draw out a few heavenly gods and kill them all in one fell swoop. Now it seemed that he had to take the initiative and kill all the heavenly gods before that 5-star heavenly god came out. Lin Fei took out the heavenly god's saber and pounced at the equipment refining tower not far away. The saber light swept out like a river. The equipment refining towers in the distance shone brightly, and the whole tower was on the verge of collapse. Boom, boom, boom in the remaining equipment refining towers. The heavenly gods of the crafting sect rushed out. Seeing the damaged equipment refining tower, they were extremely angry. Someone was actually making trouble in the crafting sect. It was not that he didn't take them seriously. Lin Fei's saber attack consumed a lot of divine power, but it also forced the 8 heavenly gods out. Sir, who are you? Why are you making trouble in the crafting sect? Among the 8 heavenly deities, there was a rather old man. His face was full of anger as he pointed at Lin Fei. Sect master, hurry up and kill that guy. He killed Do Shangtian and Hua Yi. Sect leader, you must avenge them. As soon as the old man came out, the disciples of the crafting sect who were lucky enough to survive immediately reported the situation. All the disciples of the crafting sect were angry and shocked. Their crafting sect was famous, but today they encountered something unforgettable. 2 heavenly gods were killed one after another. They only saw the corpses and didn't even see clearly how it was done. Sect leader Shi Hengshan's expression instantly changed. He suddenly realized that the aura of the 2 heavenly gods had disappeared from the crafting sect and realized that something had happened to them. The other 8 heavenly gods were also shocked. How could 2 heavenly gods be killed in the blink of an eye? Damn it, where are those half-step heavenly gods? At this moment they noticed that apart from them, there was not a single half-step heavenly god. More than 100 half-step heavenly gods seemed to have disappeared at the same time. Under normal circumstances, they would have appeared as soon as something like this happened instead of none of them appearing like now. Don't bother looking. I killed all the half-step heavenly gods of your crafting sect. At least for now. Lin Fei took off his cloak, revealing a young face. Let me introduce myself. I am Di Tian, the person you want to deal with. I am here to settle the score. After today, your crafting sect will be removed from the territory. Kill. Chapter 1755. Lin Fei did not suppress his voice. Coming to the weapon refining sect, Lin Fei wanted to tell everyone in the weapon refining sect that he was here to settle scores. Remove his name? That was not a difficult thing to do. Who is Di Tian? Why don't I know him? Idiot, Di Tian is the guy with the invincible weapon. He actually came to the weapon refining sect. Didn't they say that he was very weak? Why is he so good at killing heaven gods? The most unbelievable thing is that he has 18 heaven gods with him. I really find it hard to believe. Inside the weapon refining sect. At this moment, everyone was in shock. Who did not know Di Tian's name, especially the half-step heaven gods and heaven gods? It was no secret in this circle. Di Tian had the invincible weapon. Experts who reached a certain level all knew the power of the invincible weapon. In the current territory, anyone who had an invincible weapon was something worth bragging about. Everyone naturally knew who Di Tian was. They could offend anyone but Di Tian, lest they regret it in the future. Many heaven god experts came to the weapon refining sect to ask if they had such a forging method so that they could occupy a market share in the future. The appearance of the invincible weapon had a great impact on normal weapons. Even weapons made by grandmasters were not as famous as the invincible weapon. At this moment, they did not expect that Di Tian would personally attack the weapon refining sect and kill more than 100 half-step heaven gods in one go, wiping out the middle-level power of the weapon refining sect. If the weapon refining sect could kill Di Tian, then it would be fine. But if Di Tian left, the weapon refining sect would be greatly weakened. The weapon refining sect's strength would also be greatly affected, and their words would not be as forceful as before. You are Di Tian, how could you appear here? Shi Hengshan was shocked. He had arranged for the heaven gods of the sect to deal with Tian because he wanted to obtain the forging method of the invincible weapon. At the same time, he had also sent several heaven god experts. Together with the heaven gods who participated, it was not difficult to take down Tian. But now, Tian had slaughtered his way into the weapon refining sect and killed over 100 half-step heavenly gods. Shi Hengshan's heart was bleeding. If the weapon refining sect had to be nurtured again, who knew how much time and resources it would take? Why can't I appear here? Your crafting school is shameless enough to use such a despicable excuse to capture me. No matter what, I have to give your crafting school a big present. Lin Fei also rushed forward. Slow down time. Divine power burned fiercely, causing time to slow down. This was the best way to kill a heavenly god. For the time being, no one could stop him. Time slowed down, enveloping them. The movements of the 8 heavenly deities all slowed down. The 18 heavenly deities charged over, their attacks blasting onto the heavenly deities' bodies. With an invincible inferior grade god artifact in hand, he could easily crush the 8 heavenly gods. No matter what kind of battle armor he wore, it was useless. The divine body was also useless. I don't want to die. A heavenly deity's battle armor shattered. Before he could put on a second set of battle armor, an inferior grade divine artifact's attack landed on his body. His divine body was riddled with cracks and he exploded into pieces. The exploded divine artifact was also suppressed by time, unable to move at all. Shi Hengshan could not accept this scene. The heavenly deities beside him actually had no power to resist at all. They could only watch helplessly as the heavenly deities were killed, leaving behind one divine artifact after another. 8 heavenly god experts came out, and in the blink of an eye, only 3 remained. As the sect master of crafting school, Shi Hengshan had not felt the aura of death for a very, very long time. But at this moment he felt the aura of death. This young man with average strength that he had once said had finally ruthlessly slapped him in the face, telling him what strength was. It's true, everything is true. Shi Hengshan knew that Tian had heavenly god clones. That was only 5. After calculating, he thought that his chances were very high. But how could he have known that Tian had a total of 18 clones? What was even more frightening was that the treasures on him were armed to the teeth, and the weapons were invincible weapons. They were invincible in the same realm. They were unimaginably frightening. Arming one heavenly god clone was still alright, but arming a total of 18 heavenly god clones was the most frightening. Just as Shi Hengshan's thoughts were in a mess, the last 3 heavenly gods beside him were also killed. He was left alone and the 18 clones pressed down. Shi Hengshan's realm was not low, and he blocked a portion of the time deceleration. But his movements were still very slow. Even with his peak 3-star heavenly god strength, he could not easily break free. Tian, don't even think of killing me. Shi Hengshan still had some trump cards. He opened his mouth and spat out a blue pearl. A blue sky screen appeared around him, blocking the attacks of the heavenly god clones. Friends of crafting school, if anyone can injure Tian, our crafting school is willing to offer a low-quality god artifact, a low-quality god armor as a reward, and a top-notch mystical ability. Also, our sect's old ancestor expert is about to break through, so taking down Tian will not be a problem. Once the blue pearl appeared, it blocked the first wave of attacks. Shi Hengshan was still unable to move, and with a flash of inspiration, he had an idea. The onlookers were naturally heavenly god experts. Crafting school had a wide network of connections and they knew many experts. They had even more cooperative relationships. Normally, the Pill Sacred Land would have many heavenly gods. At this moment, in order to block Tian, Shi Hengshan used the reward. Sect Master Shi, I'll help you. Tian, a junior, dares to attack crafting school. He's too arrogant. This person should be killed. I'll help too. It had to be said that Shi Hengshan's words were very influential. The heavenly gods who were on good terms with crafting school were all half-step heavenly gods. They all wanted to fish in troubled waters, especially when they heard that the old ancestor of crafting school was about to appear. All they needed to do was stall Tian. In less than a moment, 13 heavenly gods, plus 50 to 60 half-step heavenly gods, attacked one after another. Tian, I can't help but admire your guts. You're the first person who dares to attack our crafting school alone. However, you'll regret coming to crafting school to kill people later. Shi Hengshan tried hard to calm himself down. Lin Fei said indifferently. That might not be the case. The battle fortress appeared with an invincible might and stopped in the sky. Cannons appeared one after another, and hundreds of light beams shot towards them indiscriminately. Bang bang bang, The weaker half-step heavenly gods were blasted into pieces on the spot. Rebirth of flesh and blood? Undying body? Forget it. Just the first wave of attacks was enough to stop those heavenly gods. They had no choice but to wear battle robes and activate defensive treasures. Their movement speed was also greatly suppressed. It seems like your people are useless. Lin Fei had already considered this when he came. If you're not afraid of death, then come at me. You can also contribute to me. The 18 heavenly gods continued to attack the Blue Pearl. Shi Hengshan's heart sank. Battle Fortress, no wonder you came so quickly. It seems like this sect master still underestimated you. Chapter 1757. The sky above the weapon refining sect was completely suppressed. The light beam attacks that filled the sky were like a meteor shower, continuously attacking, bombarding the group of heavenly god experts to the point where they were unable to help Shi Hengshan, the sect master. Too terrifying. Di Tian's battle strength is unimaginable. The true number one of the younger generation. Weapon refining sect is in trouble this time. That's not for sure. Don't forget, the weapon refining sect still has a 5-star heavenly god forefather. If that forefather appears, Di Tian will be in trouble. The spectators below had long since avoided the danger zone. Large swathes of the weapon refining sect's buildings were destroyed. There were burnt ruins everywhere, including the unfortunate weapon refining sect disciples. At this time, the weapon refining sect was in chaos. The disciples fled in all directions. Ruler? They all tactfully fled. None of the people present had ever seen someone who was this powerful on his own. Those who had doubted Di Tian before, even those of the younger generation, were now convinced. Whether or not Di Tian could remove the weapon refining sect, there was no doubt that he was the number one of the younger generation. Boom boom boom. The 18 heavenly god doppelgangers attacked faster and faster. The blue bead was covered in cracks. Explode. Lin Fei soared into the sky and punched the blue bead. Cracks continuously appeared on the bead, and fragments of the bead flew everywhere. Shi Hengshan showed rare panic. Boundless killing intent enveloped his body. The bright invincible weapon locked onto him. Even more frightening was that his body was affected again. Forefather, save me. Shi Hengshan had hoped that his treasure could last a while longer. As long as the forefather appeared, Di Tian would have to run. Who would have thought that he had underestimated the power of the invincible weapon? Seeing that he was about to be killed, Shi Hengshan had to ask for help. An up-and-coming talent. Shi Hengshan finally realized how terrifying Di Tian was. An old heavenly god like him had no ability to resist. Boom. In a forbidden area of the weapon refining sect. A soaring aura rose. You dare. A furious voice echoed in the sky above the weapon refining sect. The heavenly god experts in the sky all paled and spat out blood, revealing expressions of shock. Was this the power of a 5-star celestial god? The sky above Lin Fei was also filled with dark clouds. A huge finger stretched out for thousands of miles, stabbing toward his location. Before the attack even arrived, the energy of heaven and earth was in chaos. Activate invincible defense. 5-star heavenly gods were very powerful. Lin Fei activated his invincible defense and soared into the sky, throwing a punch at the giant finger. The movements of the 18 Empyrean god clones also momentarily paused. Shi Hengshan was overjoyed. Old ancestor, hurry and kill Di Tian. All the Empyrean gods in the sect died at his hands. You have to take revenge for them. That single finger of his made everyone realize just how powerful this patriarch of the crafting sect was, and how invincible he was in this place. No one was optimistic that Di Tian would be able to withstand the attack of a 5-star heavenly god. Overestimating one's capabilities, like a mantis trying to stop a chariot. Boom. Lin Fei's fist slammed against the finger, but the other party sent out waves of power that shook his fist away. Waves of ocean-like power crashed into Lin Fei's body. He's not as strong as I thought. The system instantly used up a large amount of divine power and converted it into invincible points. Lin Fei exclaimed softly. He was like a boulder not moving at all. Old thing, you're becoming more and more useless. Your attack is just tickling me. Lin Fei laughed loudly. The 18 clones that had momentarily paused recovered, and their invincible weapons slashed at Shi Hengshan. Old ancestor, Shi Hengshan's voice suddenly stopped. There was only one godhead left in the sky. Lin Fei grabbed it with a wave of his hand. The godhead was in his hand. The current sect master of the crafting sect was killed in front of everyone. Even a powerful 5-star Empyrean god couldn't shake Di Tian. Crazy, Di Tian actually blocked it. Does he have to be so heaven-defying? From now on Tian will be my idol. Too fierce, that was the attack of a 5-star Empyrean god patriarch. There was an uproar below. Under the terrifying momentum Lin Fei was still there. Not only that, but he also killed the sect master Shi Hengshan and seized the godhead. What kind of scene was this? Everyone was dumbfounded. It's over? Why did I offend a peerless expert like Tian for the bounty? Isn't this asking for my old life? If Tian doesn't die, I'll be unlucky. The Empyrean gods who were attacking earlier were all regretting now. At this moment all of them were filled with regret. How could they have done something so foolish? This was completely different from what they had imagined. This was truly a matter of life and death. Their expressions were uncertain. Their only hope was that the crafting sect's old ancestor would display his invincible might. Otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable. You actually killed little Shi. This old man wants you dead. In the sky, dark clouds once again pressed down. Giant fingers attacked. Each of them contained an invincible might. At the same time, angry, shriveled faces appeared. This old ancestor's fury could be seen. These fingers were all formed from divine power. They drew upon the power of heaven and earth. With Lin Fei as the center, the surrounding area became a violent and deadly land. What's so great about shouting so loud? Lin Fei recalled the 18 Empyrean god clones. Merge. Boom boom boom. Wave after wave of terrifying aura exploded from Lin Fei's body and shot into the sky. Lin Fei's cultivation level also broke through quickly. He instantly broke through to the half-step heavenly god realm. 1-star heavenly god. 2-star heavenly god. 3-star heavenly god. The invincible aura of a 3-star heavenly god. This powerful aura was not weaker than a 5-star heavenly god. Lin Fei waved his hand. The void collapsed. The terrifying fingers fell into the black hole. Lin Fei pounced toward the crafting sect's forbidden area. The heavenly god saber landed in his hand. Get out here. The terrifying saber radiance surged with divine power. There was only one saber radiance left in the world. This was the first time Lin Fei used his full strength after merging. Boom boom boom. The saber radiance slashed down. The earth cracked. In the depths of the crafting sect, the forbidden area was split open by the saber radiance. A huge mountain range was crushed by the saber radiance. A haggard figure flew out. There was blood at the corner of his mouth. He had a shocked expression on his face. It was the first time the old ancestor of the crafting sect showed himself in front of the crowd. However, his shriveled face did not have the majesty of an old ancestor. On the contrary, he looked extremely haggard. You. Old ancestor Shi spat out mouthfuls of blood. He had been injured by that saber attack. Don't bother with yours, just mine. Come out and die. Behind Lin Fei, the river of time flew out, sweeping toward Patriarch Stone as he attacked. Divine level saber slash. Divine power surged out. Old ancestor Shi was furious. He coughed up blood again. Divine Dharma form. Seeing the river rushing towards him, ancestor Shi could tell that there was something strange about it. A golden armored celestial being stepped out from behind him, wielding an ancient halberd. He slashed out with it, causing ancestor Shi's face to turn pale. Whoosh! The river of time was cut into 2 halves by the heaven halberd. The river of time rolled towards ancestor Stone again, passing through his body. Lin Fei's saber attack was also directed at the deity. Boom. The two's attacks disappeared in the air. The endless shockwaves once again destroyed the crafting sect beyond recognition. Your attack is not bad. Let's do it again. Lin Fei rushed forward again. He used the divine level saber slash again. Another terrifying saber radiance slashed at the god. The god disappeared. Freeze. The deity appeared in front of Lin Fei, his halberd slashing down on Lin Fei's body. Chapter 1758. Old ancestor Shi was more shocked than anyone else. As the pillar of the crafting sect, old ancestor Shi hadn't fought for a long time. His battle prowess as a 5-star heavenly god was enough to deter anyone from acting rashly. Until now. But today, old ancestor Shi's anger towards someone could no longer be expressed with words. Kill. He had to kill him. This was the only thought in old ancestor Shi's mind. After killing this kid, I can break through the 5-star realm and become a 6-star heavenly god. I can even fight against 7-star heavenly gods and 8-star heavenly gods. Old ancestor Shi was in seclusion all year round. Old ancestor Shi knew that the crafting sect had arranged for people to rob him. He was also the one who gave the order. But now the crafting sect was mostly destroyed. Old ancestor Shi didn't care. The crafting sect was gone, but as long as he was there, he could rebuild it. The only thing that made Old Ancestor Sure angry was that his son was killed by the other party. That was why Old Ancestor Sure went all out. After cultivating for countless chaos years, Old Ancestor Sure only had one son left. The death of his son Sure Hengshan was a blood feud. The divine avatar was Old Ancestor Sure's killing move. The attack power of this move surpassed the heavenly god realm and even the divine king realm, reaching the divine venerable realm. Even if it was just a phantom, 1,000th of its power could kill the other party. In the exchange just now, Old Ancestor Sure realized that the person in front of him was very scary. He wasn't a heavenly god, but after merging, his battle prowess was no less than his own. His divine power was incomparably dense and endless, forcing Old Ancestor Sure to use his final killing move. Between heaven and earth, a terrifying aura swept across the entire territory. In front of this aura, the heavenly gods turned pale without a trace of blood. Their bodies fell down. Those who hadn't reached the heavenly god realm would be turned into a meat patty. The divine avatar swept the halberd, slashing Lin Fei's body. Boom. Lin Fei was sent flying, crashing into a building. The building collapsed, turning into ruins. My son, you can rest in peace. I've killed your enemy with my own hands. Old Ancestor Sure's face paled. Now your father will chop off that person's head as a sacrifice to you. I will also chop off all the forces behind that person. None of them will be left alive. In order to kill the other party, Old Ancestor Sure used his killing move and consumed a large amount of divine power. This move contained a trace of the Archgod realm's might. The attack of this killing move could severely injure a 9-star heavenly god expert and kill an 8-star heavenly god expert. This was the source of Ancestor Sure's confidence. Boom. Suddenly, the ruins of the building below were pushed aside, and a figure rushed up. Deity level single slash. The terrifying blade went straight for Old Ancestor Sure. The crafting school is really something. They even have a killer move like this. No wonder they can stand tall in this territory. This strike was fast and fierce, catching Old Ancestor Sure off guard. Bang. Old Ancestor Sure was sent flying and crashed into a huge mountain. The huge mountain was shattered into pieces. Damn, luckily I have an invincible defense. Lin Fei rushed up alone. Other than the super strong battle strength of the 18 doppelgangers, his invincible defense and his time and space techniques, Lin Fei believed that he had the ability to fight against a 5-star heavenly god. Cough. Old Ancestor Sure rushed out shakily. The divine armor on his body was cracked, but it was not obvious. He seemed to be in a state of shock. Impossible, how can you be unharmed? Lin Fei narrowed his eyes. I was wondering why you were unharmed. So it was because you were wearing a mid-grade divine armor. I just don't know how long this mid-grade divine armor of yours can last. Lin Fei was the clearest about the might of that saber attack. A low-grade divine armor could be destroyed with a single strike. Only a mid-grade divine armor could block the attack. Deity level single slash. Time slow. River of time. Lin Fei also knew that a 5-star heavenly god was not easy to kill. Since he was here, he would not let him leave. He had to kill him on the spot. Another large amount of divine power was consumed. Old Ancestor Sure was completely shocked. The attack of the Reverend Law Idol was unable to kill Di Tian. The most terrifying thing was that Di Tian did not seem to be injured at all. It was an unacceptable result. Reverend Law Idol. After using it once, Old Ancestor Sure had no choice but to use it again. He did not expect to kill Di Tian. He only wanted to buy time for himself. Di Tian, don't even think about killing me. Old Ancestor Sure rushed out. He did not care about losing face. He knew better than anyone that Di Tian's strength was unimaginable. He could actually use such a powerful move continuously. The Reverend Law Idol blocked in front of Lin Fei. Old Ancestor Sure's face turned pale. He coughed out blood. After using the Reverend Law Idol twice, he had reached his limit. The weapon refining sect's Old Ancestor is running away. It can't be, right? Am I seeing things? It's over, it's over. Let's leave quickly. Di Tian is too cruel. He is a 5-star heavenly god. The heavenly gods who had already fled far away were all dumbfounded. A super expert in their eyes was actually running away in front of Di Tian. This was something that had never happened in tens of thousands of years. At this moment, everyone looked at Di Tian with a deep sense of helplessness. The young elites also lowered their heads in shame. What's going on? My speed is actually affected. Old Ancestor Sure fled. His usual speed was affected at this moment. When he looked back, his Reverend Law Idol had already been destroyed by the other party. That young man charged forward. You know a time technique, and to such an extent. This old man really misjudged you. At old Ancestor Shi's level, he knew many secrets. The time power in his body was something that even he could not get rid of. It was not something that ordinary time techniques could compare to. It was enough to cause a fatal effect on a heavenly god. Misjudging is your own business. Who asked your weapon refining sect to have such evil intentions? Lin Fei did not care about the consumption of his divine power. He waved his hand and used the deity-level single slash. In one breath he slashed out 3 times. Boom. Boom. Old Ancestor Shi's movement speed was very slow. His movements also slowed down. 3 attacks landed on his body. Old Ancestor Shi was struck down from the sky and smashed into a mountain range. Taking advantage of your illness, I'll take your life. Lin Fei did not want to waste time. His divine sense locked onto the weapon refining sect's 5-star heavenly god. Terrifying saber techniques slashed one after another. No matter how hard the turtle shell was, it would still be destroyed. What was a mid-grade divine armor worth? The people in the distance all obediently shut their mouths. A mountain range in the distance was completely destroyed. The tyrannical spiritual energy was also shattered by the saber light. Not a single bit was left. Every strike of the saber was shocking. Tion's 1 slash could kill them. Tion, if this old man dies, don't think that you will have an easy time. Boom. Under the mountain range, a voice of despair and anger sounded. Then a wave of destructive aura swept out, quickly covering the entire Pill Holy Land. The mountains and buildings were turned into dust. Chapter 1759. The self-destruction of a 5-star heavenly god. All the heavenly gods present were cursing. Who had ever seen something like this? The self-destruction swept across the Pill's sacred land. The heavenly gods who were watching were also caught in the attack. They all took out protective treasures and covered themselves with layers. But even so, more than 10 heavenly gods died on the spot. Poor unlucky bastards. Rulers and immortal sovereigns had already left the battlefield. There weren't that many who died. The entire territory was in a state of shock. All the heavenly gods appeared and looked in the direction of the Pill's sacred land, their faces filled with shock. The self-destruction of a 5-star heavenly god was too great. In the wave of destruction, a black figure shot out of the void. Tion, I've given up my body. I don't believe I can't kill you. Even if I can't kill you, I can still heavily injure you. When I find an old friend, I'll kill you. Patriarch Shi's expression was ferocious. Unless it was a matter of life and death, Patriarch Shi wouldn't use self-destruction, destroying his own divine body. Even if he had a physical body in the future, his strength would be greatly affected. Patriarch Shi had never imagined that he would be defeated by a young fellow. Even his medial-grade divine armor, which he had never used before, had been destroyed. Patriarch Shi felt like crying. Under these circumstances, self-destruction was the only way to escape. Old thing, you want to leave just like that? You're making fun of me? In the air, an enormous hand of time descended. Patriarch Stone was shocked and tried to change directions, but the hand of time grabbed him. A moment later, a young man appeared in the air. Lin Fei was on guard at all times. The moment the other party self-destructed, Lin Fei had already activated his invincible defense, and he was already in the void. You're going all out just to leave. Lin Fei's heart ached at the loss of his divine power. Even though he reacted quickly, he was still affected by the self-destruction and used up a lot of his divine power. Ancestor Stone was very confident in this move. But at this moment Ancestor Stone had suffered a huge blow. His last bit of hope had crumbled. You can't kill me? My master is an ultimate god expert. Ancestor Shi tried to act tough. You better let me go right now. So you have a master and an ultimate god expert at that. What a powerful background. It's really scary. Lin Fei pretended to be afraid and laughed out loud. Your master is a godly venerable rank master. What does that have to do with me? If I say that the crafting sect is to be removed, then it must be removed. Lin Fei released the power of time. 10,000 years with a single glance. Ancestor Shi's soul was strong, but it could not withstand the power of time. Tion, I curse you to die a horrible death. Ding. Congratulations. You have killed 5-star celestial god. Ding. Congratulations. You have killed the first 5-star heavenly god. Ding. Congratulations, player has received experience points. Ding. Since you have killed a 5-star celestial god for the first time, you are rewarded with a promotion. Ding. Congratulations. You have become a 1-star celestial god. Lin Fei had killed the 5-star heavenly god of the weapon refining sect, and the system sent him good news. *CK I've leveled up. Lin Fei only felt that his body was soft and warm, especially comfortable. His godhead, which was originally half, was immediately infused with a thick external power. The long journey was completed in the blink of an eye. A new godhead appeared in Lin Fei's body and it spun. The divine power in his body began to flow, forming a perfect structure. Traces of divine power also entered his body, but it was very weak. I was right to come here. Killing a 5-star celestial god has such benefits. If I had known, I would have come to kill him. Lin Fei was very surprised that he had broken through to the heavenly god realm at this time. Ding. Player has entered the heavenly god realm. The system will undergo an upgrade for 2 hours. System update in progress. The system in Lin Fei's mind disappeared without a trace. The system is going to upgrade again. The last system update brought many changes, and Lin Fei was very much looking forward to the changes after this update. He tried to contact Little Fiend, but there was no result. The Pill's sanctum had been reduced to ruins. The celestial gods who had barely survived were all heavily injured, and their expressions were very ugly. This is too scary. Old ancestor Sure of the crafting sect is really a piece of trash. My good friend was here just now and he died in the blink of an eye. Do you guys think D. Tian is dead? Rumor has it that D. Tian cultivates a heaven-defying technique. If he is dead, can we hurry up and find him? The surviving celestial gods were all tempted. They had all seen D. Tian's strength and ferocity. The 5-star celestial god of the crafting sect was very powerful, but he was still taken care of by D. Tian, and even self-destructed. If they could obtain the technique D. Tian left behind, they would be very powerful in the future. It was unknown who mentioned this, but the injured heavenly deities all released their divine senses to search around, afraid that they would fall behind everyone else. Even if there was a peerless treasure in front of them, it was still not as important as the cultivation art D. Tian left behind. Boom. A saber light slashed through the void. The searching celestial god's body shook. His divine sense was cut off, and he looked up at the distant sky in shock. Everyone, you guys are quite free. I wonder what you found. In the sky not far away, Lin Fei appeared in front of them, looking at them with a smile. He didn't die. What kind of joke was this? They were already very afraid of D. Tian, and they thought that they would be killed in the self-destruction. Now that he came out, their expressions became unnatural. I'm not looking for anything. They didn't dare to look D. Tian in the eyes. Even the self-destruction of a 5-star celestial god didn't die, so they were no match for him, especially when they were injured. I found something good here. One of the shifty-eyed celestial gods took out the divine sparks he had collected. There were 3 of them and he presented them respectfully. Yes, this seems to be what I lost. Lin Fei didn't have a good impression of these celestial gods. Attack him together? Unfortunately, those who attacked him seemed to have all been killed by the self-destruction, and a few of them had also disappeared without a trace. This is what I should do. That person lowered his head. He was extremely depressed. It wasn't easy to obtain the divine sparks. Lin Fei swept his gaze across. What about you guys? I seem to have picked up 2 divine sparks too. I have 1. I have 3. Even though Lin Fei didn't release his killing intent, the injured celestial god couldn't stand his gaze. Regardless of whether he picked up the divine sparks or not, he gritted his teeth and took them out. In less than a moment, Lin Fei had 30 divine sparks in his hands, and he was laughing in his heart. Wow, these people are all tycoons. 30 divine sparks could be exchanged for several divine king fragments. Suddenly, one of the celestial gods said, Lord D. Tian, I am willing to atone for my sins. I know where the treasure vault of the weapon refining sect is. Lin Fei looked in the direction of the voice and saw a 1-star celestial god standing uneasily. Lin Fei had an impression of this person. It was the celestial god who had attacked him. Chapter 1760. They're gone. From now on, the weapon refining sect will no longer exist. D. Tian is too cruel. The weapon refining sect has really kicked an iron plate this time. The experts of the entire weave couldn't help but sigh. They were even more fearful of D. Tian. It was normal for them to say that they didn't care before. They thought that D. Tian's reputation was just bragging and not worth mentioning. But now that the weapon refining sect had been destroyed, they truly realized how terrifying D. Tian was. Hell, no one dared to do that. Right now D. Tian was invincible. He had an invincible aura. They would just be throwing their lives away if they went. No one would go against D. Tian for the sake of a destroyed weapon refining sect. It wasn't worth it. D. Tian couldn't be offended. The experts secretly listed Di Tian as someone they couldn't afford to offend. They even told the younger generation of their clansmen not to go against Di Tian. They couldn't afford to offend someone like him. The weapon refining sect had always stood strong, but now it was destroyed just like that. Half-step celestial gods and celestial gods had all died in battle. The disciples of the crafting school would also suffer because of this. Without the protection of the crafting school, the disciples of the crafting school who managed to escape were all extremely rich. They had long since been targeted by someone in the dark, and now that an opportunity had presented itself, who would miss it? Lin Fei wasn't interested in small fries. The weapon refining sect's treasury was a little attractive. Lin Fei arrived in front of a ruin. It used to be a mountain range. There were incomplete array formations everywhere which showed how powerful they were. Lord Di Tian, the treasury is below here. Lin Fei used his spiritual sense to scan the area. It was indeed a treasure trove. There were many layers of restrictions and killing formations. It was extremely horrifying. You can go now. The Celestial turned and left as if he had been pardoned. Treasury? He didn't want to go in. It would be a lie if the celestial gods weren't tempted by the weapon refining sect's treasury. However, even the 5-star celestial ancestor sure had been killed. They were worried that they would be killed if they went in. Although the treasures were good, they needed to be alive to enjoy them. Otherwise, Lin Fei disappeared from the sky above the ruins and came to the layers of array formations. A black hole gate appeared in front of Lin Fei and he charged through it. Fortunately, the self-detonation of the 5-star heavenly god had destroyed a portion of the killing formation, and its might had been affected. The killing move activated by the formation's restrictions was not very powerful. It took Lin Fei half an hour to force his way through these array formations and restrictions until a stone door appeared in front of him. The crafting school must have put in a lot of effort for their treasury, but now it's all mine. Lin Fei took out the heavenly deity saber and slashed at the stone door. After dozens of slashes, the stone door was violently broken. Lin Fei strode in and a huge treasury appeared in front of him. Good heavens, the crafting materials are piled up like a mountain. The treasury was huge. At the same time, it was an independent world. Lin Fei was completely dumbfounded by the sight of the mountain of materials. This was truly not simple at all. Lin Fei was not very interested in the materials, but if these materials were placed outside, everyone would come out to fight for them, and some of them were of perfect quality. One after another, Lin Fei chose to ignore all of the materials. If the system was updated and there was a way to deal with the materials, Lin Fei did not mind taking the materials for other purposes. The material area was huge. After leaving the material area, wow, so many weapons and battle suits. As soon as he came out of the material area, he saw a small mountain of weapons and battle suits, and even some other treasures. Lin Fei roughly counted with his divine sense, and the total number was over 10 million. Adding the two together, there were more than 50 million. There were a lot of things, but for the territory of this world, there were not many of these things and everyone could not even get one. The crafting school stockpiling was just to control the quantity and achieve a monopoly. You guys didn't sell, now it's all mine. Lin Fei was not interested in these weapons and battle suits, but for the Tianyun Tower the effect was very good. As long as the Tianyun Tower had weapons and battle suits, its reputation would rise after a few more auctions. Take it, I have to take it. Lin Fei took out the storage ring and put away the weapons and battle suits. Fortunately, Lin Fei did not have many things, and he had many large storage rings on hand. He took away all the weapons and battle suits, leaving nothing behind. If the heavenly gods of the crafting sect knew about this, they would definitely die with grievances. It took Lin Fei a lot of time to collect these materials. After all, when he was collecting he had to pay attention to the surrounding movements, and he did not release the fusion. There are only so many battle suits and weapons, I wonder what other good things there are below. Lin Fei walked down again. His eyes lit up again. Not far away there were many wooden shelves each with weapons and battle suits. With Lin Fei's eyesight, they were definitely the work of a grandmaster. Lin Fei randomly picked up a weapon and saw that the quality was not bad, but it was still a long way from the weapons produced by the system. Not bad, not bad, there are at least 300,000 to 400,000 high-quality weapons here. I wonder how long the crafting sect has been storing them. These high-grade weapons were going to be collected too. Lin Fei continued to plunder the loot, collecting the high-grade weapons and battle suits one after another into his storage ring. Top-grade materials? These can be sold for money. I'll take them. There's even a refining method? This should be worth a lot of money. I'll take them first. The treasury was huge. Lin Fei did not stop taking away everything he saw. Even if he did not want them, he could take them to auction. Cultivation method? Divine ability? They could also be sold for money. This time, dealing with the crafting sect consumed a lot of divinity points, and he had to replenish it no matter what. The crafting sect could only blame themselves for being too greedy. They had to pay the price for doing something wrong. It was the same for the crafting sect. In less than 2 hours, the treasury became empty. No matter what it was, Lin Fei had taken it all away. At low-grade divine weapons, godheads, and those things. After Lin Fei finished storing the treasures, he could not help but frown. He did not see any trace of low-grade divine weapons from start to end. Lin Fei did not care about other things, but he did care about godheads. He had a feeling that after the system upgrade, godheads would be of great use. The more godheads, the better. Now that he had not seen a single godhead, Lin Fei was naturally displeased. That old thing probably wouldn't put the godheads in the storage ring, so it must be in the treasury. Otherwise, there would be no need to station so many powerhouses outside the treasury. Lin Fei remembered very clearly that on the way in, the powerhouses hidden in the dark were all killed by the self-detonation attacks, including celestial god powerhouses, which showed how much importance the treasury placed on it. The treasury was an independent space, and Lin Fei suspected that there were other spaces hidden in it. After searching with his divine sense for a total of 7 to 8 times, Lin Fei smiled and punched a space, opening up another space. Hua, as soon as Lin Fei entered, divine power surged. This is divine power, oh my god, such dense divine power? Lin Fei was like a sponge, and the divine power drilled into his body, making him feel very comfortable. Outsider, who allowed you to come in? Lin Fei was still enjoying it. A black shadow appeared in the sky and pounced at Lin Fei. There's someone else? No, it's not a person. Lin Fei looked over, and the black shadow was actually a beast, and a pair of sharp claws was grabbing at him. Scram. Lin Fei waved his hand, and the divine power palm slapped the beast away, smashing it into a mountain range. I know, the weapon refining sect's patriarch must be hiding in seclusion in this space. Lin Fei scanned with his divine sense and found that this space was even smaller than the treasury, and it was very well hidden. If it wasn't for his sensitivity to space, he would have missed a good place. Only that 5-star heavenly god of the weapon refining sect could withstand such dense divine power. Come here. Lin Fei reached out, and his giant hand grabbed the beast's neck. His divine sense entered the beast's mind, searching for relevant memories. This beast was slapped by Lin Fei, but it was not injured, but it was far weaker than Lin Fei, and it was still very strong against ordinary 1-star and 2-star heavenly gods. After the beast was searched by his divine sense, its movements also became sluggish. Lin Fei smashed the beast's head with a punch, put it in his storage ring, and brought it back to Hairball as a great tonic. After all, this beast had transformed into a divine body, and it was very useful for Hairball to break through to the divine beast realm. After searching through his memories, Lin Fei also knew the origin of this place. What the old fart said before he died was true. This thing was actually left behind by the weapon refining sect's patriarch. No wonder the old fart's realm was so high. Lin Fei knew he came to the right place. After putting away the beast's corpse, Lin Fei flew to a valley in the mountain range. This is the place. There was a restriction array formation in the valley, but it was not activated. Lin Fei easily entered the cave abode in the valley. The old fart didn't activate the restriction array formation, which saved me a lot of trouble. Lin Fei stood in the cave abode with a smile. The biggest harvest of the day was here. The cave abode was not small, and there were many stone rooms built. Lin Fei opened the stone rooms one by one, and there were either supreme-grade materials or high-grade weapons and battle suits, which were much higher than the treasures outside. Low-grade divine artifact, it's really a low-grade divine artifact. In a stone room, Lin Fei really found low-grade divine artifacts. The only thing that displeased him was that there were only a few of these low-grade divine artifacts in good condition. Basically, they were all damaged. Did this guy go to that battle scene? He actually found so many low-grade divine artifacts and brought them back. Lin Fei did not care whether the low-grade divine artifacts were good or bad. Anyway, he took them back and converted them into divinity points. Roughly estimating, the number of low-grade divine artifacts here was at least 1,000. Lin Fei did not stand on ceremony and accepted them. After sweeping through the stone rooms one by one, Lin Fei finally came to the other party's secret cultivation room. Sure enough, he found a storage ring here. It turned out that he did not bring it with him. These godhoods. Before opening the storage ring, Lin Fei noticed that there were a lot of godheads in the surroundings. The same situation as the low-grade divine artifacts happened again. These godhoods were all damaged, either broken in half or missing a third, as if they were violently smashed by someone and did not even have a chance to resist. Chapter 1761. Lin Fei was really shocked. After his 18 divine avatars combined, he could break through to the 3-star divine realm, and his combat power was no weaker than that of a 5-star divine realm. Most importantly, Lin Fei could use a lot of divine power to frequently use big moves. This was something no one could compare with. But even so, Lin Fei still couldn't break the godheads. The defense of the godheads was very terrifying, but now these godheads were damaged to different degrees. The strength of the expert who attacked must be extremely terrifying. Could these godheads all come from the divine tomb? A place popped up in Lin Fei's mind. This place was the place that many people would go to soon. The godheads in the secret room should not come from other places other than the divine tomb. The godheads in the secret chamber made Lin Fei smile from ear to ear. Damaged? It really didn't matter. As long as they were godheads. It's worth it for these godheads. Lin Fei put away all the damaged godheads and counted 231, which was far beyond Lin Fei's expectations. Maybe I will be able to summon a divine king expert soon. After collecting all the godheads, Lin Fei also found some refining methods, which were useless to him, so he put them in the storage ring. After confirming that there was nothing else, he opened the storage ring and checked. There are also godheads in here and they are complete. There are actually 38 godheads. Lin Fei soon found that the godheads in the storage ring were not damaged at all. Lin Fei was in a good mood again. He didn't find many divine stones, just millions of high-grade divine stones, which was not a big harvest. In addition to the godheads and divine stones, there were some top-grade materials, some of which were very rare, and each of them would cause a sensation. There's this. In a box, Lin Fei found a map and took it out. The map was yellow and there were many lines on it. Originally, Lin Fei didn't look carefully, but when he caught a glimpse of the 2 words in the corner, he couldn't help but be excited. The Divine Tomb. Damn, I'm so lucky. I actually found a map of the Divine Tomb? Spreading out the map, Lin Fei studied it carefully. With all the good stuff in his hands, Lin Fei did not plan to leave for the time being. Many routes were recorded on the map. These routes were all marked in red, while the rest were all gray. Lin Fei quickly understood the contents of the map and concluded that it was a map of the tomb of the god of sin. The red routes had been explored and marked on it. He had finally figured out the source of the damaged low-quality battle armor and the damaged godheads. Now that I have the map of the tomb of the god of sin, I can go there myself. Lin Fei didn't know much about the tomb of the god of sin. He only knew that this was a battlefield and it was a very fierce battle. Now, that place was shrouded in evil qi and was the most dangerous place. He carefully put away the map. This thing was extremely precious. Even a 5-star heavenly god expert had to carefully mark them. One could imagine how dangerous and terrifying the divine tomb was. It was definitely not as simple as people thought. After putting away the items, Lin Fei discovered something about space in the storage ring. It turned out that this space was called the God Refining Space, and was refined by the first-generation ancestor of the weapon refining sect back then. At that time, the first-generation sect master was already extremely powerful, and was also a great figure above, second only to the Divine Emperor Ranker. With the help of the Divine Emperor Ranker, he opened the passage and passed down the God Refining Space. The use of the God Refining Space was also very simple. As long as it was a sect master, they could come in to cultivate. Every generation of weapon refining sect had relied on the God Refining Space to become the strongest in weapon refining sect. When he passed down the God Refining Space, he also passed down the offensive techniques of the Divine Lord Dharma Idol. With the combination of these two, the sect masters of weapon refining sect were the strongest. A God power space refined by a great figure. Doesn't that mean that this entire space contains an unimaginable amount of God power? Lin Fei finally understood why the divine level stone he found in the storage ring were only around 1 million. So that was what was going on. Lin Fei was in no hurry to leave. Wait. When the system finished upgrading, it would absorb all the God power in the entire God power space. At this moment, the entire territory was shocked. The news of the weapon refining sect being swept away by Tian alone and being removed from the territory spread like wildfire. No one from that sect was in the sacred pill land. They were lucky enough to survive and immediately sent the news back. The territory was once again shocked. First, he killed more than 10 Empyrean gods, and in the blink of an eye, he destroyed the weapon refining sect. Any one of these two things would cause a sensation. However, what was even more shocking was that the 5-star heavenly god of the weapon refining sect was unable to kill Tian. Even after using the Divine Lord Dharma idol to attack, he was still killed in the end. This time the 8 great sects, the 7 overlords and the other powers were completely moved. No matter how much Tian could kill a heavenly god, he could only kill a 1-star heavenly god or a 2-star heavenly god. Whether it was in terms of divine power or attack power, a 5-star heavenly god would increase exponentially. Such an expert was still killed by Tian? How could they show off their seniority? Kill Tian now? This was not something that 10 or 20 Empyrean gods could do. What a cruel Tian. He's so vengeful. The weapon refining sect is really unlucky. In a territory at the Wind Cloud Chamber of Commerce's branch. When Tianyang heard the news, he was also shocked. In such a short time, Tian had killed his way to the weapon refining sect and even killed the 5-star heavenly god Old Ancestor Sure. This was definitely an earth-shattering event. Men, prepare immediately. We're going to the great metropolis realm. Tianyang, who had just left, had no choice but to return to the great metropolis realm. The weapon refining sect had been established for so long and had monopolized the trade of weapons and armor in the territory. Now that Tian had wiped them out, everything in the weapon refining sect's treasury would fall into Tian's hands. Tianyang was extremely envious of such a huge amount of resources. Luckily, we didn't offend Tian back then. That guy really can't hide things. The weapon refining sect really hid things well. They actually have a super powerful 5-star heavenly god. What a pity. In another Hell Heaven Chamber of Commerce. Huang Chuan was also the first to receive the news. He was incomparably shocked and his expression changed completely. Previously, Tian was very famous, but his strength was still a flaw. Everyone was afraid of the guy behind him. Now Tian had once again displayed astonishing combat power. Tian had truly gained a foothold. Besiege? That would be foolish. Tian, the number 1 person of the younger generation, no longer had any doubts. Huang Chuan could not sit still either. He ordered his men to prepare warships and rush to the great metropolis realm as soon as possible. He hoped to get the resources in Tian's hands. It would be best if they could arrive before the Wind Cloud Chamber of Commerce. No matter how fast their warships were, they would not be as fast as the battle fortress.